Oh, hello, one and all. See if I can work out what's going on here. Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. Hello. I hope you're all not too melty. It's been quite warm for one and for all. Oh, Jesus. So, all good, I trust. Everybody's all in one piece. Actually, I've been getting a lot of messages actually, people asking me what what the fuck happened to the last week's show. Yes, it was pulled, but it was on Ty's request that I pull it for personal reasons, so, which is fine. So I did. So that's why it got pulled. It was nothing about any infringed NDAs or any, or anything like that. And it sure as hell couldn't have been about the music, because if it was about playing the music, all of these shows would have been banned by now, wouldn't they? So, yeah, so it wasn't about that. So anyway, good to see you. So, I would have thought we might have had somebody pop in by now. But apparently it's just boring me at the moment. So, I had a cup of coffee. I'm sure I come up with a cup of coffee, but I haven't got a cup of coffee now. I don't know what the hell's happened to it. So let's see if I can get this to follow. Hello, movie camera. Are you going to move? Oh, there you go. That's it. More centralized now. Oh, I have to turn sideways to get in here now. Let's see if I can get this chat to move, because I can't see what's going on. Oh, look, suddenly it decides it wants to update. Well done. So it's just us again, it would appear. So I was going to do a show last night, but it's just, as the title suggests, it was a mess. So it wouldn't have been a good idea. So, but, because of that, I'm doing one tonight. Yep. Ceiling cam. Yeah, Blake.
Well, I'm probably joined, but I do not hear what I can
Right.
see.
Well, we can hear you. What's that?
Nice ceiling.
Ceiling cam.
You sound a bit. You're doing what was
What?
happening. You're all muffled. Like sounds like you're underwater.
Well, the last time we did that, you did something at your end, and then everything was fine.
No, you changed something. Well, you didn't change it. You just moved your microphone.
Oh.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay.
How weird.
So it literally has to be up against my face like this.
No, it's not that. It was.
What?
It just sounded. If we're talking like
Really?
yeah.
How bizarre.
How bizarre.
Maybe it needs to warm up.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've been burning in the GS1.
We just left it out in the backyard.
Yeah, poured petrol over it and set fire to the fucker. Yeah, and it's been behaving beautifully.
Oh, lovely.
God for that.
Yeah.
So we've been making out the bill for it. You want to see the parts list? Holy fuck on a stick. It's huge. Well, it's now officially a brand new GS1.
Right,
I mean, there isn't anything in it that hasn't been replaced or upgraded in some way.
yeah. Indeed.
You got it sorted now, Wags? I'll take that as a no.
Yeah.
Apparently you can't hear us.
Mm.
Oh. Oh.
Indeed. Oh, excuse
It's a
me.
new dog bark. Haven't heard that one before. No idea. Mm. Oh, hello.
Sounds like he's in traffic.
Yeah.
And he's
Oh,
got-
and gone. Yes, so.
It's just too fucking hot, isn't it?
It is. Just don't move. Just don't move.
Been trying not to all day.
Hmm.
I
Yeah,
had
but-
plans this weekend to move a bunch of gear around and
Yeah.
take pictures of the Emax so I can sell it, and none of that has happened.
Hmm. So it's a 1 meg one.
It's a 1 meg one. Base model. I mean, it's perfectly good. It just can't load up anything over 1 meg in RAM. Which, so when I bought it, I didn't even think that there might be different models, or that if there were different models, they would be upgradable.
Yeah.
You see, I should have done my research, but the thing was, I saw it come up on eBay, and I was like, "Oh, that's a really good price."
And then you found out why.
And then I found out why.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was. But no, it's perfectly good. And it's been refurbed, should we say?
Oh. It's Wags from inside a Hoover. Hello. No. Oh. Inside the data center. Well, you know, for a man who works with the computers, he's having an awful lot of trouble. Mm.
So yeah, so I thought, oh, well, I keep looking at this AM1X. I'm thinking, I really want that.
You're going to get it if you're still looking.
But I want to make sure that I can sell this Emax. I spoke to the guy messaged the guy about the AM1X, just about picking it up and when and how and what have you. And then also said, I see you're accepting offers. Would this be agreeable? Haven't heard anything back.
Oh.
Yeah. So maybe he's just waiting. So maybe I'll just wait, and then I'll just go in at the last moment, because it ran the full course of its auction.
Piss off, Inky.
And, it didn't sell, so I don't know why. Because it looks like it will. Yeah.
Well,
it's-
I massaged hands.
oh,
and-
okay. Did he like it?
He's read it.
Okay.
I know that much. I know he's
Okay,
read
cool.
it, but we've heard no more since.
Okie.
So we wait with bated breath.
Okay. Well,
It doesn't pay to poke,
okay.
apparently.
Okay.
Afternoon, sir.
Hello.
Good afternoon. I would like to say something to Robbie. Robbie.
You can
I'm
swear as much as
sorry.
you want, mate.
I'm sorry. I don't like FM as much as you do, and I'm sorry I wrote about it um, on your on one of your posts where you really love what I wrote about, um, and I didn't love it. I'm sorry. I will try not to write because I don't want to be an idiot. So
I, I, I have no recollection of what you wrote, and I really, honestly, I, I don't know what to say. There's
it's okay.
The bottom, the
But,
bottom, the bottom line is, Henrik, that
you can
he
slag
loves
FM awful.
FM, and if other people don't, he doesn't
Yeah.
care
Yeah,
yeah,
because he likes FM, and he likes the more people that hate FM, the cheaper the gear
Yeah,
is for him when he buys it.
this is true.
yeah, but I was a little afraid that I did write something that was too much. So
No. I mean, you could even question my parentage, I guess, in a comment about
No, I
FM, and
won't.
I probably wouldn't care.
Yeah, are they really Icelandic?
Yeah.
But I just wanted to say it, and I will try not to comment. If I don't like what you are posting, I will not say something negative. I will just
It doesn't matter.
shut my
Honestly,
mouth.
no, it's fine. No apology necessary. Honestly, excuse me. It's like, I probably say very similar things about Eurorack, and I probably might upset some people there, and I think that they probably don't care either, so that's fine.
No.
There you go. So I saw Vince Clarke's new solo album is coming out soon, and it's all Eurorack, and I'm like,
Oh,
that'll
I
set
have
them
the
off.
same way. Last time Vince Clarke and Martin Gore did something together.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I quite like VCMG.
Yeah, but it was not what I expected. I wanted something melodic, not
Yeah.
just techno.
I think a lot of people expected that and didn't get it, and yeah, it's yeah. But no, I'll give it a listen because it's Vince, and if it's Vince, it's
me
going to
too.
be pretty good. So,
Yeah.
oh dear.
I've always been very inspired by him. In the 80s, I thought I had a theory that everything could be put into a formula. So I tried to find his formula and make basses like him and all such things, but it turned out it's not the way it is.
One of the things I like about Vince is less is more with him. He does. There's nothing that doesn't need to be there. It's, if you listen to some of the, if you take away whoever's singing, whether it's Yazoo or whether it's Erasure or the Assembly or even Depeche, that early Depeche stuff, there's no flab. There's nothing that doesn't need to be there.
He respects the space.
It's exquisitely, pieced together. Very clever man. Very clever man.
Yeah. I think the first Human League was like that too, also without Martin Ware.
Sparse. Yeah.
But then Heaven 17 got too much at the same time.
I
less space.
Yeah, Heaven 17. Well, they followed Martin's passion for soul music, and if you listen to their stuff, there's a lot of it's good production. There's a lot going on. But then saying that, you listen to Let Me Go, which is just a 303 and a couple of other things, and was it a Lynn? I don't know, it was a Lynn drum.
I wonder how much of it is related back to the gear itself.
Yeah, no, that's
Because
very
you
true.
think, like, because a lot of these guys were starting out with 4 tracks. You'd have to be pretty flush to have an 8-track knocking around. So they do the demo and they go, right, do the demo, but in the studio, but do it like you did the demo. That's what we want. That's what we're buying, as it were. So you got the drum track, 2 guys with one mono synth each, 2 guys with 1 mono synth each, and the singer. There's just and that configuration was working, and go along with that. So I imagine when polysynths coming out, started coming out. We go. Then people were talking about pads all of a sudden. You know, unless they were able to borrow a Polymoog or a Selena. A lot of them had Selenas on because you go, oh, we can play chords. You know. So
Yeah, if you listen to that first Yazoo album, I mean, it's all arpeggiated, syncopated, monophonic. There's nothing going on in there. Maybe a little brassy thing somewhere. Second album, Fairlight. So you know, but even then with the Fairlight, because it was a monophonic sequencer, page R, there's still lots of monophonic, you know, stuff going on in there. So yeah.
Why is Mr. Matt Evans not joined yet?
I don't know. He's a cunt.
Is he? No.
He'll be in there soon.
Talking of which, I got into trouble today.
Did you?
What a surprise!
Yeah.
Well, no, it wasn't today. It was yesterday. Do you beg your pardon? Fiona's standing in front of the fan. She just lifts up her skirt and stands over the fan, and I was the other end going, "Let's have fish fingers for tea tonight." Oh, mate.
Oh, fucking hell, you all right?
Yes, mate. You.
Thank God she's got a sense of humour. I got something to show you.
Well, she lives with you, mate.
Henrik, you're all right with these guys, mate. You don't need to worry. Seriously, I've had worries about things I've said or written, and they're like, "Fuck off, behave yourself. You're fine. You're all right."
Yeah, but I just watched the stream from last week where Ken said he was closing down the pub temporarily, and Robbie wasn't keen on moving too. So I thought, have I said something wrong?
We all look after each other here, mate. You were doing your launch. Everyone was golden with it. Don't worry. You're all right.
Because I think I just jumped on, hadn't I?
You'd literally just come on, and
Yeah,
we were moving
I didn't
over
even
to
know
Henrik's.
that was going on, and it was only afterwards that I realised that was going on, and so I just sort of potted around for a bit. So no, it was nothing personal. Trust me.
Is that Wagyu hoovering?
Someone apparently he can't hear us.
Yeah, I've been seeing that in the chat.
And all we can hear is what sounds like we standing in the middle of the M25 or something. Actually, no, because if you stood in the middle of the M25, you won't hear much, just like horns, like, get a fucking move on.
Unless it's a System 100 clue in the background.
Is that a mohawk or? Is it
That's a Bifaco brush for cleaning in between your knobs.
Yeah.
Right.
One of my friends has just told me he got one, and he was very proud that he got one. Well, I just. Oh yeah, me too. I do that.
That's
too.
me.
Yeah.
Stole that from
I
the
do
missus.
have one.
Oh shit. Okay.
I wasn't sure if I had one, but I do. I have one.
What is it?
It's a fader port.
Fader port.
Wait, where you going, camera? Right, she's absolutely immaculate.
Okay.
I've actually, should I say this in public?
Careful.
Never used it. So it's technically brand new
Kel surprise.
without a box.
Oh, it's like my FM synths.
So it's coming to you, boy.
Thank you.
So while we're on the subject, was there anything else you needed?
No.
Sure.
No, I was actually picking your brains to see what you thought of it. That was all it was.
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, he's gone.
I've watched videos of it being used. It looked really good.
Okay.
But other things happened and it became surplus to requirement.
Yeah.
So, ooh,
Should we try him again?
try 'em again.
Oh, see,
It's even louder. Yeah. Eventually, we'll be doing sign language to each other.
Has Wagyu just bought an M2 Mac?
the big one.
I got something to challenge the penguin of death.
Oh,
Ooh.
Wife went out shopping yesterday. Came back and said, "I bought you something."
okay.
That's like Kent's head when he gets a fucking JP8 missing about like it did last week.
Yeah. It's a JP6 now.
Try
Oh, is it?
rebooting
Oh, this one I
Switzerland.
could just stamp on its face.
What's it doing?
What?
Two voices have distortion on them that is affecting its square wave. It's reducing the angle of the square, and I can't find anything that's doing it. And because it's doing it to two voices next to each other, exactly the same, I'm looking for the common denominator component that feeds both, and there are several along the voice chain. And I've now replaced all of them, and it still fucking does it. And I'm going now. The day, when was it? Friday, I was working on this one, and it was driving me fucking nuts. And it was driving me nuts more because in the morning, a guy had come and collected his JP6, and off he went, happy as Larry. Whereas I could have just quickly whipped his board out, whacked it in this, and if it continued to do the fault, I know it had something to do with the bleeding Europa kit on the CPU board. Right, so I could stop working on this board and go to where this fault actually is. But there's no real way of tracing it through. And of course, I'd given this one away. So I'm going back to this thing tomorrow, so I've got to fight that tomorrow. It's like, and this guy's going on now about getting his wasp back. Wasp was all done. He's had it back. He had it a day, and it just went, and it just went again. I hate wasps as well. I hate all Jupiters, wasps, CS80s, basically everything.
You hate synthesizers?
Yeah, I only like brand new ones where you can send them back.
That's it.
Like the new Yamaha.
When your fucking brand new Hydra was pissing about.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it. So, there's you can buy brand new boards for them or something like that. Yeah, great, bring it on. I'll have them. Fucking stuff. It's driving me mental. So, I got this mini Moog as well, where the guy's going, "Oh, the sound is wrong on it." I go, "Oh, okay." And I'm listening to it, and I go, "It sounds absolutely fine. What the hell do you want me to do with this?" And he keeps, "No, you'll hear it. You'll hear it. You hear it down the bottom end." Okay. No, I'm not. What am I listening for? It's like, yes. Oh, it just doesn't sound right. Oh, mate.
But none of them sounded the same.
No, I know. This is it. I mean, I had to have this almost like a blazing row out the front here with one guy with his bloody TR-808 because he said his crash cymbal was slightly shorter than his mate's one. And could I make it longer? Oh, for fuck's sake. No, I can't. Because he thought it should be part of the repair. And go, no, I'm not fixing something that's not broken and then not charging you. Fuck off.
Oh, dear.
And he's going, "Yeah, but it's shorter than this one." I said, "Well, swap it with this one then." Fucking hell. They're all
Sample
different.
this one.
Yeah, sample this one. And then go get yourself a proper drum machine that you can load the sample into. Fucking hell. Oh, mate.
I couldn't do what you do. I'd have jacked it in about a week.
Yeah, but I've already last week convincing this guy to not, on no circumstances, sell his really beautiful working Memory Moog for a Memory Moog Plus because he wants to use the sequencer. I go, "No, you really don't want to use a Memory Moog Plus sequencer. No musician does because it doesn't work within the realms of a musician."
More Dali.
Well, what it will play back is literally like when I played with the metronome last week, where it's like on the beat, short of the beat, past the beat, short of the beat, past the beat, past the beat, nowhere near the fucking beat. Fuck it, I'm not even playing that one. On the beat, not quite on the beat, you know, and it does that constantly, just randomly moves about around the sync. I said, honestly, no, just leave it alone and just don't touch it. Just be happy with what you've got. Yeah, but is it faster? Is it better? No, it isn't. It's just a sequencer and a bit of MIDI on it, and the MIDI is slow. I said, if you want MIDI, put a Kenton in it. He wouldn't. He was like, no, I'm gonna sell it. I'm gonna get a Memory Mode Plus. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake! Oh, they were a brilliant idea, you know, back in 1980.
Just badly executed.
Yeah, just very poorly executed. So, right, bud.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Evening.
Oh, well, as you can probably guess, not well.
I guess not. I figured you didn't have a show yesterday, so something must have happened. So
Yeah, I was like,
up to your ears and shit.
Yeah, no, I was just.
He
mate,
was watching the rugby.
I was, but I fell asleep and saw very.
That's
little
all
of
right.
it.
Hey, you gotta have a break once in a while. Hey,
So it was
something came up.
yesterday Fiona did that with the event.
Some goofy came up today. You have any friends who use that stupid Telegram program on the phones?
I have it.
Holy
never
shit!
use it.
There's a reason why it's hard to get into it, and the morons gravitate toward it. It's all about conspiratorial stuff they can't post anywhere else.
Right.
So my stupid friend who got all Trumpy back in 2019 sent me a link about 20 reasons why the moon landing was fake.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
And I wanted to reach out through the phone and smack him again, because it's like people want to believe aliens are here. They want to believe that the Earth is flat and that politicians can be trusted. And the moon was fake. The moon landing was fake. I'm like, fuck you. There's so much evidence to the opposite.
Well, yeah.
Not to mention the photographic evidence. Of course, no one believes that anymore, although they will if it's a flat Earth thing. But the photographic evidence that we left all the lunar stages on the moon that they photographed, releasing with the LRO mission. You know.
Well,
because every other planet is a ball, and we're the only fucking frisbee.
Oh, it's so stupid.
Yeah, but like I said, that if the Earth was really flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now.
Those bastards, yeah.
Yeah.
Cats are jerks.
Yeah. Fuck you, cat.
It's like, have any of you seen the movie where I think some people are frozen down and wakes up in the future where everybody is stupid?
Yeah, oh, no, I know what you mean. Yeah,
Idiocracy.
Idiocracy, yeah. It's Brondo because it's got electrolytes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, do you know what? I watched
People are stupid.
a bit of it, and in the end, it was just
Other people.
I'm going. I'm getting upset watching this.
Is this a film?
Yeah,
or a
it's
documentary?
prophetic actually more than anything.
Yeah, because a guy. This is a documentary. I'm not watching.
It's
this
so
anymore.
bad. Yeah, it's
It's horrible. I can't do this. I can't watch a film and end up wanting to throw things at the TV.
But here's my friend I've known for over 20 years. We've gone out many times over the years. Used to work together. He has a bigger library than I do, which obviously means nothing, right? Because he's read all this stuff that I haven't read, yet he's still an idiot now because he's totally brainwashed by all this super hardcore right-wing nonsense.
Oh dear.
And he was reasonable before something happened. A switch went off, and he became just an instant maniac. I know it's not a popular word, but retard overnight, basically. You know.
I'm still trying to work out what the what is the goal here with it, because
I don't know.
if you got some Trumpy lunatic, right, going on about the moon landings were fake, they go, well, okay, well, if they were, all you're saying is that, all right, they didn't go to the moon, big fucking deal, and America isn't as brilliant as you thought it was.
Yeah, which again is a huge slap in the face to all the brilliant guys who got us there.
Exactly.
Just like the Egyptian pyramids weren't built by humans, aliens had to help. We didn't have the tech back then. It's like, fuck you, we did. They were very clever.
What era, or what was going on in the era of the moon landings? We had a space race. It was America versus Russia.
Exactly.
Now, if America didn't make it to the moon, don't you think the Russians
course.
would have said, and proved it.
And like now the Indians have been there. It says three different groups have been there. Right?
Chinese have been there, Indians, and
Yeah.
we're going back in a couple of years. So
But no, that was fake too, by the way. So.
yeah, because I mean CGI was so good in 1969.
Oh sure.
Yeah.
Well, Capricorn 1 didn't help either. You saw that movie?
I did, yeah.
It's a great
Oh,
movie too.
Yeah. But yeah, I just can't see what the point of investing all this in. You know, if they were able to come up
It's
with
this
all
idea of secret knowledge. I have something you don't know, and this is why. And it's like, but your knowledge is not knowledge. It's conspiracy nonsense and not based on any facts whatsoever. I mean, even if you understand the basic laws of physics and basic equations, your stuff is nonsense.
Yeah, but anybody can know something that nobody else knows. It's nothing. I mean, nobody knows what I did in bed last night.
Yeah, if you guys haven't seen
I
Capricorn 1,
do.
check it out.
I
It's
know.
great.
Yeah, all right, Wags knows he was there, but you know,
Wagyu.
other people don't know. It's like,
Yeah.
it's sort of like it's so valueless. You know, it's sort of like
I mean, I've literally met Buzz Aldrin, shook his hand, asked him a few questions in person. Super crazy, fun guy. Still has tons of energy at his advanced age. And he's still working with NASA on space planning.
Mm.
You know, he knows his shit. And of course he could have made it up. All those guys could have made it up technically, you know, but they didn't. There's all kinds of evidence to the contrary.
I mean, it's a
Yeah.
win if you don't get punched in the face by Buzz. Because if you disagree with Buzz, you get a punch.
Well, you should. I agree with him on that.
Me too.
Because, you know, these guys weren't there.
But-
These guys went through the hardship. You know,
It's a
look,
shame
look
you
at
Get
the...
your punch in first, because Buzz is always second.
yeah, but the best thing to do is just to convince these morons that the oncoming train isn't real.
It's like people who... Those guys almost died in Apollo 13, right? And people think, oh, that's fake too. And I'm like, what?
Why would you think that?
Yeah. Yeah. Why would you think that?
Just recently, in the last, well, obviously, you know, as we're coming up to tomorrow's date, you always see a little splurge of stuff come out, don't you, about September the 11th, and how that was an inside job, and
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Well,
What
that
drum
Loose
machine
Change
is that?
documentary. That was that.
Yeah,
thing
but
that got people
it's,
crazy.
I had one guy here who's saying about. He said it was an excuse to get the American people behind the government so they could invade
Exactly. Yeah.
Iraq.
oh, there's no doubt that the government used that event to do that, but they
Yeah.
didn't cause the event.
Except it was Iran.
Also added all the weapons of mass destruction nonsense
Yeah, but
that
you
they didn't
think
have.
don't-
So
Yeah.
They didn't need something to happen to convince, you know, those sort of Americans to get behind a war. They were well up for that, no matter what. You know, bastard penguins. They're against freedom. Let's get them. They don't need to blow up fucking buildings to kill hundreds of people. Fuck's sake.
I just love that they want to take stuff that was already considered factual for decades and backed up with all kinds of further evidence.
Mm.
And say that's bullshit, and then say some other stuff that's completely ridiculous on so many levels. Oh, that's got to be real. It's like, why would you go to the ridiculous level?
I don't know. It's like everything else. It's, you know, you invent the internet, it gives you information, and then it gets into the realms of stupid.
Yeah.
You get woke and all the benefits that brings, but then woke gets into the world of stupid.
Well, I mean, this is the information age. It just turns out it's the disinformation age. Everyone's getting all the dumb opinions and wrong ideas and stuff.
Has anyone ever seen the David Bowie interview with Jeremy Paxman?
Mm-hmm.
And how he says it's going to be the most incredible but terrifying thing ever created.
Yeah.
Look it up. It's on YouTube. It's an amazing interview, especially when he talks about meeting Tony Blair wearing fucking high heels.
I think humans don't like gaps in knowledge, and wherever there's a gap in someone's knowledge, they seek to fill it. And they will
make
seek
it up.
to they will seek to fill it with whatever they can. Some people like to fill that gap with learning and finding out, doing it, and others just look for the simplest path of least resistance. And if
Yeah.
somebody can convince you that, 9/11 was an inside job, man didn't land on the moon, the Earth is flat, blah blah blah. If they can just say, "Oh well, it's this, it's simple. You don't have to think about it. It's there.
Yeah.
Google it." And then you Google the first thing that comes up in Google supports your argument. Yeah, there you go. Must be true.
Well, it also doesn't help too. A lot of people are, especially the flat earthers, are hyper religious, and if you can accept all that stuff on faith without any evidence and any kind of real critical thinking stuff, then you can believe anything technically. So.
But that's what they call research. Just
Yeah, they call
believing
research is a couple web searches.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
these are the same people that believe Jesus is a white American.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, the constant
You
Emperor Constantine view of Jesus. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But there
Yeah,
was a
you-
documentary on flat Earth recently, and they twice proved that the Earth was round during their documentary. They bought a $15,000 laser gyroscope, which proved the Earth was round,
Mm.
and then they did a altitude-based experiment, which also proved the Earth was round. So they kind of screwed themselves.
Well, the most embarrassing thing is several thousand years ago, Eratosthenes proved the Earth was round, and even had a pretty good measurement of it.
Yeah.
From his well
Yeah, he-
experiment, and
he
it's like
dug a
that
big
guy was
pit,
on
yeah.
top of shit, right?
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, in fact, there's very few civilizations that did believe the Earth was round,
Yeah.
was flat. Anyway, it's not like saying, back in the Stone Age, they believed the Earth was flat. They didn't even know where they were. They didn't know whether it was round, flat, or anything. They weren't interested. They just
Well, they used to bang
existed
pots and pans at
hunted
eclipses
ibex.
to scare away the demons that caused the eclipse. So.
I still do that.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta go. So
All right, bub.
it was
Bye,
nice
Henrik.
seeing you.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
take care.
Don't say any
too.
shit about the FM again, all right, mate?
Right, yeah, you leave me alone.
Yeah, we'll come for you.
Yeah.
Bye, Henry.
I'll send Manny after you.
He's a fan of the Hydrosynth and his FM in the Hydrosynth. So.
Well, there you go.
Had a nice chat with Manny last night. Or was it this morning? No, I can't remember now. No, it was
For
yesterday.
who? You or him?
What? Oh, it was nice for me.
Yeah, see? Because the
I-
Earth's
I-
a ball.
I was putting pressure on him.
Robbie, I'm going to please you. I
Ooh.
bought 2
Ooh.
TX7s this week.
Oh, very nice.
Oh.
Very nice. That was actually my first ever genuine Yamaha 6-operator synth. TXM.
Yeah, that's my first one I got too.
I have a
And then-
TX802,
Yeah, got
but
one of those.
yeah, can't beat the original TX7 grunge.
I bought Junkie XL's TX802, but I didn't get the certificate of authenticity because if you bought it too late, they weren't giving them out anymore.
Really?
So I have to just tell people now, and they don't believe me. So.
And they go, yeah, right, okay.
It's a conspiracy, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't possibly
I
have
still-
it.
Yeah.
I
Chunky
still
XL
find it
doesn't
really
exist.
odd. I still find it really odd that he sold off lots of his gear. It's like, why? I think he must have got divorced or something.
Yeah. Well, I've just had. I thought my opportunity to buy a very prominent TX816 might have fallen by the wayside, but it's back on.
Oh.
So I might yet still get the Scritti Politti TX816. Fingers crossed. His words were, "I want you to have it."
Okay.
Wow.
So, yeah, okay.
The Huey Lewis and the News TX816 was sold on eBay about 5 years ago
That'd be good.
So
for
take
about
his,
$1,000.
Yeah.
take his 816 is full of straw where he used to keep a hamster. Because you might need to get the hamster shit out of it. But other than that, it's a good box. It's like that, the Picaro downstairs.
The Picaro.
The Picaro.
Come see my Picaro.
You know that wallet with the red thingies in it?
Yes.
I was saying to Tony, I go, why these red? What's going on with these anyway? And he goes, oh, that's Steve's library. Oh, okay. So I've loaded all the red ones in now.
Robbie, you know Aphex Twin's mate generated some kind of AI-based DX7 patch generator
Oh yes, yes.
like 3 or 4 years ago. Have you ever
Yeah.
tried that?
I have, and it's like, I think you press the go button and you get 31 patches that you never use in a gazillion years, but one might be not bad. So yeah, it's random. You might, everyone's mileage will vary somewhat, but yeah, it's an interesting idea. I mean, it's fun. I do like random buttons on synths.
Yeah, me too.
Do you know what? I think I've only ever owned one FM synthesizer.
Really?
Yeah.
Bollocks. No way.
Yeah, I think I've only ever owned one Yamaha FM synth,
2 here.
which would be the PSR 230.
Oh, you're even a PSR? Blimey.
Hang on.
Jeez.
I had a DS55 once as well.
Oh.
There's a 4-up, wasn't it?
I think I've had things I've had things with FM engines in, I suppose, but not a true, Yamaha FME based keyboard, apart from that PSR. I think it was a 230. Or was it a 620? It was basically like a black wedge of cheese with 2 speakers.
You can't make sounds on this PSS or PSR. It's just like a preset box almost.
Well, with the sliders, you can do some tweaking.
I think you're right, yeah.
There are a couple you can dial in a bunch on.
Yeah, but they're kind of rare in between things.
No, I don't think it was a 780. I think it was either something like a 620 or no, it was a 230 or something like that. It wasn't big. It had mini keys.
My first synth kind of thing was a 170, which is a 100 patch preset box. And then I got a PSR 300, which is also like 100 patches.
I'm intrigued now.
But you can't make any new sounds on these things.
My first FM synth was a Commodore 64 SFX FM sound expander cartridge.
Oh yeah.
It was accompanied
Yeah.
with that.
Oh, well.
The VSS 200, which is more sampling than FM, but it's 2-operator FM.
At school we had a VSS 30, and I fucking loved that thing. It was amazing. And I've always wanted a VSS 200, so one day.
Hey, Robbie, that one samples?
Yeah.
Does it also
Yeah, it
hybrid
does.
with the FM?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
You can sample the FM
Nice.
and then process it.
That's cool.
I bought one. I bought it on hire purchase. I was working at the co-op at the time, so I got a bit of staff discount, and I bought it. It was $149.95. Bought it on hire purchase. Paid it off out of my wages, and then did loads of stupid things with it. And then when I bought a house with my first wife, we were just trying to sort of get rid of rubbish, and she said, "Oh, you don't want that, do you?" And so she kind of persuaded me to sell it at a car boot sale, which I did. I sold it to an old lady who said, "Oh, this would be just nice for me to play my hymns on a Sunday morning." And I kept thinking, you want to know where that microphone's been. You won't be touching this. It's been into some very hellish places. And so, yeah, and I regretted it ever since. And then a few years ago, I was on Facebook Marketplace, and somebody in Ipswich was selling one for 35 quid, 40 quid. And I thought, really? Because you go on to Reverb or anything like that, they're knocking about, people's buying them for 200 quid. And
Oh, this gets worse.
and I went to go and buy it, and I said, 25 cash? He goes, oh, go on then. Boxed with the manual in immaculate condition.
Ouch.
So 25 quid.
I'll say you could say a few Hail Marys and clean that microphone right up, right? So.
Robbie, do you know there's a bar in Norwich that's like full of arcade
90.
machines?
Full of what? Sorry.
It's like arcade machines.
Yeah.
Old. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
it's opened fairly recently.
Yeah, there's a couple of places now. There's one in the Castle Mall shopping centre, which is less of a shopping centre now because most of the shops have moved out to the other one. But they open up, basically you turn up and you buy either a half day or a full day pass, and then you can go in there any time during the day, that day, and play all. They're all on free play. You can just play on all the machines. And there's some brilliant stuff in there. There's the other. I forget what the other one is now. The one you've mentioned. I know it. I can see it in my head. But yeah. Yeah, it's surprising what you find in Norwich.
Ah, there you are. That's what I had. Oh, Christ.
You found his old Argos catalogue.
I found the one I had. Are you ready? Are you ready for this?
Go on then.
Right. So if I share screen, it should let me. Yeah, there we go. That one. That.
I have that one.
I own
Oh,
that.
that's the
680, right?
That's the
I've got one of
680.
those in the
PSS
cupboard.
Yeah,
680.
PSS. That's right. PSS
Yeah.
680 with the drum pads on the front.
I've got one of
There's a
those.
hack for that where you can turn it to a monosynth.
That one has a pattern used on the later Queen track, actually. It's one of the
Yeah.
background tracks on it.
They did another one that was a PSS 7. It might have been 780. They did and I remember when I was working, when that first came out, I was working at Argos. And one of the things I used to do, being the warehouse manager, was I would occasionally take items into the office and assess them. Quality control, call it. And so I always used to take out that one because it got the drum pads on. I really liked that one. I used to do that with Game Boys as well. Like
Yeah,
5
680 has a hack where you can turn it into a monophonic synth. It's like unison mode.
Is it the 480 with
380, I
sound?
think.
There's one called I think it's the 480. It begins with a 4, and it's got sound shaping controls on it, so it is kind of
I
programmable.
think 380 and 480 are the same synth.
Right.
Things. You have those like sliders on those,
Yeah.
like FM sliders.
It's not it's not in depth programming, but it changes the sound, so you can make your own
Yeah.
sound. Yeah.
Was it this one, Rob? I mean, this one's poorly. It's got a few keys
What?
missing.
That's the 680, isn't it? That's the one that Kent had. What's that?
Yes.
Bloody hell.
Look at that.
Anyone want it?
Looks like he's had his teeth punched out. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can find a couple of keys or
4 keys.
a set of keys, it's going.
Yeah, I got one of those last year at my local shop for about $100, I think. It's pretty cool.
If I can
Yeah,
find
look
some
up the
keys,
secret mode.
I'll stick some
It's
keys
pretty
on it,
cool.
and it's anyone's if they want it. No good to me.
Why not? It's pretty good,
It's fun, yeah.
Oh,
And when I was a kid, I used to go into town, into like Fox's Music, and this was kind of premium, best shit you could get. It's like the best synth you could get in a kind of, you couldn't afford like a D50 or whatever. So this was, the butts nuts. I mean, Robbie, you used to work in Argos, so
Yeah.
that was like the golden thing for me. It's like these were synthesizers technically, although they weren't really synthesizers. But
Yeah, it was them and Casios we used to stock, and the Casios were always a little bit too homey, a little bit too bland. The Yamahas were always the best ones.
That's why I started buying effects units, because the Casio stuff is pretty boring.
Unless you got the one with the frog sound on, and then I bet those have gone up in value since Anthony's video.
I mean, I've got a WAV from the 80s of me lusting over Yamahas and Rolands and Korgs, mostly based on the Argos catalogue.
Yeah.
because there wasn't really any alternative.
No. This is true.
Information was so hard to find, really.
The Argos catalogue, I mean, that was it was revolutionary, really, wasn't it? I mean, you could sit at home and do your browsing and your shopping in your on your just write numbers down and then just nip into town, stick them in, and then be told that half of them are out of stock.
Was that like our Fry's Electronics was here, or is it more of a department store?
Actually, the idea for Argos did come from America, where the guy
Maybe like Sears or something.
the guy that started it had been to America and he'd seen a catalog retailer where
Probably Gemco back then. Gemco was amazing.
This is like, because Argos started in 1973, so it would have been pre-73, and he'd seen something in America where, because the guy that started Argos was the guy behind a thing called Green Shield stamps. And you used to collect these stamps. They were loyalty stamps, so every time you spent £1 in the shop, you get a stamp. So if you spend £50, you get 50 stamps. Stick them in a book, and once you've got a book full, that's worth so many pounds off, and you can exchange it for goods from a catalogue. And he went to the US and he saw a retailer that was doing a similar thing with a catalogue, but they're just selling stuff. So like a department store, but with no departments, just a book full of everything.
Yeah.
So he said, well, I'm kind of halfway there with my organisation. He had a warehouse in Daventry. And he said, I can do this. So he started the first Argos store. And it was so popular that it was, I mean, I would say at the height in the 1980s, it was one of the biggest retailers in the country, if not, wider. I mean, actually, we did open stores overseas. Shook for briefly, but yeah, it was a kind of an American idea, and now it got bought up by a supermarket chain, and most of the stores are shut down, and they've got concessions now in the supermarket. So you go to a Sainsbury's store, and there'll be an Argos concession in there.
The Sears catalogue? Seen that?
Oh yeah.
That was like a classic catalogue in USA.
Sure. We had one company called Service Merchandise that basically was super clever because they operated a pretty big building because most of it was a warehouse, but the front had this tiny little storefront where they'd show just like 20, 30 major objects up front, but you could not go in there and just buy something without a catalog number and some more information because they didn't want you loitering and wasting everyone's time. They just have a few things out to play with. Most of the stuff was behind the door, and you had to go to the desk. It's like a will call and just order stuff.
That's exactly. So when Argos started, they put in a 3-stage process. So you had some catalogues in store, but you would get a catalogue from the shop and go home.
Yeah.
And then you'd go back into the shop. Yeah, you go back into the shop with your numbers, and then you had a 3-stage process. So you would go to one till, one checkout, and say, I want this, and they would tell you whether it was in stock or not. If it was in stock, they would put the order through. Then you go to the next till, you give them that ticket, and they take your money, and then you go to the final counter, and your goods would come down from the warehouse on a conveyor belt, and there you go. Stamp your receipt, Bob's your uncle, off you go.
It was very smart because it kept loiterers away. It kept theft down to almost nil, and
we rarely had shoplifting.
Yeah, and almost no staff to run it because there's no one helping customers outside.
Most of the time, the most employees would be upstairs. Towards the end of its life, the last sort of 10, 15 years of Argos's sort of traditional life, should we call it, they did try and get more things out in store and make it more appealing to sort of look around and see things, but they were all tied down and behind cases or cabinets most of the time. I think I only ever got to go. I think I only ever went to court once for a shoplifter in my entire decade there. It was minimal.
And before we had online ordering, that was how you got stuff.
That's it.
It was so convenient.
And they did cheap jewelry as well, which the kids loved.
Yeah, a lot of local companies started copying that model. It was smart too because you could be in a bad neighborhood and not worry about theft because all your shit's behind the counter.
Exactly.
So
I did buy a ring from Argos, about 500 quid, and then 2 years later it was valued at 2,000 quid. So
bad. Oh yeah, we used to sell every now and again. We'd have like the 1 carat diamond engagement rings and things, but most of the time the things that shot out of the door were all of the $9.99 necklaces and earrings and gift sets and stuff. It was, I mean, we sold some decent watches as well, not top of the line stuff, but yeah, it was a good little shop that.
What about Index?
Index
Your rivals.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Index was started up by Littlewoods, who'd already got the home shopping catalogue, and that was their answer to it. And yeah, they didn't last long. But it was essentially identical what they did. In fact, people would sometimes get us mixed up. It's funny, actually, in Bury St Edmunds, Argos tried to get a store in Bury St Edmunds for years, but they had an Index store, but they wouldn't let Argos put a store in there. And apparently Index, or Littlewoods, were known for, how should we say, financially persuading members of town councils, where they had a dominance to not let Argos in. Allegedly, I'll say. So.
No, I will believe that.
Yeah, Bury St Edmunds was going to be my store. When they eventually got one, that was going to be my shop. And then I left.
I miss Radio Shack. I know they were cheesy in a lot of ways, but I spent so many hours there over my youth.
Radio Shack was Tandy in the UK.
Tandy, yeah.
Yeah, we had shops, and we sold all the Radio Shack products.
Great for components and making little projects, fixing things, and just moving around. I got to know the guys there. There's a thing called a spiff list they had in the store, where you basically, if you know something are going to discontinue, you could get a really good deal on it, or discount of some kind, if you got to know the people there. So there was a whole other level of shopping there if you knew the guys.
Yeah, we had Tandy and Maplins for like components, electronics components. And we were going to Maplins in like 1988 and buying a load of resistors and shit and stuff to make a light pen for my ZX Spectrum.
Sure.
And yeah, they had everything in stock. It was really cool.
I would go to one store and get a magazine on how to build stuff, and then I go to Radio Shack and get all my parts, and then the same day I'm actually making stuff. It was really clever.
Yeah. But is Radio Shack dead now?
Oh yeah.
So I remember going.
So here's the funny thing: they totally did a business dress up. They took one right down the street from Apple, where I used to go all the time when I was working there, and they closed it for a while. One day it opened. It was all kind of garish and weird colors and super simplified packaging and new shelving and everything. They went from selling like no iPhone cases and no other stuff to selling a lot of the tchotchke stuff, but also rebranded a lot of their own products to simplify their product line. And it was such a turnoff. That single store was responsible for them to cascade and fail, because no one liked the new design. They were going to change all the stores in the area that same way, and it fucking died. It was really sad.
Yeah, I went south of San Francisco to Mission District. There's like a cinema down there, and I saw like a decrepit, dead Radio Shack shop, and it's just like really sad.
Yeah, I mean, Lady Attitude is right. They are still online. I bought stuff from Radio Shack prop online, but they never have anything in stock. It's not like it used to be. So I love their power adapters with all the little funky converters for all the different plug types, the barrel types. And a lot of times those are out of stock. I have to go third party for those. The adaptive plug. They call them adaptive plugs. I love those. Because I always buy stuff without power supplies. These guys sell shit online, never any fucking power supplies. So I have to go source one somehow. A lot of times they're not weird like Roland, where they have a custom power supply. You can just use a standard one. Korg, yeah. Korg has, well, they have different barrels. So Korg uses usually an M-size barrel, and Korg uses like, I think it's an H-size barrel. Those little yellow ones. Yeah.
Small.
And Sony Walkman was even worse. It was the tiniest one they ever made. Super skinny little barrel. Looks like it was going to break in 2 seconds.
That's why I bought one of these. Like everything.
Yeah,
Kent recommended this one
Yeah.
yeah,
with variable voltage and everything.
yeah. Don't drop it on the floor. It suddenly goes up to 15 volt.
Oh, okay.
You go, oops, that's a bit warm. Did you hear about what our illustrious government are trying to put through at the moment?
God, what now?
Oh, you love this. Shops in London have been complaining that tourists are not buying as much stuff as they used to, especially if they come from Europe, because they don't like the idea of having to pay this extra 20% tax that they wouldn't have to pay if they stayed in Europe, right? So nobody's buying stuff, right? So they are proposing, wait for it, VAT exemption for people from Europe when they shop here.
I used to do that.
Yeah, so you produce your proof of address and a passport, and you can buy your Armani handbag or whatever it is with the 20% off.
That's what used to happen.
Yeah,
But back then it would. I mean, I'm assuming these days it would be all done electronically. But we used to have to fill out forms. If you wanted to buy stuff and not pay your VAT or claim your VAT back, which is how it used to work,
yeah,
you had to fill out this bloody great form. We used to get, especially in Cambridge, when you got all the students would come in and the parents would bring them in, and they'd be flying in from all around the world,
yeah.
and they'd come to us and buy all this stuff, and then want VAT exemption certificates and everything. It's just
Well, they
absolutely
interviewed
arse.
this minister and they said, is this obviously, a negative impact from Brexit? And I go, oh, no, it's nothing to do with Brexit. Excuse me, you fucking morons. Of course it is. They were upset about being kicked out of the, what do they call it? The Communitive Scientific Research.
Yes, they're back in now.
Yeah, we're only just back in, but something to do with, but we had to sort out something with Northern Ireland. And it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. We didn't need to leave Europe. It fucked me bad, I'll tell you that. And I know some people who have voted Brexit, and I would secretly shoot them in the back of the head, to be honest. Well, not secretly, actually. Publicly, I think, and video it. As a warning to others.
Hey, quick question. Do the people who benefited from Brexit only benefit the initial time, or they continue to benefit from it?
Nobody's
Well,
benefited.
Nobody benefited.
benefit.
Nobody benefited from Brexit, apart from a certain group of individuals who think that by not being in Europe, it will stop the brown people coming in.
It's based on lies anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all
Well, I
the
figured it
very-
was a racial thing, part of it. Yeah.
Well, and all the very rich people who didn't like the fact that the EU was bringing in new tax laws that we would have had to have gone along with because we'd have been part of it. So lots of very rich people have saved themselves from paying huge amounts of extra tax, which is, again, pretty much what most
Well,
of us pay.
basically, it's based on the lie that the hospital would get £300 million.
Yeah, let's give the NHS 350 million.
It's amazing the power writing something on the side of a bus can have.
And that's complete bollocks.
Yeah, always was. They never had any intention of doing that, ever.
Then we left Europe and there was like a £42 billion bill or something. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, where's this come from?
Yeah.
So there was a benefit. It was only like a slight benefit, really? Is that the gist of it?
No
No.
benefit.
No benefits.
No benefit.
There's
No.
actually no benefit.
Wow. That's really stupid.
The value of the value of the country dropped quite significantly initially. It did slowly come back, but that's what markets do anyway. They drop, they recover, they drop, they recover. And then we just keep, well, we don't, but the Conservatives keep putting fucking morons in charge, who then turn around, fuck up, and the country loses another 44 trillion pounds
That was just ridiculous.
in a day.
Wow.
And they go, well, we better get them out and we'll put somebody else in. So they put in this sort of like Indian midget that we've got at the moment.
I tell you what, I play random shit off my file server to like a streaming like TV channel kind of thing. And spitting image comes up very often, and it's more relevant than ever.
Oh, yes, but image, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, like Arthgod said, people were duped. The thing is, intelligent people weren't.
No,
They seriously, with
but
one
without
iota
happiness-
of how things work, and you'd be going, "This is a really bad idea. Nobody's voting for this," but they did.
yeah.
So the argument for it looked like a moon landing hoax kind of thing.
Do you know what?
So-
I think, thinking about it, I think there was more lies during the Brexit fuck up. I think that was the best way of underlining it, than there was during the Trump primaries. To be honest.
oh boy,
Oh yeah.
that's saying a lot.
I couldn't vote
Some of the
during
lies were
Brexit.
bigger as well.
I was not eligible to vote because I hadn't lived in the UK and voted at the time, so I had no choice. I couldn't vote.
Yeah. But a guy laid out this scenario, which I thought was quite interesting. So, but this is just a scenario. How if it works out like this, it ought to be brilliant, I suppose. But a guy can walk into a car showroom and look at a brand new, let's say, Mini Cooper electric, right? And then a German person can come in and look at the same car, but he can have it for 20% cheaper than the bloke standing next to him. And that's the bottom line of it. And that's what they're trying to put through.
The Mini's a fucking BMW anyway, so...
Well, yeah. So, but it's just this whole sort of like, oh, you live in Britain, you must pay more. Yeah. Well, hang on a minute. What? No, just hang on a second. No.
That was
and it's like all this ULEs. They just they're pushing towards that pay per mile. That's what they want. And that will cover the entire country. That's not going to be just London. That's everywhere. Literally every road in the country will be tolled in some form or other. Because that's what they want. Love that. Have some of that, mate.
I heard an argument about why people voted for Brexit. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, a third of the country voted for it, a third of the country voted against it, and a third of the country couldn't give a fuck.
Well, a third of the country didn't think the other third were going to be so fucking stupid.
Exactly, yeah.
Is more like it.
But the argument was that these people voted for Brexit, or significant numbers maybe of these people voted for Brexit, not because they didn't want the brown people coming in on boats, and not because of any specific EU benefit, but the fact that for so many years, through so many different governments, be it Tory or Labour, they get fucked over by other things, nothing to do with our membership of the EU. They just get fucked over. And what Brexit was to them was a fundamental, or the opportunity to make a fundamental change. It was almost like they said, what else have we got? Because every time we vote for our government, we just get a carbon copy. One's red, one's blue. It doesn't really matter. We might be actually, we just might shake things up and stick a middle finger up at the establishment and say, do you know what? Fuck it, let's go. Let's do it. And the more you think about it, the more you think, actually, because when you meet people that vote Brexit, and I've met a number, and a lot of them regret it because it hasn't really worked out for them.
How is it ever going to?
Well, exactly. But a lot of them regret it. But they're not racist people. So
no, but there was a certain contingent.
Well, there is.
You can't ignore it. There was a certain contingent.
There's this theory that says not everyone that voted for Brexit was racist, but every racist voted for Brexit.
Yeah.
Which you could argue that was probably fairly accurate. But
it's an interesting Venn diagram, yeah.
Yeah. But some people in our society felt so frustrated, so not listened to, so ignored, so fed up of the status quo, that they just thought, here's a chance for us to fundamentally shake things up, stick a middle finger up at the establishment and go, yeah, fuck it, let's do it.
Well, in that sense,
Tell you
they're
what,
right.
You know, and
Anytime someone, a British person, has a chance to stick their finger up at the establishment, they will do it because
Yeah, but there's a
it's in our
flaw in
nature.
that. There's a flaw in that argument because the current government were pushing for Brexit, so all they were doing was giving them what they fucking wanted. At no point did the Tories go, "Oh, do
Well,
you know
the current
what?
government is
If the
conservative.
Tory if the Tory government were
Because
thinking
the current government is conservative, and David Cameron definitely did not want Brexit to happen.
no, but apparently nor did Boris Johnson.
no.
But
No,
once he was
probably not.
Prime Minister, was really
He
up
fucked
for
up.
it.
I
He
mean,
saw it as an
he should go to
opportunity.
jail,
Yeah.
to be honest, because
Yeah.
he had that.
So
£200 million
the whole thing about voting for it because it'll, stick a finger up at them, is stupid.
Yeah.
It's just stupid because you're literally doing exactly what you wanted them. Because at no point ever did you hear any of the main parties, the main members of the Tory party at any point saying Brexit was a bad idea. Not fucking once. So the voting for Brexit argument means they were fucking morons as well. Because they were doing exactly what the fucking government was asking them to do. So that's
Well,
no
there should
result
be
at
some
all.
kind of repercussions, some kind of crime-based
But
repercussions, because
it
they
won't.
deceived everybody. You
Yeah,
know,
they did.
you can't have politics based on deception and who has the most money.
It's my version of reality, mate.
It's like the that document.
Yeah, but you didn't hear from them much, did you, Steve? That's the point.
There was a bunch of documents that a lady, she was a translator in she was working for the NSA. Reality, that was her name. Reality singer or something. And she leaked a document that basically proved Russia's interference in the 2016 American elections. That Russia deliberately interfered and succeeded in a number of ways. And she released this document to, an online news outlet, and then she got arrested. She served the longest time ever in American history for, releasing information, secret government information to a third party. But the thing is, even though this document has been kind of verified and it was true, and it was in American intelligence, proving that Russia had interfered in the 2016 election, and that Donald Trump was to some extent involved or benefited from that. Nothing happened in terms of the American electoral system or taking people to court over this, because the GOP benefited from that, and it's better for them to support Trump to keep the numbers on their side than it is for them to come out against him. This is the quandary that they face at the moment, is that they need to keep Trump, for want of a better phrase, alive, in the party, because if they don't, it will split, and then the Democrats will win every time. So, yeah, it's they'll never bring people. Cameron called for Brexit simply to appease those in his party that were, that had been there for decades, anti-EU. But they were getting a little bit more vocal because Nigel Farage was getting a bit of, momentum with the UKIP party. So he decides to call this, thinking that there's no way that the British public will vote for it, and that'll shut them up, okay, well, you want out of the European Union. Here you go. Here's a vote. And in the back of his head, he's going, they're not going to vote for that. And then they fucking did.
Well, they kind of did. I mean, it's also gained by Russia taking out millions of Facebook ads and like
I mean, forget any sort of outside involvement. The fact that the referendum was not a legal referendum, so the outcome of the referendum did not have to be acted upon, and it stated that in all the referendum information. If you read it, it just said, this is an advisory referendum. The government want to know what the people think. Based on what the people think, it will then feed into government policy. That was the nature of the referendum. If you went on the website, that's what it said on the website.
Also, 50.1% is ridiculous.
Exactly,
It should be a more...
But even so, I mean, it is ridiculous. It should be 66 or above.
Exactly. Yeah.
It should be a minimum of 66.
A clear direction.
Yeah. But even so, the referendum did not have to be acted upon. We did not have to leave the EU just because the Yes campaign won. The fundamental basis of the referendum is it was advisory, and that was that. Everything else that happened afterwards was just people running scared, people seeing this as an opportunity, and nobody questioned it. Nobody, even most sides of government and opposition, there were plenty of people that supported this, and so it just went through, and we just let it go through.
Well, we didn't let it go through; it just happened,
Well,
imagine
if that had happened in France. Imagine if that had happened in France. What do the French do? The moment they think the government shafted them,
they burn down the fucking Champs-Elysees, and
they fucking riot. They get out on the streets. They tell the government exactly what they fucking feel. It won't happen.
No, because this is a British democracy, not a democracy.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we are not that so distances from the French people. It's like there are very many peoples around the world who are, couldn't even imagine rioting like the French do. And we are not that far disremoved.
Well, maybe what we need is a reset like France had.
Vive la revolution.
Yeah. Let's get the guillotines out. Sort them out.
Yeah, but I think we have...
I look, for instance, the borough council that we have here is typical of what happens in government, right? Our borough council currently charge, I think at the moment it stands at £2,300 community charge a year, right? And they're bankrupt. They're bankrupt, okay, and they can't do anything. If you ask them for, you say for instance, like, there's this massive pothole has appeared in Gaddison Road, which it did, right? And the whole road just sank away, and everybody this side of number 4 and Vernon Close couldn't get out of the road. The only way to get out is to drive up onto the pavement and go round it, right?
It's a bit like when Kent has a CS80 delivered.
Yeah, exactly. They probably blamed the CS80s for it. Hi, darling. So,
Andy.
And we all hit up.
Oh, yeah, Wags.
Right? We all hit them up. And we all got an instant response email from the council saying, it's already been taken care of, it's done. And we're all out there looking at the hole in the road. And it took, I think, 2 weeks, and then a big truck come down and put a big piece of cast iron plate over it and drove off. And in doing so, drove over it and bent it. And then it remained like that for about 2 months. And then eventually a crew turned up and filled it in. But it's still a bit bumpy. So, and in a borough where you're paying 2,300 quid a year, you expect something to be done a little bit quicker. But no, And apparently they're very rude now. If you go online and look up Epsom Borough Council and look at their star rating, they've got 1.5 stars. And that's because you can own a minimum of 1 star has to be given. If
So what would happen if you lived a mile down the road?
Yeah.
If
And
you live in a good area, so what would happen if you lived like a mile down the road?
Well, it's weird because one of the things I read was that Oxford Council get an awful lot of complaints as well. I think Oxford, Oxford's a bit affluent as well, isn't it? I would have thought. But this lot down here, awful. So, and that reflects basically government as well. They take the money and give you nothing in return. They just expect you to pay more. So.
We've got a couple of things going on with Torbay Borough Council. We've got the Old Way Mansion, which was the private home of the Singer family of the sewing machine fame. Was council offices for God knows how long, and they closed them 10 years ago. And this fucking beautiful mansion and all the grounds and everything started falling apart. Nobody's allowed to touch it because it's still Torbay property. And it's a listed building, and it's just falling to bits. And massive uproars. The council going, fuck it, we're not doing anything with it. Leave it.
How much is the piece of land worth?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, so they'll wait till it actually goes beyond repair. Oh, it's not economical to repair it, so then they can bulldoze it.
Well, they tried it with another, an Edwardian building that we've got on the harbour in Torquay, and there was such an uproar over. They were going to put a 5-story block of flats on it. They were going to flatten this Edwardian. It was a skating rink, but it's now a local landmark. They were going to flatten it and put a 5-story block of flats on it. Such an uproar that it went to, oh God, who's the minister that deals with planning applications and all that sort of shit? You know, it hit minister level.
Cunty McCuntface.
Yeah. That got squashed, so the Democratic Council had to change what they were going to do. The last local elections we had, Conservatives got voted in, and guess what? It's all back on the fucking table. The next thing was there was a 1960s car park in Paynton, and it was a fucking eyesore. They ended up having to compulsorily buy it to flatten it. Liberal Democrats bought it. Right, we're going to put 500 new homes on the site of this car park. They flattened it. The Tories got in, and the £10 million earmarked for the redevelopment of the site is now no longer available.
They built a car park.
Yeah, it's called a car space now.
Yeah, well, it's basically just a fucking building site, because they've said once it's finished, once the demolition's finished, nothing's happened.
Well, look, I'll give you an idea. Our next door neighbour, right? He got a bill. What was it? It'd be about 3 years now. 3 years ago, he got a bill from the council saying he hadn't paid his rent. So he phoned them up and said, "Well, I don't pay rent. I own the house." And they went, "Well, we'll look into it." And they come back and they said, "Oh, okay, right. We've made the correction." And all the rest of it. All right, cool. He still gets the bill, but every time he gets the bill, it's got the fine on it, which gets bigger and bigger every time they send it. And every time he phones the council and says, "I own the house. I don't pay rent on it." 3 years. It's still going on. Well, it's astronomical now. Absolutely huge, but they still keep sending it out.
Right, he needs to get in touch with the land registry and get the documents and send them and say, if you send me another bill, I will be taking legal action against you.
I think he did that. I think he's done that already. I don't know whether any more has come from it, but I'll know the next time he's shouting over the fence at me, waving a piece of it. Bill like that.
Hey, Ken, got another bill.
Yeah, that's me, really? So yeah, they can't do anything about anything. So
fucking hell.
Still got the shit in it.
Yeah, but how do you bankrupt a council that gets that much money? You know, it's just, they're getting 2,300 quid from, every bought
But the thing is
house
that
in the
ca-
fucking area.
But councils are being expected to fund, and I'm not saying this is that particular council, but council budgets from central government are being drastically reduced, and the only way that the local authority can increase their income is to bump up the council tax, which the people don't like, especially when, like you said, the services aren't being provided. So there is central government again has a lot to answer for when it comes to stuff like this.
Oh, agreed. But the thing of the whole setup about borough councils is simply a spawning ground for new MPs. So they don't give a fuck about the community. Most of them don't even live in the borough that they're fucking representing.
Well, no.
And it's just like, oh, look at me, I'm really good at the job because I've saved so much money because we've screwed everybody. Can I have a job as an MP now? And that's all it's
How
about.
much do houses cost in your area, Kent? Why don't you buy next door neighbours?
These are at the moment, I think now, $590,
Jesus.
and it's a 3-bedroom. It's 19 feet square, basically.
Well, the
Kent's
minimum
house-
house in Switzerland is like $1 million.
It's a fucking tiny little house.
Kent's house here would probably go for about 285 to 300,000.
Yeah.
It's just because where he is, Epsom, Surrey, Greenbelt,
exactly.
M25, Heathrow, easy access to London.
Well, I bought a house similar to Kent's in around 2002 for about 65,000.
Whereabouts, Squags?
Like
In
I
Leeds, yeah.
told you on Wednesday, the prices of these houses from 2020 to 2023 went up 263%.
Yeah.
And nothing's changed apart from nobody's fucking doing anything anymore. We're still waiting for the garden bin to get collected. It's 2 months on now, still waiting. Keep
I
finding
can
out.
relate to that.
Yeah.
They keep putting the prices up locally for.
And then cutting the supports.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you earlier, Kent, say that how is it that a council can bankrupt itself?
I don't think
Birmingham
it bankrupt
did it.
itself. What I think it is the money is drained off.
Oh, Birmingham
I
City Council.
have a theory on how they do it. That's only because I know people who are developers, and from what they tell me, what they say is that when you've got large development projects, let's say you've got a development project where they're going to be building more than 10 houses on even just like they're going to knock down a large house similar to the one I'm living in, and they're going to build like 6 or 7 houses. There's not a lot of room for, shall we say, creative accounting. But when you've got, say, a development where you've got 10 houses or more, i.e. 20, 50, basically the bigger the number, what happens is you need a larger committee to, shall we say, go and see things like, oh, are you going to put a school there? Let's send him from that department to make sure they're doing it right. And what's actually happening is you'll have, say, maybe 10, 20, up to 50 people purportedly from a department. And some of them are, shall we say, looking for ways to make a few quid in order to get certain things done more efficiently, or perhaps. And if there's a lack of compliance, it's like, well, you don't want this held up for the next 5 months or 5 years, do you? And to cut a very long, complicated sort of thing short, money is being shown to go through a system, but there's even more money that's going through somewhere else. And never the twain shall meet. And so there's underbilling, overbilling, etc., etc.
Yeah.
It's like you've got a council, you'll have a council.
We're talking about a council here, right? That just sold the school playing field at the back here to a development company who built 171 houses on it.
That's a lot.
On that field. You know how big that field was. It wasn't that big. right?
Yeah.
So that's all these extra community charges they're getting now, right? All the machinery to help build this housing estate destroyed the roads, right? It opens out onto a road that's essentially now one way. But then they can't make up their mind which way the one way should be yet. They still haven't worked that out. So cars are meeting cars and they're having to drive up on the greens to get around each other and stuff like that. And a year on, it's still like that, right? So they've had all this extra money come in, right, from the sale of the land and then all the stuff coming in. Now, a road sweeper, you know, the old big trucks with the old brush and the hoover.
Brush and yeah.
There was one out there 2 days ago going around that housing estate. We haven't seen one down our road for 25 years. That's all that's all you fucking need to know about them.
But it's like that with any council. I went to, when I lived in the village that I was in before I moved here, I went to the local parish council to raise some concerns I had about traffic going through the village. And when I mentioned the fact that because to drive a lorry through that village you need a permit, there are apparently strict rules that say any lorry that comes in from certain directions has to come into the village a certain way, because there are 2 or 3 businesses on the outskirts of the village that have regular lorries for whatever purpose. And when I raised this point about lorries going through the village, and shouldn't we be looking at building an access road that can come from the main road directly to where these businesses are without them going through the village, and then preventing accidents, kids getting run over, pets being killed, houses falling down because of the vibration, because a lot of the houses in the village were built many, many years ago and have very shaky foundations. I got shut down pretty quickly, and it was only afterwards that I found out that 2 of the parish, and this is parish council, this is like the smallest council you can get.
The real jobs work for there.
Yeah, 2 of them were somehow connected to these businesses. Okay, right, there you go.
When you say somehow, can you elaborate on that without getting into trouble?
Deliberately.
Deliberately what?
Deliberately.
No, can you elaborate on that, Rob? I mean, what were they? Were they like silent partners in?
Yes, they were associated with the business in a business sense.
How is that then? How can they then be allowed? See, this is it. This is where the system's so fucking broken.
So when positions
because
came
somebody's
up,
done something worse, and it doesn't have the same impact anymore.
A parish councillor retired, died, or whatever, and there was a vacancy on the thing. And
right, so it's let's get him in.
No. But what I'm trying to explain here is that it's the absolute ambivalence, the apathy of the people that live in the village. That most of the people that live in the village are ordinary, good, honest, working people with kids, families, and stuff. But there's a small number of incredibly affluent, successful people that own a lot of the land or the property or the businesses that are in that village. It's a very small, but it's like a microcosm of anywhere, really.
Yeah.
There's one particular family who owns so much land, and for example, they sold some land to a developer, or they've worked in partnership with a developer, and they put these plans to the council to put these houses in this particular place, and a lot of the locals said no, because this is going to become a rat run through an existing housing estate that doesn't sort of connect. And they said, oh no, we shan't do that. And I saw the plans a few weeks ago. They've done it. So now this nice little secluded, family-oriented area of the village will now have cars cutting through, because it'll be a quick way to get out to the main road. Now, when I suggested that a similar sort of road could be built outside of that so that the lorries could come, oh no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. Except one of the biggest houses in that village is owned by a guy. I don't know who he is. He's a multi-millionaire. he built his own road so that he didn't have to drive through the village. So it's a private access road from the main road that runs past the Norwich Ipswich road, and it only goes to his house. And he could do it, but he couldn't do it for the lorries in the the villagers and for the safety of the buildings and the people in the community. It's wherever you go. Whether it's
Imagine the
council,
amount of clout you must have in order to build a road. What you've described to me is basically like, if I leave here and think, hang on a minute, every time I go that way, it's just aggravation because there's two sets of lights before a right turn.
Yeah.
Why don't I just build my own? That's unreal. You must have some very deep pockets to do that. To get through planning and all of that quick.
His house is right on the edge of the village, and there's big walls around it, and it's a massive, massive place. Right. I don't know what he's involved with, what his businesses are, but yeah, when I first moved to the village, I saw this road. I drove past it, the entrance to it off the A140, which is the main road that goes past. And where does that go? And I almost turned up it to go and drive. And then I asked someone in the village, and they said, "Oh, that belongs to it's a private road. That's just so that he doesn't have to drive in and out of the village." That was his.
He must have a title of some sort, lords or QC.
And that's another thing. Yeah, that's another thing around here. Every small community has a lord of the manor or something, which will be a title that is either hereditary or was bought after somebody died and there was nobody else to inherit it. Like the village my mum lives in, the guy there bought the hereditary title when the last line of that family, died and there was nobody to hand it on to. So, apparently the government puts them up for sale, so he bought it.
Right, but does he have a fairlight?
Does he have a fairlight? No, but what he does have...
You could sell him one, Rob.
This is what pissed my mum off, because my mum's like a local historian, and she wanted access to records from like 16th, 17th century, because the village, I forget which king it was, but the king granted a special order to this village for some, I can't remember what it was for. Anyway, my mum wanted access to the records, and he wouldn't let have access to what essentially were public records, but he threw up a bit, "Oh no, you can't do this." He's an absolute dick.
There's a thing in the because I've bought property and it's on rent and stuff. Every time you go through it, I actually sat and listened. That the guy who originally did my legal work, he's now retired. He did so well on the and fair play to him. He was a good guy as well, because he moved up to, he was an associate, became a director of the law firm. He's retired, but I'd say, what does that mean? Chancel and all this. And that's when he told me that I think apparently about 80-odd%, especially in London more so, a lot of the land in London is owned by His Majesty. I was about to say Her Majesty, but it's actually owned by the monarchy.
Yeah.
Is London Duchy of Lancaster then? Right, it's interesting what you say there, SR. I'm sorry, I don't know your actual name. SR.
Shaker.
Hello, Shaker. I know you've been on here before. But, Sheffield, for example.
Yeah.
Virtually all the land in Sheffield is owned by the Duchy of Norfolk, and it's administered by Sheffield City Council. So my ground rent, which is technically payable to the Duchy of Norfolk, is collected by Sheffield City Council now and then passed on. It's part of my community charge. Is that what it's called? No, council tax.
Council tax.
Council tax, community charge.
Yeah, they prefer to call it community charge because it doesn't sound as bad.
And it's not a lot. I mean, when I first moved in here, I actually paid my ground rent directly to the Duchy of Norfolk.
Yeah.
And it was something like £20 a year. It wasn't a lot of money.
Yeah.
But then I'm looking around and I'm going, bloody hell, if every single property here in Sheffield is paying 20 quid, I mean, that's a lot of 20 quids.
Yeah, I think ground rent.
I'd just like to
Yeah,
put the
ground
record
rent.
straight. The Duchy of Norfolk has nothing to do with the county of Norfolk. It's actually
No,
based
no,
in
no.
Sussex, isn't it, or something?
Well, it's I mean, all the street names. Aaron, we you know,
Arundel,
we
yeah.
call it Arundel Gate, but it's Arundel Gate. Yeah, I mean, it's funny, yeah. The Duchy of Lancaster. They're nowhere near Lancaster, are they?
No,
You know, the Duke of York. Where does he live?
up his own arse.
Well, yeah,
Robbie, you saw those bollards
perhaps one or two other
around the
people's
garages.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, when you took me around the garage to show me your bollards, yeah.
Took you around the garage, show me the bollards. Right, those bollards, right, on one side of the bollards, those garages are owned by Surrey District Council,
Right,
and Epsom and Ewell Council own the ground the other side of the bollards.
right.
And that's the one that's got all the fly tipping and nothing's been done with it, right? And at the moment, one of those bollards is broken, where a truck backed into it.
That's it, yeah,
Right.
show me.
And for 2.5 years, Epsom District Council and Surrey County Council have been arguing over who should repair the bollard. Okay? So, a more pressing matter that we had was, you know, these fucking moths that were accidentally introduced to Britain that are quite a massive irritant? These caterpillars, they give off these hairs and it gets buried
right.
into the skin and stuff, or the eyes.
I don't know what the fuck are you talking about, Ken?
There is
What?
introduced to Britain by accident in 2004.
moths.
When?
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
I don't know what it's about, but we've got
Neither do I.
loads of them, right? Loads of them are in the oak tree down the bottom here, and Epsom District Council put out a leaflet saying, "Oh, if you see a nest of these, please inform us," and all the rest of it. So we informed them and said, "There's a massive caterpillar nest up the tree here," and they go, "Okay," and they sent down a tree expert who looked up at it and said, "No, it's all right, you haven't."
There you go. It's the
No.
invasive. What's it called?
The invasive
oak
flappy
pre-
hairy
oak-
moth.
Oak processionary moth was accidentally introduced to London in imported oak trees in around 2006 and
Oh,
has since spread
2006.
around the southeast, as well as being a pest of oaks. Its caterpillars can cause irritation and, in serious cases, allergic reactions for people and animals.
Yeah, and apparently the moths can as well, but if you make direct contact with the moth, like one that hits you in the fucking face while you're walking down the garden, for instance. Right, so anyway, so we informed them, and we got the standard email come back, it's already been dealt with. The guy sends in his report saying, no, we haven't got them. So we paid 500 fucking quid to a professional tree surgeon to come down and have a look. We didn't know it was going to cost 500 quid at the time, by the way. And he looked up and he goes, yeah, there they are there. Clear as bright, you know, it's that big white patch underneath that fucking limb there. I go, yeah. He says, right. He says, I'll fill out the forms and everything and I'll submit it. And he submitted it to the council and they got back to us and said, yes, it's been dealt with. I went, no, it isn't. I can see it. And I said, I'm on the phone to them. I go, I can see it. I'm looking at it now. So it hasn't been dealt with. And I go, you built all this housing estate out here, and there's loads of kids playing out here, you know, and all the rest of it.
When you, sorry
Still
to cut
there.
in, you know, when you deal with these people, try to keep written records. So send emails and ask for names and stuff like that.
Won't
I say
give 'em.
this because
Won't give them.
yeah,
They won't give them.
don't you?
No.
No, Kent, you've got to persist because we had an issue here where the road on the side of our house, we were being blamed for a water leakage along the road and saying, oh, it's coming from our plumbing. And then some kind Gentile from up the road who's got nothing to do, put in the complaint and said, oh, it's got to be their house. Well, I kept a record of everything, and then I called out Severn Trent because I said, look, I had to say to the guy from the council, look, with all due respect, I think his name was Steve, but let's just go with Steve for now. I said, with all due respect, Steve, you have to appreciate that I don't have the level of knowledge and literacy about ground soil and topology and everything that you might have. And I don't have the time to really, pardon the pun, dig that deep and find out what's going on. And I said, well, what can I do? I don't want to get sued by the council. And if there's somebody here, and anyway, to cut a long story short, I called Severn Trent, not once, but twice. And the second time the guy came round, I actually went for a walk with him right round the perimeter to see. And then he actually found a small water main, and he discerned when he lifted up the cover, because it was easy to miss. He could have just walked past it because it was just like a very small little flap on the pavement, like a metal little thing that opened up. And when he looked at the meter, it was flying. And he said, well, that's not your property. He said, I think it's that property. And then he wrote out a card, put it in there, that person's door. And 2 days later, I said, Steve, what's happened? He goes, I'm ringing you, Mr. Dane. You'll be pleased to know I'd never suspected it was your property. I go, will you pass it all on to the council? And he was so gracious. He did it. I said, can I have a copy for my records? So I had this huge file of PDFs and all these emails. And when the guy from the council, somebody from the council then, they badgered my father when I was in Spain. I said, Dad, who came round? And he goes, oh, some guy was saying, oh, look, we've got to do this and that. And we need, I said, leave it to me. So while I was in Spain, I actually rang the guy. And I said, first, leave my father alone. Secondly, you've heard from Severn Trent. Third, I'll ping you. From my phone, I actually sent him a little file. And I said, in the name of God, don't bother us again. Otherwise, I'm going to then have to seek legal representation.
Yeah.
Because it was just harassment.
All right. Well, in all honesty, when I was talking about these caterpillars that were accidentally introduced in 2000 whatever, right? How many people here actually thought I'd fucking lost it and was talking
I did.
Bollocks?
For a second,
right.
I thought, what's he going on about?
Well, so did the woman from the council, from the department that sent me the leaflet telling me to look out for them. Okay? She said, oh, no, you're imagining that. And considering what I've been going through for the last year with certain memory issues, I didn't go down well. To say the least, you know what I mean? And I'm going, what, really? And all the rest of it. In the end, she just blanked me, talked over the top of me, and hung up. And when you go to their website and look at their responses and stuff like that, it's like, oh my God, one person just put thieves, right? But what was interesting, it was a couple right down the bottom. There was some very, very helpful, got everything sorted out, blah, 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 blah. And this is how stupid they are. One of the reviews, as it were, which had a glowing review about Epsom District Council, was one of the councillors. He didn't even disguise his name. Because you can go to the top of the page and there's his name. And he didn't even, it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. Not only are they useless, they're also fucking morons as well. They can't. So,
oh, Kent, by the way, sorry to cut in. You know the Korg DS8 that I asked you about, and I've actually given it to a guy who's an ex-Korg engineer. He's down in Dunstable. Do you know what I'm on about? He's independent. Clive Bonner.
It rings a bell.
Yeah, he's got it. He actually, I gave it to him a couple of months ago. Yeah. And he's actually told me, I had a feeling it wasn't just the battery. He said, oh.
So you said it rang a bell?
Thank you.
I'm slow. It's too slow.
Trust Mr. FM to it.
Yeah. And it's ironic because the DS8's actually a 4-operator FM synth, isn't it?
Yeah,
even though it's a spectral synthesizer. And Clive said that he reckons one of the boards might have actually shorted out. And because he was Korg's in-house guy for years, he just off the top of his head, I think he said, They might have some of those boards in there. I'll have a look for you.
I'll pay.
Because if the board has gone, if there's something shorted, then it's just going to be junk, isn't it? I don't even know why I gave it.
Depends. It depends. It depends on what goes.
Because he said he replaced the battery and everything, and he goes, it's still crashy, and then he said the buttons have seen better days, and I thought, I can't remember when I bought it back in the early 90s whether the buttons were like that to begin with, but.
Well, the thing is, if it's tack switches, if they're worn tack switches, I mean really worn, i.e. they don't really spring very much, they will make it crash when you turn it on.
Interesting.
I still have 2 dead core DW8000s I need to fix. They're probably toast for good.
That's so sad.
I love those things. I got a second one because the other one was not acting well, and it's just as fucking bad as the first one. So
I have a DW8000 manual in German, and the reason for that is I've actually had 2 of them. The first one I bought from a guy in the UK. I didn't even pass it to Kent. It was in that bad shape. If I remember correctly, I might have just dumped it in the skip or something, local tip. The second one did work, but it came from Germany, and hence the manual was in German. I had it for about a year, and then I think I sold it on. I can remember thinking to myself that it wasn't as instant as I thought it'd be in terms of responsiveness, or maybe it was just mine. It just seemed like there was a little bit of delay.
I grew up with those machines. I grew up with the Poly 800 and the Korg DW6000. I've still got the DW6000, but it's probably very
you grow
dead.
Up in the Korg factory.
And well, I am a bit man at Korg. I've got loads of Korg bits, and like you've got Yamaha, I've got Korg, and
Let's call the whole thing off.
And I never found them difficult to program. You know, all the parameters and everything are on the front panel, and they're easy to use. I mean, you talk about the response. I mean, you talk about on the I've no idea about the DW8000 particularly because I never owned one, but the DW6000, the data entry slider, it's laggy. Is that what you were meaning?
It. Yes.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, you move in, it doesn't instantly change, but it catches itself up. It's laggy. Yeah, it is a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to have my DW6000. Kent. When I next visit you, don't you dare bring me a fucking DW6000 that you've not switched on in 30 years.
Fucking God. You say potato, I say fuck off, I want chips.
Rob, can I ask you, which of the DXs is the cleanest sounding from the originals? Is it the large DX1?
None of them.
Got the clean...
They all sound horrible.
Oh, no. Which one's that? Is that the one that Kent used to have in his...
Yeah, that's the Pistain DX1.
That's definitely not the cleanest.
Hilton's piss splashes on it.
DX1 and DX5 have got the cleanest 12-bit DACs in them.
Yeah.
But if you go for the DX...
You can't call that the cleanest one, surely.
Well, yeah.
It wasn't Piston, it was anointed.
Anointed by great ones.
But the Mark IIs, so like DX7 Mark II, TX802 have got 16-bit DACs, and so therefore are known for being a lot cleaner sonically.
Okay, how is it? How does? Who's that?
I bought two TX. I bought 2 TX7s this week.
All right.
2 TX7s, wow.
Yeah, two TX7s.
Okay, Rob, you know the YM chips that Yamaha made for arcade machine use?
Yes.
And for the Sega, the Mega Drive?
Yeah.
How are those different from the ones that went in the DXs? Are they of lower
most of those
quality?
4-up.
So I did that with my lips.
25
They're 4-up chips.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
And they tend to be
chips.
But they're multi-timbral, all of them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are some chips, but the
DX11 and the TX81Z are all multi-timbral, and they're 4-up, and
I'm feeling tired all of this.
V50 as well. They're all
Pretty cat.
4-up.
Pretty cat.
Yeah. And the FBO one.
Sorry, can we take a moment? Bloody DXs, they all just go dong anyway. So can Can we congratulate Jim on his magnificent performance on Friday night? Because it was absolutely brilliant.
Good job, Jim.
Yeah.
Many props.
You're megastar, Jim.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that a lot. It was a
I
lot of
haven't seen
fun.
that.
Everybody loves your performance, so yeah.
Thank you for getting me a sticker, by the way.
Yes, I've got one. You can have a sticker. You can have a sticker. I don't know how many I've got, but I've got some.
Oh, good. We got the Dom stickers that we were giving out.
And I tell you what, you know, I kept looking at that sticker during my set and thinking of Dom and like,
Oh, good.
like
Yeah.
it was me and him together, you know.
Oh,
It was, yeah. Whew, yeah, that kind
it
of
was a really good set. I totally enjoyed the night. I thought it was
Yeah.
great.
It was excellent, and meeting everyone was superb as well. And you know, so shout out to Tim Dale and Cy Technomatic. It's like it's like speaking to these people that then they give you their Google handle and like, oh, I know who you are. You know, it's like
Yeah.
really funny, but yeah. So no, it was a really good night. Really enjoyed it, and yeah, it was epic, and yeah.
Can I give you a bit of inside info, Jim? Actually,
Yeah, go on.
Jamie Smith has put up on his Facebook page that he's going to do a head charge night on New Year's Eve here in Sheffield.
Ooh.
I thought you might be interested. So, I
Been a
don't
while
know
since
quite.
I did a New Year's Eve in Sheffield.
Yeah, I don't know quite what his plans are yet. I'm gonna ring him in the next couple of days and say what you're planning. He mentioned it to me a while ago and asked me to keep completely stum, and I have. But it's up on his Facebook page
Right.
now, so
Cool.
it means it's open. So
Is that at the Archers?
I don't know yet.
Yeah.
I don't know whether it's.
called
Do you know?
now, but
There
yeah.
is it's niche down there now, isn't it? The niche club moved.
Oh right.
So I'll find out, but it'll be. I mean, you know, Grace and I were talking about it, and obviously because you know, Chillage people were Archers regulars. You were an Archers regular,
Yeah.
head charge regular. So I think he'd be definitely up for
Yeah.
it, Jim.
Cool.
I really think he would. So
Excellent. One of the best New Year's Eves in.
Strangle Jeff.
sorry, Wagon.
Jeff is sat there chilling out. Let's go fucking strangle him.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm listening.
the Archers are an upstairs and an downstairs.
Yeah, I was
and
going
an
to
out-
say we should jump in here and say hello to Jeff before he slips into a coma.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
Jeff.
yeah.
Yeah, hello, Jeff.
I'm going to
It's
nip off
slipping
for
down.
now.
Where's the blonde wig, Jeff?
There you go.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
See you in a bit, Rob.
Cheers,
All right,
See you, Rob. See
Hey,
ya.
Robbie.
Yeah, and cheers Wagyu for plugging the album.
Yeah, no worries.
I've
We're
had
gonna
some
strangle
course,
Jeff.
your album's
feedback. Yeah, I've had some incredible feedback about that. It's been amazing.
Everybody loved it, you know. And in the comment section as well, everybody loved your fucking.
Sorry, Jim. Is it on Bandcamp?
It's on Bandcamp. It's on
Yeah.
Spotify, Apple Music.
Under
No, I
James
can use-
Glue.
I'll need to buy
James
it.
Glue, not Jim Glue.
Back in a mo.
James
Sorry.
Glue, yeah. So
Yeah, you put in Jim Glue and
yeah,
don't find
it's-
yeah,
No, it's
nothing
going to be
comes out.
James. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we thought he was just lying.
yeah.
Released by a soul.
I'm dyslexic. No, I'm not really. But
But
yeah.
people love your stuff, man.
Oh no, cheers. It's
Jim, it's the Staircase Mind, yeah?
yeah. So it's 7 tracks, 55 minutes of it's a continuous mix from start to finish.
Oh, is it? Coolly Woolly?
Yeah, a bit like
Yeah.
I do the live.
Because I'm going to
sets, so-
need that and Andy's in the workshop tomorrow when I start working on that JP6 to stop it from smashing it to bits with a hammer.
No, you'll probably think the synth's gone faulty if you put mine on.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry. The synths that are faulty are in front of me, not behind me.
Cool.
Don't worry.
Because there's like loads of glitchy stuff on mine.
Oh, cool.
Right. So
Yeah. So
There
I
was
still remember songs where there was skips in the cassette,
Mm.
and even when I play them in my head, they had to skip.
So, Jim, in the set you played Friday, there was one part that sounded so familiar. Was that, I don't know. I'm not saying you copied anyone. I think I heard what you've done before.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So I've not. There's no samples of anybody in.
No.
Stuff, so you know. Or,
No.
you know.
But it's something sounded so.
Jim, are you PRS? Are you PRS registered?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, what's PRS?
It's the
Performing Rights Society.
So
there's also MCPS, which is a Mechanical Copyright Society.
And in the US, they've got like BMI and ASCAP.
BMI,
and
yep, I'm with them as well, and I'm also with ASCAP because I think BMI is there's a bit of a hanging in the air situation going on there.
Right.
Apparently, it's something to do with their reporting methods. So,
yeah.
Right.
Wait, Jim, are you saying you didn't use AI in any of your album at all? No, no influence.
Any what? Sorry, Andy.
AI?
No.
Oh.
No. The only bit of anything resembling that is the probability stuff on the electron boxes.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And, and then there's lots of circuit bent samples and stuff that I use.
If you use AI, do you have to put it on the back as a credit?
Contains AI guidance.
Yeah.
It's all HI, human intelligence.
Just think Alan Turing. That's good enough.
Yeah.
there's a guy, I mean, on YouTube, there's loads of people who do AI things. There's a guy who's basically remade the Beach Boys / Brian Wilson's Smile, and he's actually regenerated some of the vocals using AI, and it's incredible. I stumbled on it last week, and Smile's one of the famous or infamous lost albums, and Van Dyke Parks, who was the co-writer with Brian Wilson on that album, before Brian basically fried his brain to a pulp, he actually gave this guy approval. And I sat there and thought, it's a bit of a gamble, isn't it? You can take a classic work, rework it using AI, and you can either have an injunction against you, or if you're lucky, somebody who was actually involved in the original work might say, no, mate, you've done a really good job, in which case it can open other doors for you. So it's a strange sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like this guy I know who decided to do a mashup of a couple of tunes and put it out on like an unofficial sort of white label, which was called Girls on Top. That ended up being that Sugar Babes #1.
Oh.
So.
Did he get his wrist slapped?
No, basically EMI signed him rather than sued him.
There you go. See?
Yeah. But yeah, so they saw the potential, sort of in what he'd done, and launched his career off the back of it.
Yeah.
Kind of made him, really. I'm on record.
Wicked.
I mean, I've got how many? I've got about 21 or 22 releases on Bandcamp. And the thing is, it's my own material reworked. But here's the kicker. Because some of that stuff in original form went out to licensing places, I had to double check with my own archives to see which stuff went out and got used in which project, so that I don't get sued for reusing my own work, which has already gone out. It's a really, and it's odd. I mean, I remember years ago, a mate of mine I was collaborating with, he was a filmmaker, and he said, when I put this and this in, and I put it up on YouTube, I got a warning saying a copyright strike. I go, send it to me. And then I had to basically reply and say, look, this is my work. It's a test thing and this and that. And then once I uploaded something, and they even had a go at me saying, well, actually, this is... I said yes, because 10 years ago, it was called this, and it was this long, and now it's called this, but now it's only a third of the length, and I've completely reworked it. So it's almost like the software is a bit hit and miss.
Yeah. I mean, YouTube, the whole content ID system's a bit screwy anyway.
Well, I think it's weird. I mean, Grace always puts our videos up first. Grace makes it, she does it, puts it up, sends it to me, so mine goes up second. And I've always wondered why it is that I've never once received anything to say somebody else has already put this up.
Right. If it's not registered with Content ID, then you probably won't. So it's a separate system that you have to sort of opt into through generally a distributor.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
if you
So once you've got a distribution deal, now this might
do it
kick
through
in, Jim.
DistroKid or,
Yeah, but this might
CD
kick it
Baby.
once Sinner's Music puts it out, then through onto the streaming services.
Yeah, that might well.
Yeah, once it goes on the streaming services, because that's done through a distribution
But
network like DistroKid.
You pretty much now can't even use Content ID if there's any samples, from libraries.
Is that right?
From like GarageBand, anything like that.
Have you heard of this third-party one? I think it's an American site. I've noticed there's a guy on YouTube. He actually uses them. What's the guy? He actually works for Focusrite. He's based in California. What's his name? There's a particular Ricky Tenez. Him.
Yeah.
Because I was watching something he did last night, and he mentioned it again, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. So basically, you've got these different tiers from F all the way to A being the toppermost. So if you take a chunk of a track from whichever tier, depending on how long the sample is, you have to pay a certain amount of money to use it. And also, then there's a proportion of royalties you'll agree to give them. And I thought, how does that work? I didn't go on the website. I thought, there's got to be a way to police that. And I thought the way they police it is that everything's got an ISRC code. So they'll automatically, like you said, Jim, they're going to use Content ID. So if you fail to report it, they're really going to come down on you. If you report it, they'll know and they'll say, no, it's all right. He's paid. So you can use samples. I actually thought that was great. I thought, finally, because a lot of people in the past, there's a lot of famous records from the 90s onwards. A lot of dance music use a lot of samples that haven't been, to this day, the artists haven't admitted as to who they've sampled.
Yeah.
And I can understand, because otherwise, if it's not that obvious, they're just thinking, well, Otherwise, I mean, even with the Prodigy, when you used to read the inlay covers, it actually listed, there'd be a huge list, contains a sample of this. I thought, he's covering himself.
Yeah.
And he's had the consent.
Like the Amen Break has never been properly licensed,
No.
It's just, they've never seen a penny from that.
No, the Funky Drum Brigade and James Brown and all that stuff. Yeah.
Being Boring by the Pet Shop Boys, which is the first track on Behaviour. And if you bought the special edition CD, Chris and Neil talk about the fact that Harold Faltermeyer, basically on a synclavier of all the things you could use to do it, he tried to recreate the Funky Drummer Break on a synclavier. And I thought, oh, you bastard, that must have taken a heck of a lot of... you've not even got a decent... By modern standards, you haven't got a great DAW environment to do it. So you're just crunching numbers just to get the feel.
Did it in the 90s, Shaker. We Chillage people, that was me and Grace and Rupert Till back then. We had a track called Funky J, Funky Jazz Piano, which was just basically a jazz piano playing over the funky drummer loop, with other little bits chucked in just to make it into an interesting improv sort of track. And when we were doing it in the studio, when we were actually recording an album of it, what we did is we put the funky drummer into Recycle, and Recycle then turned it into the MIDI notes, and then we replaced the sounds with as near as we could get with samples and things from various samplers. No, it never sounded right, but that's what we did. So,
but you got the feel. It's the feel.
You get the sort of the feel. So it's on a track. It is on YouTube somewhere called Funky J by Chillage People. But you'll hear it has that feel, but it's not the funky drummer loop exactly. So, but God, I'll tell you something else though. It was a fucking pain in the arse to do, right? You think,
Tim, I have a question for you. You're an Electron guy.
I am.
Do you own the which is the one?
Oh no.
Oh, come back.
Oh, come back.
Yeah, we're all in.
So Oh, sorry.
Is it the Digitact, which is the sampler?
Yeah.
Right.
One of the
Now, with
samplers,
all the OS upgrades it's had, can you do a lot of that sort of thing on Digitact, where you can take a sample and basically literally just rearrange it to your heart's content?
Yes, but I've not even installed that update yet because I have basically
if it ain't broke, James,
it's been a production thing, and I've not wanted to screw anything up until everything was done that I needed to. But yeah, it can now do like proper slicing like the Octatrack can. So
The Octatrack's a very deep machine.
Oh, it's like this quantum wormhole of amazing sonic.
Yeah,
it's
like I look at what are the two machines that the Polyend people have made? They've made those two tracker-like machines.
Yeah. Tracker and Play.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the mini one, isn't there? The one that's just like a
small tracker. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the one with the built-in microphone, and the other one doesn't have the microphone, but it has a radio, which is an odd choice. Yeah. And I was looking at that because I remember one of the first things I used was Octamed on an Amiga, and I thought,
Med for me,
was it Med? Yeah. And I can remember thinking, well, should I just get one of those just to see what I can do with it? And then I thought, well,
do you know what? I tried. I mean, I'm from Trackers, I'm like, makes sense. I tried to use one of those at Superbooth, and fucking hell, I was just like, can't even get it to play anything other than the one track it's already playing. It was just like, what the fuck,
Is that because of just all the muscle memory's gone, or is it just...
No, it's because you need to read the manual, which for me, I'm like, I don't want to read a manual. I need to be able to sit down and just use it.
How did you manage the Octatrack then?
In the heat of the moment, you've not got a fucking manual. It's like playing live. It's like you need to be able to just work out how it works and what it looks like. And if it doesn't.
Speaking of working out and what it looks like, Kent, how are you getting on with have you got the Hydrasynth XL, the big one?
The Deluxey, yeah.
Yeah, the Deluxey. How are you getting on with that?
She's my masterboard.
Right, that says everything.
What you do in your free time is your business, Kent.
However, it may be replaced. It may be replaced by that.
What's that?
She may be replaced by the System 100.
I love
your shrine, and mine's still in storage, in a very nice warm room. Do you have the speakers and the mixer?
Speakers
and the sequencer.
Mine. Yeah, it's not mine. Yes, I have the speakers here as well. It's a job.
Whose is it?
Can't tell you.
Yeah.
That means it belongs to Martin Ware.
Oh, there's a little tell there in Kent's face.
It's going to be Martin Ware's.
He's not going to say anything. He's not going to say. We can all just speculate.
He hasn't signed a non-disclosure agreement. It's probably Martin Ware's. I bet mine's in better condition. But that's only because mine's been in storage for some time, and it was freshly serviced.
Saw it.
No.
Well, yeah, that's true. No, it's actually boxed up really nicely as well. So,
that one was in full working order when I saw it on the stage in Sheffield when Heaven 17. Oh,
there we go. It is Martin Ware's. I thought.
No. Sorry. Assuming that is Martin Ware's System 100. Right, of which I have nothing. If
it is Martin Ware's, I also know that's not the original one, and that's the one that Vince Clarke bought for him.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The original went years and years ago, but whether it is or it isn't, they were using it on stage in Sheffield when they did the reproduction and travelogue.
I actually saw that on YouTube, and I thought, shit. When did the tickets for that go out? And I thought that must have just come and gone like that.
Can I just tell you, Shaker, it's the best gig I've ever been to. Right,
I can believe it.
I'm a Sheffielder. I'm in Sheffield now. The atmosphere in Sheffield City Hall on that night was absolutely buzzing electric. It's hard to describe. The people had come from miles and miles and miles to see Heaven 17. Stroke Human League, as it was, on that stage in Sheffield playing those two albums, and it was phenomenally good. I can't tell you, you know, I was just going absolutely crazy. I'd be standing there shouting, Sheffield, 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 at the top of my voice, you know, like a complete ninny. But it was awesome. You know,
there's a video on YouTube. Sorry to cut in. There's a video on YouTube where Martin Ware did an interview at, in London, and I was quite near the front. And prior to him going in, I was having a chat with him in the bar area, and I can remember I was quite near the front. And when he was not remembering things clearly, I was just sort of prompting him a little. And it's in the video, and it actually embarrasses me when I watch it, because I think, oh. And afterwards, I did say, I'm sorry. He goes, no, it's all right. And then one of the questions I asked him was, he's done everything else. Why doesn't he remix the original tapes and make them more shiny and new? He goes, I would, but Virgin have lost them. That's what he said to me. He said, I said, where's the safeties? He said, there aren't any. He goes back then. He goes, the first two Human League albums, he goes, they've been remastered. I said, yeah, I've got the remastered copies as well on CD. And I said, they're loud. And I go, but surely, he goes, they just don't know where the tapes are. They're gone. So, yeah.
Isn't that sad? But
it is, because I think it was those albums, when I heard them, so that must be, over 20 years ago, I remember thinking, what are they using? And when I read up about it on the internet, it said a Roland System 100. So what happened was, first I bought the 100M, and I thought, this can't be right. And then when I looked into it a bit more, it said the System 100
as well.
Yeah, and I saw the picture of it. I thought, oh,
that thing behind Ian. Oh no, where is it, Ian?
What?
Where's the 700? Oh, there it is. That thing up there, a 700.
Yeah, but he had this the S 700S.
The 700S. So that two oscillator one.
Two oscillator one.
So then I bought the 100 in bits. I bought the keyboard and the sequencer from a guy just outside of Leicester years ago. His name was Chris Reeves. And then one part came from Japan via eBay. And I remember, for some peculiar reason, when the three of them were together, you'd link them up, but, you know, the tuning would drift with time. Not when he switched it on, and then I gave it to Kent to sort of sort out. And I said, Kent, it just seems like they don't... Yeah. And I said, Ken, it's like they don't like each other. As odd as it sounds, it's like these three components are not happy with each other. Can you sort something out? And he did.
Well, look,
and then I sold that system.
Super glued them together.
You Wally.
But then I bought another system.
101.
And that's the one that's in storage. And that's the one with the speakers and everything. And the funny thing is, I've actually been thinking of taking it out of storage, but it's just the faff of setting it up and...
Well, if you don't listen, Sheikh. If you don't want it and you want to give it a good home with somebody who'll use it and look after it and treasure it and nurture it and value it for what it is, shut up, Kent. And if you know, we'll give it a nice home.
Yeah, for 13K.
No. Just thank you. Thank you. No, I know what they're worth.
Just looking.
I know what they're worth.
It's interesting.
I know what they're worth.
Yeah.
Say again, Wagyu.
Behind Kent is like a 101, a 102, and obviously 104 sequencer.
Yeah. The real secret to that sound is it's when you have the mixer, it's just on another level because the mixer's so dirty.
Yeah, it overdrives.
The mix has a spring reverb.
It's the spring reverb and just
I have a bigger system that Ken has behind him. In Eurorack, because I have a 101 and 102 and various modules again in that kind of rank, and with Eurorack, because with Pharmasonic, Pharmasonic, they're a Japanese company. They've made System 100 modules, and they made the whole 101 system. They made the whole 102 system, and also various individual modules as well.
Ken, did you ever service the 100M? Because I had 3 cabinets of it. I think I gave you 2 of them to service. Because
I think you only
this
gave
is
me the
just
ones
pure.
that needed it.
Yeah, because I remember just saying, have a look at it, and you actually said to me that this is in remarkably good condition.
Yeah, it was.
And it was a late 70s one, and even by then it was about 16, 17 years old. But the other one was not in such great shape, and it had a submixer module where you could plug in 4 different, outputs, and you had a stereo headphone out and a test tone, and a balanced out and an unbalanced out. It was something like that. And then I never managed to. I can't remember whether I had the delay and the LFO. I wanted the parametric EQ, and now it's insane. Unless you go the Behringer route, you're looking at insane prices for the modules. But going from memory, I don't think the 100M had anywhere near the amount of heft that the System 100 has, unless you used more than 2 oscillators at a time. It just didn't have the same power.
No, the 100M is not quite as warm as the 100.
Yeah, is it because
with 100 System 100, we want 12 step sequencer.
Yeah,
because that doesn't exist in Behringer or any other system. So
was the 182 in the System 100M was that 12 step?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It was 16. It was 2 rows of 8.
Yeah.
No, it's 2 rows of 8.
No.
I was going to say the 182. Similarly, actually,
182 in System 100 is 12 step.
No, the 182 in the 100M is 2 rows of 8. I can see it. As I close my eyes, I can see it, and there's a switch to make it
the
parallel.
The System 100 is 12 step.
Yes, it's actually 24 steps if you let it run in serial mode.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why Vangelis did so many tracks in 3/4 time.
Very possibly, yeah.
100M is 12 step.
You can use you can use Bank B to affect Bank A as well. That's how you get those weird sort of rhythms. That's how Ian Craig Marsh did all the drum parts for Travelogue and Reproduction. Yeah. You can hear it more on Reproduction. Because by the time they did Travelogue, I think they got a 100M, and they bought quite a few other synths as well, possibly even a Jupiter 8.
They definitely had a Jupiter 4.
They had a Jupiter 4 when they did Reproduction, I think. You can hear it from Austerity. Is it the track? Is it Austerity, Girl 1? What's the one before Zero is a Limit? It's the second last track. And it's actually in 2 parts, and on the album you can hear it where someone's stopped the tape.
The Dignity of Labour.
No. Dignity of Labour was an add-on. That was actually the original. That was just 4 tracks. There was no vocals on there. There was Introduction, Dignity of Labour Part 1, Part 2, Part 3. And then there was that weird...
You're an encyclopedia, Shaker.
That's only because I've got the album, and the album was in the car for ages. It was in my car.
Vinyl, and I can't remember. I've had them on vinyl since the 1980s.
Yeah, on CD. When Virgin put them out on CD, they put all the stuff onto 2 CDs, including the Holiday EP, which has got Rock and Roll and Marianne and I Don't Owe You Anything and all that stuff.
Yeah, the cover versions and stuff. Yeah.
Reproduction. Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, we're talking about the 182 sequencer. I don't have any of the original stuff. I've just got the Behringer crap. Oh, Gesundheit, James.
Bless you.
Bless you, Jim.
And I've been sent by the lovely Chris Makeshifter from Australia a little module that he's made, which is a gate processor and it processes the gates to give you ratchets and pauses and rests and all sorts. And it's absolutely phenomenal. It turns that little cheap, rather predictable sequencer into something totally different. It's brilliant. You know, like that the module that was on the Metropolis sequencer, the module with the little steppers, the extra bits that you can add in. It gives you sort of like that sort of level of control, but not necessarily per step. Almost per step, because you can do it. It takes the second row, so you've still got an 8-step, and it takes the second row and uses that and processes that. It's great. It's great. So we used that on our jam last night. So just because it's connected to the 182 and the System 100, System 100M and all that stuff.
What's
so
it called again?
It's not available. There's only 4 in the world.
Oh.
And
wow! So you've actually got one of them.
And I've got one. So get me. No, he's doing me, Rans, and Andy up in the top right corner. We're I don't know if Andy's has arrived yet, but we're going to be beta testing it for.
Mine landed in the U.S., but it didn't get to the post office.
Oh, have you not got it yet? Well, when you get it, Andy, you plumb it in, look at the manual, work out which jacks you got to plug in where, because it's not immediately obvious. But once you've sussed that, it works a dream. It's great.
Put it this way: I wanted to try it so much, I bought a 182 just to play with it.
Well, exactly. Well, yeah, absolutely.
It was only $80 on sale. So if you look online, 182s are cheap now. So
it turns that rather boring, predictable sequencer into something really quite funky. It's great. It's really great.
Me too. I'm going to buy 182 just to get that module.
Have you not got one already, Wags? I thought you got. I thought you'd got the whole System 100.
No, I don't have the whole System 100. Sorry.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I've got a whole.
Well, I have more of the System 100 in the classical rolling sets than I do.
Oh, you got those, yeah. And the thing is that sequencer, even the crappy Behringer one, is actually really useful. It's just great. I've been using it for ages, but that's just giving it a whole new level of usability. It's fantastic, and I really hope Chris manages to get it up to a marketable level. Obviously, there's a question of how much you sell it for. I mean, if you're buying a sequencer for £80, and then the module, which makes it funky, costs you $250, that's a question mark. But the module itself, as it stands at the minute, is really good, really good. So, anyway,
Andy, can I ask, what is the Behringer 100M like? Have you owned? I'm assuming you've owned an original 100M. So, what's it like?
No, I haven't. Honestly, no, I haven't. It's one of those things I know about. I know its sound because I love the Human League and Nitsa Ebb, Meat Beat Manifesto, and all of that stuff. Yeah, so all of those, Jack Dangers and all those people who used the System 100. So it's always been one of those synths that I've sort of lusted after. I'll never be able to afford one. Even when they were cheap, they were never cheap. So and I could never afford it.
Yeah, that's actually.
So when Behringer came out with that, I just thought, well, okay, that was my gateway into modular. Actually, getting that Behringer stuff, and it works. It's stood the test of time. It's been hammered. It's been gigged, and it sounds really good. It sounds. If I'm being critical, it sounds too nice. It sounds too clean. You can't. It's very difficult within the system to make it filthy. If you know what I mean,
I do know what you mean. But that's not a fault of the Behringer one.
Behringer, no, it's not. It's the system. You can do it. You can take it out and put it into another VCA and drive the filters.
Yeah.
But
the original was a very clean sounding.
Yeah, it is clean. It's very Roland. It sounds very Roland.
But having said that, I mean, the 700 could sound really, really big. And I think the 700 was really... The 100 and the 700 are very similar in sound. The 100M has a very different sound, which is more leaning...
isn't it?
Yeah, it's leaning more towards the Jupiter 4 and that sort of era. It's a very sort of... Everything's been... A lot of the crap's been sort of taken out. But it's the crap that adds the heft as well.
I agree. So, that's, if I'm honest with you, it lacks heft, to use your words.
I have a lot of System 700 shit, and it is Pharmasonic stuff. There's a company in Japan called Pharmasonic, and they remade System 700 stuff in System 700. And I have all that shit in Eurorack, basically.
Oh god!
So
is it going to have mass availability or?
No, it's very, very obscure, very weird. So get on there as soon as you can because it's not very common here.
I mean, I did look at the 500, but then I was reading some of the stuff about it, and it said that there's issues with noise, even though it was Malaco. They're Malaco modules that Roland have basically contracted,
really.
haven't they?
Yeah. The 500 is very obscure. I wouldn't say it's very Roland-esque at all.
It's a Malaco. It's a Malaco design. Isn't it?
I mean, the 505 is okay, and the filter is kind of unique. But don't rely on these 500 series as being any kind of tribute to the original series.
Because they're not bloody cheap either. I've seen the prices go up on those. Yeah, I've seen that. I mean, when they came out, basically the equivalent of a classic 100MD set was 1,500 quid, and now they're over $2,000.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of good sequencers, if you want a good one, Moleco makes a Varigate 4 Plus and an 8 Plus. They're amazing. Has all that ratcheting, all that probability stored in it. It's very cool.
Oh, really?
Yep.
But a lot of the
very deep
Pharmasonic shit is DIY stuff, so you have to build this stuff yourself. But it's
who's that?
That's a thing of beauty. Kent. That's probably belongs to his nibs behind Kent. Let me guess. Does it? Oh, it doesn't.
No, this one used to belong to Lester Barnes.
Oh right, okay.
And he moved
Let
it
me
on.
see. Let me have a look at that. Let me just. Right, so we've got 3 dual oscillators at the top on the right. We've got what looks like some kind of. What is that? Is that dual VCAs? Dual VCAs.
Sure.
Flipping hell, why has he got so many?
Well, he had more CAD than that.
He's got one sequencer so he's got the parametric, which is on its own worth over $2,000. He's got the gate delay thing. He's got the mixer module that I was on about earlier. There it is. None of the modules on the original 100. Right, there's the LFO and sample and hold. He's got 2 of those. He's got 3 dual envelopes. But only one sequencer. That's interesting. Only one sequencer, yet he's got. So right, why he's got 3 voices, complete voices. The 110s are a VCO, a VCA, and a VCF, if I remember correctly. So that's 3.
One, 2, 3 of those at the bottom.
And he's got 3 dual VCOs at the top. So he's got 6. He's got 9 oscillators.
He's got 3 dual VCOs. He's got 2 filters.
Yeah, 4 filters because there's 2 dual VCS, aren't they?
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4 in there, and then he's got down in the the left hand rack lower. He's got another set of the envelope generators. He's got an envelope generator down there.
Yeah.
He's got the 140. He's got the multiple module with the LFOs and the ring mod.
That's about $30,000 worth of. That's about 30 to 40,000 pound worth of.
It's a big system. It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, 30, 40,000. How much?
5.5.
5.5.
2011.
It's pathetic. I have a big system in Europe, so it's pathetic.
See you later, guys. I've got to go.
Are you off?
Ciao.
Ciao.
Before you go, any luck with the house hunting?
Nah, not yet. Still waiting.
Oh,
There's loads of houses.
Yeah, you keep saying that, Ken.
I know. I'm hoping it'll just make you find one.
Yeah. Well, hopefully next week, the offer we put out, the house we put an offer in, which is now sort of, we're back looking at, or we're waiting for them to say yay or nay. We should hear next week. So maybe by the end of next week we might know something.
Cool.
So, but
best of luck, Ian, because it's crap, isn't
thanks,
it?
It's crap. Yeah.
To be left hanging like that, it's rubbish.
Yeah. We'll get there though. We will get there.
Yeah.
See you later.
Anyway, see you,
Take
darling.
care.
Yeah, bye. Cheers. Bye. Bye.
Cheers.
Ken, you know that 100 behind you? Have you actually run it on and given it a soak and all of that?
Oh, excuse me.
It has 2 scratchy pots.
It's pathetic because I have a bigger system. In
Oh,
Europe.
God. Wow.
There you go.
What is that?
That is the
Ken,
original.
is that the one that you were going to make or
Yeah, that's the
design or
original.
build?
Yeah, that's the original design for the anaglyph. There you go.
Yeah, that's
Fucking mental.
Look at that. How many oscillators is that? 1, 2, 3.
Too many.
Right, so where are you with that?
Oh,
less than a
absolutely.
PS 38
Nowhere.
300, right?
Absolutely nowhere with that, mate.
Why not? What about maybe trying to make it in software form?
Oh God.
How soulless. How soulless can you be, man?
Why, Paul?
All right, never mind that. That 100 behind you, like I said,
Yeah.
have you given it a run and a soak? And
Yeah, no, I've gone through it to just to work out. It's got 2 scratchy pots. So essentially,
that's a lot.
Yeah.
You know, on some of the 100,
240 as well.
yeah. Oh, you know, on some of the 100s, it's the bottom end where they become really unstable. Have you run that test?
Yeah. No, it's absolutely fine.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's rock steady, mate. It's in perfect condition.
It's probably someone who gets it serviced regularly and uses it all the time.
Which makes you wonder why he suddenly bought it to me, but there you go. Here you go. There's another wet dream for you.
Wet dreams, ahoy.
Wet dreams are made of this.
This.
Oh, lovely.
That's the 700, and look at those speakers.
I love that fucker.
Kent, whose is that?
That's...
Can't tell you. Secret.
Yeah, no, I can actually. It's Daniel Miller.
Is it Ian, what's his name?
Daniel Miller.
That's Daniel Miller's?
Yeah, I had a full restore.
I've got about a third of that.
That box on the top, that must be a sequencer box. It
Yes,
looks
that's
like the
correct.
960. The things at the bottom are just like the
That
things on the 960.
sequencer is 12 steps, but there's 5 rows. You'd think for a system that powerful, they would have given it a far more, I don't know, maybe a bit more elaborate sequencer, but hey-ho.
That's like a
Then-
book sequence, right?
It's all
12
chainable.
steps.
It's all chainable.
Kent
But
will
the System
remember
100
this.
sequencer is also 12 steps.
Kent, what about those speakers? Where was this picture taken?
They're my speakers.
Fucking Nora.
They now run the Sony Bravia down in the front room and have to keep.
Oh, look at those.
down.
They're
Keep
lovely.
running. Nobody
They're
wants
lovely.
them
The
here.
big drought of 12-step sequences in Europe, to be honest. It's mostly 8 steps.
Tenderfoot.
Once upon a time, Richard Lawson of Kent Spong fame, I bet he'll love that if he hears this. He had 2 System 700s, and Kent rang me and said, "Sheikh, you still looking for a nice modular?" And I went, "Yeah." And he goes, "Well, Richard's got 2 System 700s." And I went, "Okay." I said, "How much?" And at the time, the very car that's outside on my drive right now, which I'm going to sell in about a month, that car was on order. So this is a long, long time ago. And he said it's about, how much did he say, Kent? Was it 10 grand or 12? I think you said about 12 or 13. And there were 2. And one of them didn't even have a serial number, did it? Because it was a test.
No, that one is the demonstration model. It was the first one.
Right. And that,
Wow.
Kent just sort of intimated to me that one of them, and I said, I'm going to have to think about this because I was like a month away from paying the balance on the car, and it was a lot of cash, and I was going to get it on hire purchase or anything. So I thought, otherwise, that's just another fucking thing I'll be paying. And I passed, and if I remember correctly,
I'm getting good at
Hans
this.
Zimmer bought them both, didn't he? Did he buy both of them?
Now you're asking. I can't remember. I think he bought one.
He bought one of them. So, oh my God, is that the Oromite? It is.
Martinique have this to make a VST, and it's been like 2 or 3 years, and they've still not made the VST. but everybody wants the fucking VSC. So come on, Martinique, make the fucking VSC. Come on.
That RMI, is that Jar's? Does that belong to Jar?
No, it was found in a USA university. Wow. It was like found in a broom cupboard or something.
God. And of course, the obligatory CS80 sat behind it.
Of course.
Obligatory.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I can't remember a time when there wasn't a CS80 in my bloody
And a Pro 1 on the floor.
Is it?
Who's the guy who did Michael Jackson stuff? And you guys had him on your show because I've been watching his videos. He's been doing a series on YouTube where there's this guy he goes to in California, and he had a CS80 open, and he had a
that's Anthony Marinelli with Rob Rosen.
Yeah, because I was watching the one that he was looking at, and I thought,
come on, Kent, tell the story.
Yeah, I thought this is something Kent goes through day in, day out.
Yeah.
You know?
Go on, Kent. Go on, Kent.
Which story?
Go on, Kent. About Rob Rosen on the phone.
No.
Oh.
No, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
All right.
I'm not pushing that one.
Sorry. Okay. Well, I know nothing. I just imagine. I know. What do I know? Fuck me. I'm just a twat.
Yeah. You want to see the cheapest CS80 in the world?
Go on.
I bet it's an alright state.
I want to buy it.
No. There you go.
Beautiful.
Needs TLC.
Yeah, needs some attention.
They need attention.
Even in that form, that's probably worth over $2,000.
No, it's just a box. No one will be daft enough, or maybe they would.
TLC, a truckload of contents.
People would be daft enough. It's unreal.
Then I had to take all the hardware off it and then strip all the Tolex off as well, and then start the KSR process.
The KSR process.
Oh, God.
How many would you have to butcher just to get that one back together?
Oh no, I had all the parts. I took them all out.
I see.
This is how I can restore it. Then all the front panel comes off, and
then you burn the sage.
Yeah.
Burn the sage.
Yeah. Remove all the evil spirits.
Good God.
Yeah. What fun.
Now then, lovely darlings, it's a school night and I'm going to bed. So I will kiss you all and give you big hugs and say,
Mr. Brooks, thank you very much for buying my album as well. I just saw that.
No, it's all right. I will make sure it's on the little.
And whoever the mystery person is that has also bought it, that.
Yeah, I'm going to stick it on. I'm going to stick it on my little stick and stick it in the car tomorrow on my way to work and have a very enjoyable,
absolutely
hour.
Stick me on your little stick, sir.
You can. I will stick you on my little stick. I will stick you on my little stick, Jim, anytime you like.
Cool.
On that rather unnecessary note, I bid you a fond farewell. Take care, everyone.
Cheers,
chatties.
Brilliant.
What were you saying? So, what was the story about the CS80 then that you were loath to say anything about? Could it potentially be libelous or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it would.
Somebody's tapping away there.
Oh, that was me. I wasn't avoiding libel.
What else is going on?
Well, Shaky, you just reminded me to start reporting some PRS performances, so that's what I'm doing as well. Yeah, I've played some live gigs that I've now got the works registered for, so I'm like going back, right, when did I play there? And so, such and such.
I don't even bother. I don't bother with that, but I do like it when I suddenly get odd payments here and there, and I think, what's that for?
Yeah.
And they're in really far-flung places for tracks that I've even forgotten titles of, or
What was weird was the day of my album released, one of the tracks got Shazammed in South Africa, and I'm like, I don't know anybody
How?
there. Oh yeah.
What?
I know. I'm just like,
That's me.
oh.
Brothers with Nelson. Yeah,
It's your VPN, is it?
yeah, but gross.
Wagyu being everywhere. He's got a VPN
Yeah.
in every country in the world.
My God.
All seeing.
Why did Elon Musk change Twitter's name to X? The mind boggles.
I've left it now. I've deactivated my account. I'm
Have
just
you?
like, yeah.
No, I'm still on there. I've got a pretty decent following as well, so
Yeah.
I'm on there. But what amazes me is people.
His original domain was X before it became PayPal. He loves that stupid name.
He had the X domain 20 years ago because he had a crypto or bank account, like a kind of a thing for financial stuff 20 years ago. But who gives a fuck? You know?
Was that when he had a different hairstyle than I assume?
Yeah, 20 years ago.
Yeah. You had less hair then.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, but I do remember him having very different hair.
Well, to be honest, he should be put in jail because he blocked a military operation to, bomb people in Ukraine recently. He turned off internet access to Ukrainian drones, so it's kind of a bit of a weird thing.
What?
Ukrainian drones were trying to bomb.
Oh, because of SpaceX. He basically
he's a real scumbag across the board. Super grifter.
Yeah, they were trying to bomb.
I like just the straight to the point.
It is. He's like a Trump with tech. He's just a fucking grifter.
They were going to block fleets in Sevastopol, and he turned off the internet access to the drones to bomb the stuff in Sevastopol. So it all fucked up.
Right.
I mean, he fired the Tesla guys who invented the shit and took ownership of it like he's one of the inventors. Like, dude, you didn't invent anything.
Yeah.
You're not an engineer. You're not a scientist. Your web code apparently at x.com in the old days was really shit.
Yeah,
so he's not even good at anything.
He's just basically a petulant, autistic. Nothing against anyone who's autistic, but he's definitely on the spectrum.
Yeah.
But he's a petulant twat. At the end of the day, he's a little
can't take criticism.
Little rich kid. Yeah. Narcissistic little shit.
He is, indeed.
So fuck you, Elon. Fuck off to Mars already. We don't need you.
I don't.
Well, you know what he's going to do with Bezos? They're going to put indentured servants in orbit, and then on Mars, you won't be able to pay to get back. It'll be just like Elysium.
Well, let him fuck off to Mars, you know. But it's really annoying, you know.
Right. I'm going to start working on my suit that goes shh, 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 shh.
Yeah, that's weird. Whenever I've seen Musk in interviews, he doesn't quite come across as he's... I had a very different image of him before I watched some of his interviews, and I thought, it seems that something's a little bit...
He's not neurotypical, you know. He's.
I used to like him when he was like hacking on how to get tech very quickly developed, but
he's just a shitty bully at the end of the day.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, he just works his slaves to death.
He's
and
fucked
bullies
up
them
the
into doing
tech.
work for him. He's an
He even
arsehole.
steals memes and takes credit for them.
Yeah.
All the techs I know, the car techs I know that have worked on Teslas, the ones that are out of warranty, they've said that the build quality is just not there.
No, it isn't.
And unfortunately, as a result, it's sort of because once the whole. I mean, we bought Polestars. I've ordered one for myself, one for my dad through his business, and I checked and I thought, okay, you know what? Geely have basically bought a large chunk of Volvo. Polestar is in effect Volvo, and I thought we'll be okay. And I checked and I asked some of the mechanics. They said, no, you'll be all right. And they said the thing is, the switchgear is probably going to be Volvo. The drivetrain's nothing to do with anybody else, and we've not heard any horror stories yet. And Polestars have been around on the road for about 3 years.
Yeah.
And I said, so which car wouldn't you recommend? They said, just don't buy a Tesla, any of them. And I said, why? They said, just the fit and the finish it's just not there. I said, they're not cheap either. He goes,
No.
we know, but
I mean, them and Jaguar Land Rover were like bottom of the reliability rankings, you know. So, yeah.
My neighbour's a very wise guy, and he's a good bloke, and he uses a Tesla as a daily runaround. He's also got a Porsche GT3, and I think he's got a McLaren somewhere, or he did have one when he had a car dealership. So, but the Tesla's his daily runaround, because if you buy electric cars through a business, you get tax relief across the board.
Yeah, so, you know, the two directors of the company I work for both got Teslas that are old now. They're like, you know...
Is it the old big S?
Yeah,
the
it's
Tesla
the old S one. Now, one of them did have issues where it actually had to be picked up by a crane because you couldn't get in it anymore. Yeah. It had
With
to
the
be
big iPad on it failed or
off
something?
his drive. Yeah, basically all the batteries ran out of charge and you couldn't do anything with it. Couldn't even get in it. So had to be lifted off his drive.
Well, they still have
by
the
a big
lethal
crane.
explosion fire issue too. So
Yeah. Exactly. So
that's the thing I was
thing
reading
is,
up about this. Yeah, go on.
The thing is, in terms of like environmental impact, you know, the diesel car that I've got outside, that's, you know, what, sort of 9 years old, 10 years old nearly, that I can run that to the end of its life, you know, drive all the miles that I will in it, and it will have less environmental impact than any new electric car.
it's true, especially Tesla, because they claim that they're green, but everyone's charging off the grid, which is still fossil fuel power,
Well, the thing is,
unless you're in
just
Palo Alto or
the
something.
amount of CO2 produced in the production of a single car is astronomical, and running the actual car is negligible.
And the lithium mining and dealing with the batteries is really toxic, nasty shit.
Yeah. So it's kind of, the good thing about it is it puts most of the pollution out of urban areas. You know, that's where the advantage is. You know, because it's clean for where it's situated, but other than that, it's just a displacement of the actual resources, really. But,
yeah.
You know.
Hybrid is a decent way to go. Makes more sense.
But I look at hybrids and think, yeah, go on.
Matt, I'm just going to say, have you seen that VP330 I put up on my Facebook?
I did see that.
Right. Well, I'll now show you a photograph of what it was like when it arrived.
Oh, have you got the before picture? Oh,
yeah.
Covered with vomit and stuff?
It's not the outside. It's what I found when I opened it.
Oh.
Did you have to call the police? Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's the mains cable.
It's not far away from death, is what that is.
No, it's
Jesus.
Great insulation there, yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh my God.
So all that's got to do is like touch the case and don't touch the case.
Jesus.
Yeah. That's one of the things it had on it when it arrived.
Oh
How much is Richard going to flog that for when it's done?
Oh, that's long gone. It's long gone.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that one I restored a while back.
How much should it go for?
I can't remember, but it was such a fantastic quality. You know what I mean? It was just so bloody beautiful.
There were two of them, weren't there? There was a Mark 1 and a 2. Was there a difference in sound, or was it just the switchgear?
The switchgear, I think, if I remember rightly, there was a slight change to the ensemble in terms of what...
The chorus.
In terms of what was used.
They went from BBD to Roland's in-house chorus.
No, I think it was... I'm honestly trying to remember. I cannot for the life of me remember off the top of my head. But so it's lots of stuff like that, man.
Has anybody had a look at the Analog Solutions thing that's just come out with the Matrix patch bay, the sequencer, 3 VCOs?
Yeah, it looks pretty sweet. Actually.
By the way, Kent.
It does, doesn't it?
As well.
It's $2,000.
Yeah, no problem, mate.
Enjoy. I think you'll like it. It's
best
on headphones.
Yeah. Well, I got the other one as well. What was there?
Cool. Okay.
Because it's a JP6 and it's going to drive me mad. So I'll need as much external influence as humanly possible.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry, you were saying, Shake.
Yeah, I was saying that Analog Solutions thing for 2K. Has anybody heard it in the flesh or seen it? Or...
Not in
So I
the
was
flesh,
watching
no.
No. I looked at it and I thought, that looks interesting.
Well, it will be, won't it? It's Tom's.
Yeah. And then I wonder about it because I think he doesn't use standard ICs or anything, does he? So is it all discrete, all this stuff?
I don't know about now, but before it was through hole. But I'm sure he had to upgrade that and move on.
Yeah. Because I know he also does these huge sort of modules as well, and each one's really expensive. There's one that's just a sequence of block. One's just
That's the Mega City. The big is it Mega City? Mega City.
Colossus. Well, the
Colossus is that?
Oh, the Colossus, the synth. Yeah.
Yeah, but then he's also done these. Yeah, and he's done it in bits so that you can build your own system.
Yeah, but it's still 6,000 quid each.
Yeah, none of them are cheap. And I was looking at that and I thought, that's interesting.
It is interesting, but it's still nearly 7 grand each. So,
when I look at some of these things, I always try to sort of future pace and think, when things go wrong, how easy would it to get them fixed? Because a lot of the old analog, yeah, go on.
No, it's a flip of the coin. It varies from one synth to the next about how difficult. It depends on what goes wrong. For instance, like I can repair an OBX, no matter what's wrong with it, all day long, unless the EPROMs have gone. And it's got one, like the 96 preset upgrade in it. So, and you can't get the code for those EPROMs, so it becomes a doorstop unless you can find the old EPROMs for it.
So there isn't a way to basically remake those EPROMs, even with the code, without considerable cost, because in order to make it scaled, you'd have to make loads of them.
Well, there is that, yeah. But you have to have the right kind of burner. You have to find the right kind of EPROM to do it. But it's funny because I'm just scrolling through pictures here, and as you're talking about things, like you've been talking about Tom Carpenter's stuff.
Yeah.
And I was just scrolling past this, which is Fiona testing a what's it called?
I remember that.
Yeah, the polymath that she built. She built them.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, she built about 25.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me.
Yeah, because I was just scrolling past that as you were starting talking about it, and going, "Oh, fucking hell, look!" She was a smart cookie. Well, I say was, still is. Just doesn't make sense anymore.
That's plus into your room, man. Beat your ass.
Yeah, but not those synths anymore, anyway.
Have you actually got one of those? Did you get one from him?
Yeah, I lent it sort of permanent loan to Ben with I think it was a Vostok's and a Leipzig. Because I wasn't
permanent loan. You sold it?
Yeah, no. Let him have them.
The Vostok looks very interesting.
It does actually.
Yeah.
Is the Vostok the one?
It's interesting. It's like it's BTS3-ish. So
yeah. But all of his synths have some sort of nod
to something,
to some vintage machine.
It's like, didn't he make something that looked like a SEM?
Yeah.
He did, didn't he? And then he made a larger version of it.
Because he made quite a few Eurorack modules as well. Much earlier on, he did filters and stuff like that, and that was I think that was based on the SEM filter.
No, respect to Tom. I remember ringing him years ago because I wanted the SEM light thing, and I wanted 2, and he goes, "Well, you'll have to wait."
Nightbug, that's like SEM module.
What's that?
Like Nightbug.
Yeah, the
Nightbug.
The fuse box looks cool too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something you don't see every day of the week. I've only ever worked on 2 of these.
Is that the one that Bob Moog
Yeah.
The Spirit, Grumar, yeah.
Grumar
Aren't they
Spirit, yeah.
remaking them in a small quantity as well?
Oh, probably.
They are.
They're always doing something. You know?
Apparently, they're going to remake them, and they're going to make it's not even 100 of them or something. But they're charging a lot of money. I think it's about $5,000.
Yeah. Well,
Plus,
I don't know if they're making them like that again.
it might have a it might have an aftertouch and velocity keyboard.
Yeah.
It'll probably be a fat R.
It just ends up boutique, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really?
Well,
really,
costs will run away so much that it's ridiculous so quickly. Oh, this is something.
You know, Ken, all these synths with Raspberry Pi-like devices in them, a la these Op6s and so on, what's going to happen to them when they go kaput?
Yeah, I think you throw them away. Or you buy another one, put a board in it. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know. There'll be.
What on earth is that?
Yeah, you don't see many of them to the pound.
What the? Look at that font.
That is for the Publison.
And there's some kind of weird cartridge like slot there, or
yeah. So that's so you can play the effects processor.
Fucking Laura, what is it?
I just put a link in the chat. One of my favorite Crewmar videos is that weird animated video with the blah 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 thing.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that before?
So you know the was it the Publison Infernal Machine or something? Some massively expensive effects processor, and that was the keyboard you plugged into it. Rare little rocking horse shit thing that is, I don't know. Yeah. It's just so much. I'm going to stop going through these photos because it's just pissing me off. Because it's so because what happens, it will get back onto the fucking Brexit subject, because a lot of those machines were, while we were in Europe, people would send over for me to get done, which they do not do.
Anybody toured Europe or going to Europe for a tour of any sort? Just a sec.
Oh, it gives us time to think. Are we going to Europe?
How much thinking time do you need, Kent?
What do you think? Am I going? I'm not. I don't think.
I've played a single gig in Europe, I think. Pretty much, which was way weird and way out there, partly due to trying to run UK, pretty much a UK studio off a single 5-amp lighting plug. That was connected to a fucking connected to a fucking controller. That's the thing.
You should come play in Switzerland.
It was the weirdest fucking set I've ever heard, and
wow,
it was like, you know, samplers crashing and stuff, and like it was just whoa, mental. I mean,
no, the reason I asked is because there's a lot of paperwork.
Ripping off Aphex Twin.
Yeah, honestly, it would have made Aphex Twin seemed really fucking tame. It was weird.
Yeah, I bet.
It's pretty normal in Switzerland if you want to come and play here.
Yeah. Oh, man. But yeah, that's my answer.
Speaking of Aphex Twin, I got to share this video. A friend, I think he'd been to the performance. It was at some Southern California university. He had done one of his rare appearances there, and they had some weird people dancing in front of him while he's kind of crouched down behind his gear. The video quality is kind of poor, but the visual of the image is goddamn hilarious. I'll have to find the link and post it. It's just
There's 230 volts here, so if you can't handle that, then but I think UK used to be 240 volts. Europe used to be 220 volts. Kind of merged in the middle, so it's kind of like 230 volts is the median. I think.
Yeah, well, you don't tend to get any voltage like that when it's on a fucking DMX controller or something. That's doing. Oh dear.
I was surprised how dirty our voltage is.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, right?
all over the place, really badly. It goes from anything. Was it like 210 to 290?
But when did we switch?
290.
Yeah.
230.
Yeah, lots of spiking and stuff all over
Way
the
out of
place.
spec, that isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's always good to have a good suppressor right at the beginning.
When did we switch though? Because like in the 80s, I remember like 240 was normal, and then like over here it's like 230 is normal. So it's like Europe is normalized to 230. So
yeah, we also get those big spikes. Is it 6 o'clock? Where they switch over from coal and whatever over to the nuclear.
To whale fat and bones.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not far off. Let's face it. The way this country's
to a guy rubbing sticks together in Bolton.
Yeah. Well, as long as the concrete fucking lasts, you know.
What doubt it.
Oh, there's been schools a few miles down the road that have. I know they're ready to just be smashed to bits.
It'd be funny, wouldn't it, if Sellafield's built with rack?
And to think the Tories were sitting on all this knowledge.
Yeah, but they were all sitting on it. Labour was sitting on it as well.
So basically, yeah.
I put the video in the chat. The Aphex Twin video is pretty wild. Watch the crazy dancers and stuff. He's trying to hide behind his gear. He doesn't really want to be seen, apparently. So, he's kind of shy, I guess.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. From 2002.
That's a long 1 hour 5 minutes, isn't it? Wonder who took this.
Some amateur video at UCLA. Someone just shot it and uploaded it. My friend got a hold of it, and it's hilarious.
Is Richard still based in Scotland?
Down south, it's in like southwest.
Yeah, still in Cornwall, isn't he?
Yeah.
I thought he was living way up somewhere in Scotland.
No, West Country. No.
He's down with the sheep and the cows. I think he's still got that GX1 as well.
Is that the one that he asked you about getting midied?
Well, I was trying to explain to him how I couldn't get it in through the front door if he did bring it up.
Yeah.
So it just wouldn't happen. I think he gave it to... Who did he give it to in the end?
He lent it to somebody.
Yeah, but he gave it to somebody to try and put MIDI in, and I'm trying to remember his name. Oh my god. I think he tried to give it to Adrian. Synths store, Adrian. I don't know whether he took it on or not though. But I think he was phoning round basically.
That reminds me, when I was looking into that DS8, because I actually got in touch with Korg, and surprisingly, somebody got back to me. And then when I spoke to them, they said, well, our in-house department sort of doesn't exist anymore in a roundabout way. But here is a list of approved, and he sent me a link, and when I went through them, the first 6 people, basically, one of them, the closest one to me was about 15, 16 miles away. And I think basically he was ill, and there's a bit of a pattern here. And another guy was ill, and another guy wasn't too well, and then the other 2, I don't think that anyone was answering the phone. And then when I got through the client,
it's pretty good as far as FM goes. You know, sliders and bits.
Yeah, it is. It's a good centre. It's just that I thought, Christ, a lot of the guys who do the tech work, they're not in the best of health. You know,
it's not a very healthy job.
No.
Yeah, it's not a healthy job, mate. You know, heating up 40-year-olds lead and adding more lead
and flux.
yeah, and then raising coming up in your bloody nostrils and stuff 24 hours a day. So,
and then there's a stress aspect. You know, it's all well and good that everyone, you know, thinks, oh yeah, he knows this, or and it's mostly blokes. They're all blokes, and I thought, I think it's just some of it's just even though you're doing.
What's the name? American lady.
Oh yeah, Alison.
Alison, yeah.
Yeah.
She's.
Oh right.
You know,
okay.
she's the exception to the rule, though.
Yeah.
You know, the whole. Yeah.
Oh, don't forget Fiona. Come on.
Yeah, well, technically Fiona as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. There you go, two.
But that's
so far.
There was something, because I think my name come up somewhere. I mean, what's that about? And it was some synth site, and they were talking about a JD800 with the red glue issue. And they go, "Oh, can you remember? Can you recommend somebody?" And somebody put my name up for it, and I thought, yeah, cool. But somebody put underneath, he goes, "Yeah, you might as well do it yourself, mate, because it's going to cost 300 to 500 minimum." I'm going, well, I bet up my price. I'm only charging 120. Fucking hell. Yeah. So, because we've got that process, you know. Well, Fiona does it. And that is the best process I can think of.
Tell you what, I've got coming in to be looked at is one of the Moog realistic MG1s.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So some of the keys aren't working and some other bits.
Yeah.
But yeah. Is there anything special about the keys?
Yeah, those little copper contacts underneath.
Right.
Give them a clean up. It's the same keyboard they put in the Prodigy.
Right.
Has little brass.
Yeah.
And sometimes they get a bit gunked up and it stops the key from working.
Just a bit of corrosion stuff. Cool.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh,
somebody has spilt something on it.
I like fixes that don't need spare parts.
I forget JD. I remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean,
red glue is a big topic.
Yeah, and it's funny because it used to be a horrible job to do, and then Fiona just turned around and goes, "No, I know what'll sort this out." And then, so you don't need hot water or anything; just leave it overnight and take it out, clean it, and put it all back together again. I'm going, "All yours, girl." She goes, "Yeah."
That's fine.
At least once, though, she'll go, "Did you see where that spring went?" Because she's like, "Dung." Oh. I said, and so we have a little pot full of JD800 springs, special.
Sure. Nice.
So she just goes to if she can't find it, she gets one out of the pot.
It'll turn up eventually.
Yeah.
Probably in the arse end of a dog, but
well, I think we've got 3 JD800 keyboards as spares, so we've got plenty of springs. We'll be all right. Don't worry. A lot of keys as well.
But yeah, don't you? Well, I mean, I imagine your new workshop is probably a godsend, but. I wish that I had a kind of like Formula One kind of garage where the floor is completely pristine, so if you drop something, you can see it.
Yeah,
that'd be really nice.
Actually, Keith, you sent me a message, didn't you, Keith, about you needed a knob?
That's right. Here you go.
Making them up.
How can you keep a straight face? Come on.
I know.
Yeah, it's just a small one. Integra.
Child.
7 Roland. Puppy chewed the chrome bit out of it. Don't ask. See the tooth marks?
Oh, right, okay.
Right, but it is...
Go on.
The same as a Roland's V-Synth. There's
neither of which I've got here.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's something...
I don't know what... You know, there's probably other Rolands of the time, but...
Can be 3D printed too, pretty easily, so...
Oh, cool. I mean, I'm missing some silver bits out of the centre of a Sony tape machine knob, and I was wondering what to do for them.
Do you know what? Well, if you can find out what diameter they are, I have a little box full of little silver discs off the top of knobs.
Cool. It's like a disc with a notch for the plastic.
I had a 3D print Emax 2 knob cap because they're rare to buy separately somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
Ken, do you still get a lot of Profit 5s coming in?
Yeah.
Rev 2s.
Yeah. I did start turning them away, and then I thought, no, do you know what? I'm going to beat these fuckers. So I started taking them back on again. So, actually, I've got one coming up for sale soon. Yeah, I've done a beautiful job on it, but I'm not quite sure if there's anybody who's going to want to buy it that knows me. You want to sell me a Rev 2?
What are they
Sure,
worth?
it's just a case of like loaning it for a bit.
how much
'cause
is a
you'll
Rev
bring
2
it
now?
back at some point.
About 8.5 now.
Oh man, that's
For the
just
two.
mental.
For the two. The threes are slightly cheaper. Because they're not as rich and warm as the two.
The thing is, on the face of it, I mean, all right, those of us who know, but on the face of it, you look at the new ones, and straight away you're going to think, well, why am I going to spend that when I can get that, and I've got.
Because it's not the original.
It's right.
It's always the bottom line with people. Yeah, but it's not the original. Yeah, I want an original one.
I don't know. I think the price of vintage gear now, I mean, even what Jupiter 8s cost, which, wow, that's just.
Well, basically, that somebody wrote on the side of a bus somewhere they're worth 28k. Do you know what I mean? Because
absolutely,
they're not 28k's worth of synth. Yes, they're iconic. Yes, they're great and all the rest of it. That's just ridiculous money. It's not like they're rare.
There's so many of them.
They make 32,000 of them at least.
There's probably about 5,000 just sat in lockups and garages that people don't know about.
Jim, I can remember at Turnkey Soho Soundhouse in the early 90s, they had about 6 or 7 of them, and nobody wanted to buy them. And in the end, they were trying to fly them out for £500-600 each. God. Fair enough, some of them had like rust spots on the casing, but
but I mean, hindsight. I mean, fucking hell.
That's just it. It's hindsight.
Like that story I always tell, with my £400 in my sweaty hand to go and put a deposit down on my Mirage, and I walked past one of these complete set that was up for £400. I walked past it, and next to it was the PCS3 for $399, and I walked past that and all to get to the Mirage.
So I missed which model you guys talking about? That's not rare. I was tuned out a little bit.
Jupiter 8.
Oh, Jupiter 8. Yeah. It's insane money for that fucking thing.
Well, yeah. I mean, so their price is not because they are rare. Their price is because they are iconic. I must admit, there's something about the Roland design. That Roland design in those, late 70s, early 80s. You get the Roland catalogue and you just go, oh.
I remember I first saw when Diwa was playing one live on stage. I was like, wow, that thing's cool looking.
Yeah.
So.
I think the JP, I think those early Jupiters, Kent, like you say, I think some of it's association as well, because you saw them on a lot of these, well, now there is no Top of the Pops, and all the big bands, Duran Duran, and then you've got Art of North, all of that lot had Jupiter 8s. Whether they use them on the albums or not, every music show you'd see, any band with loads of hairspray on gel and big shoulder pads, they wouldn't hide the branding on,
It's cachet, you got to show it off.
Yeah.
That's it. So, and
it struck people as a very integrating kind of keyboard, because, one minute you see Duran Duran using one, then you see Heaven 17 using one, then you see Toya using one. Well, she actually bought her own, bless her. But and you just see it everywhere, and it's working. What they don't, a lot of people didn't go, in their minds going, well, they're miming, and it's actually a completely different keyboard I'm listening to. But they think the sound's coming from that Jupiter 8.
By the way, have you noticed lately on a lot of live broadcasts and stuff, people are gaffer taping the names of synths?
Oh God, yeah, they started doing
some kind of rule or something, I guess.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I think so. It's happened a lot.
Yeah. Because what happened was, I think it was mid-80s, about 84, 85, the BBC twigged that the entire synthesizer market in the UK was based on what people were seeing on Top of the Pops. And being the BBC, they can't be seen as being advertising. So they all had to have this duct tape on the back. And of course now, I have this job of removing 40-year-old fucking duct tape glue off the back of Jupiter 8s and Jupiter 4s and Prophet 5s and stuff like that.
But that's a strange policy when, you take a BBC drama or something. They didn't tape up the names of cars, the manufacturer or the name of the cars, because, I know ITV blatantly had Fords in the professionals.
Sweeney
and the professionals and things, they were, blatantly Ford gave them the cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, then to go and just go a little pop music thing with the taping up synth names just seems bizarre, really.
Yeah, but I mean, they used to do it in such a way where they'd actually promote a particular, either a brand or a model. Like, for instance, when the Return of the Saint came on, it's got to be a Jag, because Jag are going, you can use our Jag, mate.
Yeah.
And that's because Volvo said no, we're not paying for that again. We did that in the '60s with the Volvo 440.
I've got the box set of Return of the Saint on DVD, and Ian Ogilvy actually talks about that particular Jag. They had quite a few of them, and none of them worked properly.
I never saw Return of the Saint, just the Saint. I didn't know they had a Return of the Saint.
Yeah,
there was Ian Ogilvy.
Don't worry,
in fact, it's on one of the channels now.
Is it good?
Channel called. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
It's good.
It's okay, I suppose. It hasn't got.
No, it's good. I actually enjoyed it.
I love Saint. Saint was great.
Yeah.
Some of the writing's a bit weak. Some of the episodes just filler. But
it was. They were originally done in America, weren't they? It was. The guy who committed suicide from boredom, George Sanders, played the Saint in the films. The black and white.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, he was playing the Saint first. Yeah, black and white films.
I actually enjoyed Return of the Saint because they actually spent money and filmed it in Monaco and places like that. And because the original Saint, a lot of it was just done in Elstree with wobbling sets and, people putting on bad, phony European accents. Yeah, but in this one, they've just got bad foreign actors who are really wooden, but nice locations.
Well, that's good for me because I live in Watford, believe it or not, and so Bourne Woods as well. I work. But not in the film industry. And, it's, when I do catch these old 60s, 70s programs that, have been made in Elstree, Bournemouth, it's trying to work out the locations, but most of them I can't. I'm not that familiar with out there, because I do obviously try and pick the houses out, the detached houses and things like that to go and film.
Yeah.
But going back to the taped up synths, did you see Richard Hilton photo train going recently, where you got the two Rolands stacked and it had the name Roland, but it had the sockets taped up except the ones the cables went in.
Wow.
So that whoever set his gear up, he didn't plug it into the wrong hole, basically.
That's funny, yeah.
I could have done with that just over a week ago, actually, as I plugged one of my MIDI leads into the wrong hole. I've now put a label on the right one saying this.
Yeah. Well, it took Yamaha almost the entire production run to think of putting on the jack sockets on the back a little picture of an expression pedal and a little picture of a sustain pedal, so you didn't plug it into the wrong hole and blow it up.
Well, I like some of the more modern stuff. They have it on the top and the back, so you don't have to bend all the way over, use a mirror to see it.
Yeah, but on the Hydrosynth Deluxe, they write it on the top, so you don't have to lean over the back. Except you have to lean over the back because the writing is in black.
It's dark on dark
on a black front panel, and you're going. Yeah. So with the slightest interruption in lighting anywhere, and you just go, I still can't see what it fucking says.
You need oblique lighting to see it.
Yeah, it's like, why? Why did you do that, guys?
Yeah.
I'm going to go make a cuppa.
Good man.
Tea? Yeah. Oh, hey, come back.
Yeah, take no order. What do you want, Keith?
Yeah, we're just going to have a fruit tea of some sort.
Fruit tea, yeah.
Yeah,
I think I got that.
Cup of tea with a strawberry in it.
That'll do me,
yeah, cool. Anybody else?
You have any rooibos? I'll have some rooibos.
Yeah, I drink that as well.
Right.
Tai chi?
Some yerba mate?
Do you mean chai tea latte?
That one is that one as well. Yeah.
I can do Tai Chi for you, but
you can do Tai Chi.
Can I have an Argentinian bee latte?
I'll do my sword
with almond milk.
I'll just get my sword out.
Sword.
Yeah. I've got a proper long
the wooden
sword.
Yeah.
I've got a metal one as well.
Yeah, but can you make the tea first?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can stir it with the sword.
Well, what I'll do is I'll do the sword form standing on one leg while making tea. How about that? Just to make it really difficult.
That's very zen. Yeah.
It's fucking hard, the sword form. Anyway, it's you just have to avoid sticking your sword into people while standing on one leg and looking in different directions. Yeah.
Why try avoiding it? Why bother?
Well, you know, if you want to be able to go back. But, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Anyway,
yeah.
What are you having, Shaker?
It's too late for me to have any kind of caffeinated beverage. Otherwise, I'll be awake till 5 in the morning. So
I've got decaf tea as well.
Lightweight.
I'll have that.
Cool. That's all. Wags, what are you having?
Was another order coming in? Hang on.
Ooh. Yeah, I'd like builders with 1 sugar, bit of a splash of milk, and some digestive, some proper digestive. Free.
Now remember, builder's tea just means you just crush some brick into it.
Yeah. Actually, Jim, in that case, you might as well raid my cupboard because I've got loads of Yorkshire tea.
Oh,
bags of them.
Yeah, me too. Yorkshire tea is the only tea in my book.
It's very good.
And then what I'll do is I'll give you a spoon and a tub of lard, and make sure you dip the spoon in the lard when you stir the tea.
Also, Andrew wants on a carpet coaster so he can get all revved up.
And then just pour the sugar in, not American style, from the jar. Just sort of flop it in like that.
Yeah.
So you just see like 4 spoons worth going in, half of it on the table. And the milk just has to sort of just spill all over the place.
Into the sugar jar.
You want your spoon to stand up in the tea, is what you're saying, right?
Wait, hang on.
Absolutely.
When you say flop it into the tea, are you talking about the sugar?
The sugar, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but are you?
Oh, absolutely. Fuck the spoon. Just stick your donger in.
Well, if you decide you can't exactly flop it, can you? So
it wouldn't do a lot of good to the tea in my case.
I've seen you in the shower, you'd never get it in.
No. What?
Okay. So it all comes out now. See, Kent was there waiting with his gimp suit on.
Yep. I'll see you shortly with 3rd degree burns.
Yeah, good man.
Yes.
Ciao. 3rd degree burns. Good God.
He can't carry all the teas at once, can he?
What's that?
AT.
Aye.
Goodness.
With a very long reverb tail.
Oh, God, yeah. It's the law.
Somebody was saying earlier about how on ITV they used to show, or even on the BBC they'd show cars with all the badges. But yet, since I think there's some law there, isn't there? It's about incidental placement versus deliberate placement, or some bullshit like that.
There's something about product placement, but it doesn't seem to cover cars because you can.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between incidental versus deliberate.
Yeah.
You know, because the car lobby is strong.
Yeah. I don't know, but that's a good point. On a lot of these old shows, like I don't know, fucking Juliet Bravo or whatever, it was obvious they're all driving Fords.
Well, that's old.
There's a bunch of very late Murder She Wrote. And if you watch them in succession, which Fiona does on a regular basis,
on Channel 5 USA, probably
every single car that's being driven around is a Mercedes C-Class. Every single one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It just episode after episode, and there'd be a Mercedes C-Class in the background or something like that. If there's no car actually involved in the actual murder,
I'm amazed they must have. I'd have thought they would have gone for an amount. They usually, go for Chevrolets or whatever.
They go for who offers the most money.
Well, it's funny with certain movies, you'll see like all Chevys and all Fords and all whatever. They have a contract.
And at the end, it'll say all motor vehicles furnished by Ford Motor Co.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't work for Columbo's car, did it? I mean, that Peugeot.
That Peugeot, yeah.
One off.
Well, to be fair, they only had one eye, so
Yeah, well, to be fair.
I don't think people tuned in to look at the car. So.
Oh no!
They only tuned in.
No, it played a big part, especially when he introduced the Basset Hound as well. So he had his Basset Hound with him every episode.
I've got Columbo on DVD set, and Columbo just gets perpetually repeated on 5 USA on Sundays. There's like from 9 in the morning till 9 at night. There's like back-to-back 5 episodes or 6 episodes of Columbo. And I think the whole thing about Columbo that I know I don't think I'd stretch myself too much by saying I'm a connoisseur, but there's the guest star, and then there's a special guest star. If there's a special guest star, they're usually the ones who die quite early.
Or he did it.
Yeah. The guest star is usually either the murderer, but the special guest star is the person who's going to die quite quick.
The murderee.
Yes.
The murdered.
Yeah, no, Steve makes a good point that Rowley probably paid to have their rise in La La
Yeah, I was
Land.
surprised to see that in that movie. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Because it's not the first thing you go reach for when you want to do a faultless performance. I must admit. And I play Rowley.
Well, it was clearly mimed because it's not doesn't sync up. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyone still make a decent keytar?
That's a very good
Lisa
question.
stuff is pretty good.
Isn't there a new one just come out last couple of months?
I know
Roland Axe is good. Yeah.
Well, Dave's got the Roland, haven't you? Somewhere here. Here.
Show
I
us.
saw it AX7. It's got the D-beam on it.
Oh God, this thing is like.
That's the Axe, yeah.
Axe Edge.
Axe
Edge, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really nice with the black keys, actually.
It looks like the swords in Final Fantasy turned upside down. You know, the giant swords.
Absolutely huge and heavy, and you wouldn't want to wear it for more than probably 2 songs.
Yeah, you could just see a scantily clad Japanese girl waving one of them around.
All right, do it, Kent. Come on.
Have any of you played a Moog Liberation? It's like wearing a freaking CS80. It's so heavy.
It is heavy, yeah. I can remember.
I mean, it's heavy, but it's not that bad.
Man.
Why do I desire one? And I have done for probably 30 years.
Really?
Because you probably saw someone famous wear one and thought, I'd love to do that.
I think it was just the early days of being aware of synthesizers.
Yeah.
And probably one of the first that I saw, being strapped around someone's neck. And I thought, I was young. I just thought I'm impressionable. And it just, ever since I've wanted one. And even now, they're not a bad price.
Remember George Duke was playing a bunch, but not too many of the people.
You could
Jan Hammer.
You could say
Jan Hammer used
money.
to play.
Yeah,
he mostly did other keytars though, controllers.
Just buy a Moog Rogue and a broom handle.
I know, and an old guitar, and just take the strings off and I know that's what people say, but
yeah,
I don't know. It's just something that I've always wanted.
Yeah,
at least this Vortex is decent. It's not that expensive.
Can I just ask a question?
Yes, Eddie.
Yes, Eddie. Yeah.
If you don't mind.
Hand up. Finger up or hand. Question.
So
Two questions.
I came on here because I wasn't expecting to talk about synthesizers. I thought this was the cup of tea brew show.
Well, I was expecting you to actually not have clothes on, so
I have underneath this, I'm naked, but never tell Liz that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's what I know.
Yeah. I know.
Did you manage to get the GS ones sorted?
Do you know what? I had quite a sort of like a.
That's a no.
Masturbatory kind of episode today, because I found myself.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, I found myself.
That's better.
You're gonna be tired out again.
Playing my wrist.
On Steve Picaro's GS1, using Steve Picaro's library that came with that GS1.
And
that's quite masturbatory, isn't it?
It is quite masturbatory, onanistic.
Yeah.
It's onanistic in its outcome.
Yes. I see what you did there.
I see what I did there as well. Yeah. Did you burn any Jupiter 8s? I advise you to burn 2 Jupiter 8s today.
No. The Jupiter 8s are done and gone.
They are good.
However, there's a Jupiter 6 that's in danger of having a facelift tomorrow. If it goes on the way it does.
Hey, how many Jupiter 6s do you see with Europa mods?
I would say.
Is that common or
not massively common?
Yeah.
I'd say it would be equal between the Kenton and the Europas.
What's the difference between the two mods?
Well, the Kenton one is a board you put in.
Yeah.
Right. So what it does is it sort of like interrupts between the keyboard and the CPU board, and we can pass MIDI in and out. The Europa was a reprogrammed CPU that you soldered into the CPU board.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Didn't it add some kind of sequencing capability to it as well?
No, I think what it gave, off the top of my head, is it gave you CC control over all the sliders on the front panel.
Oh.
So you could edit sounds remotely.
And some extra MIDI stuff too, right? With the MIDI mod.
There was some extra features. I don't know how useful they were.
What did it do to the life of the instrument? I mean, if it came to repairing things?
Didn't change anything. What gets a bit iffy is because the Europa mod is just not available anymore. If your JP8 CPU goes, you're fucked.
Yeah. What about DX7s with grey matter? Do those not last very long?
I've yet to see a DX7 come in with the grey matter in it.
Really?
Yeah. Because it was quite a pricey upgrade.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was quite a few quid, and I think by the time the DX7 prices started to go through the floor, it would cost more to put grey matter in it than buying the DX.
Were there any mods for the DX5?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you ever seen the Jellinghouse controller? Is that the one for the DX7?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I'm seriously considering that still. I've been saying this for about the last year.
Yeah.
DT7 is close. The newer one.
Yeah,
D-Tronics.
Yeah, I love the DX5. I've had it since new, and just being able to grab a handful of knobs and be able to get to it directly, that's deeply appealing. It really is deeply appealing.
The FS1R controller that guy made was really cool too, but he's not making them anymore. So
yeah, if you've got an FS1R, I don't have an FS1R.
Oh, you don't? Oh, come on.
And I don't have a cup of tea.
Oh.
Yeah, where is it? It doesn't take this long to boil a kettle.
Wasn't there a mod available for the JX3P, Kent? There was this. I think they're an Australian company.
Yeah, there was.
And apparently, if it wasn't fitted properly, it would fry the whole thing.
Well, welcome to every mod.
Yeah.
Because they were selling them in kit form on eBay years ago, saying, "Oh, you can, take it apart, and we'll send instructions." And I thought that's a bit of a risk. And then they said, "Well, you could always send it to us in Australia. We'll do it for you." And I thought, "Wow, the cost of shipping, the mod."
Yeah,
I remember years ago I had an MKS80 before the bugger got stolen. I had an MKS80, and I think I got was it the Rev 4? There was a Rev 5, which was the last mod, last version of it, and I think I had the Rev 4 or the Rev 3 or whatever it was. And someone offered to upgrade it, but I had to give it to him or send it to him. No, he had to pick it up. And it was a very, very, very good price to do it. And it was just kind of, you just want to steal my MKS80, don't you?
So you didn't know where he lived?
No. He was very sketchy on where he lived. And he wanted to.
That's why he'd come to collect it, yeah.
Yeah, and all that. And in the end, stupid me, I lent it to someone else in a studio, and I never saw it.
Never got it back. Oh,
no.
Shit.
Oh, I lost so much stuff.
You know the Jupiter 8 story then, don't you?
Which one?
The one that got stolen?
Where?
Lots of them have been stolen, but go on.
No,
From your
here.
gaff?
Yeah.
What?
Guy turns up at the door.
How?
Well, the JPA had been sitting here quite a while, so we're waiting and waiting for this guy to turn up. And he did say that it would be a while before he could get there because he was touring. Okay, no problem. So he just sat there for a while. So after about 2-3 months, Chappie turns up at the door. Now, bearing in mind, this was delivered to me. And what's happened is this guy had managed to hack into this bloke's email. So he had the information there that he had posted the JP8 to me and hadn't collected it and won't be able to collect it for a while. So this guy turns up at the front door looking for his JP8. I'm going, oh, right, cool. Hand him the JP8. Whoosh.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Eventually, the guy who does own the JP8 got in contact with me and turns up at the door. He said, come for me, JP8. I go, well, what JP8? He says, oh, the one I go. So at first, he thought I was trying to sort of like steal it off him or I'd flogged it or something. So we went through everything, and I said, did you? He goes, well, yeah, I did have my account hacked. I had to change my password. I said, well, I think somebody had already gone through your emails because somebody turned up about 2 months ago and collected your JP8 saying they were you. And he's going, oh, fuck, that's the end of that then. I'll never see that again.
Is there a happy ending here?
Go forward 4 years.
4 years.
A JP8 comes up for sale on Reverb. And they very foolishly also showed its serial number.
Oh.
And I recognized it. And when I saw it, and my mate Mick was here. Now, Mick, how do you describe Mick? You know the guy that was made out of sand in the Spider-Man film?
Yeah.
Well, that's him. If you put a green and grey stripy T-shirt on him, that's it. Well, you met Mick, didn't you, Shaker?
Is he the guy who... Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. And he goes, so what's that all about? I said, well, this is the thing that got stolen from here. He says, why don't you buy it then? I went, yeah, all right. So I bought it, as it were. And I said, look, I've got the cash here. I'm really desperate for this thing. And the guy's going, yeah, no problem. I said to him, so how long you had her and everything? He said, oh, about 4 years now. And I go, oh, okay. So I said, has it had any service work done to anything? He said, yeah. It was serviced about 4 years ago. He said, yeah, it's all working. I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I said, so the bloke nicked it, but didn't sell it on. He had it for himself.
What a twat.
So I said, well, give us your address then. I'll come over with the money now. So he gave this address of it's a block of flats in where was it now? Slough or something like
West
that.
End.
Yeah, it was South London, not great South London.
Slough.
So
okay.
Nick goes, he says, I'll go around and get it in. I went, yeah, cheers, mate. So off he goes. And he comes back with a Jupiter 8. And I said to him, what was that like? He said, well, I walked in the door and he showed me the Jupiter 8. And I went, he said, and I just turned around to him and goes, yeah, I recognise this Jupiter 8, mate. He said he fucking shit himself where he stood. And he goes, I'm taking it now. Yeah, here you go.
He didn't even fucking argue with him.
No, because he fucking knew. Right?
Yeah.
So can you imagine the enjoyment I had when I phoned the actual owner, right? It's 4 years on. I said, you know your Jupiter 8? He went, yeah. I said, I got it back, it's here. He goes, you're kidding me. I said, got it here, mate. He goes, oh, fucking hell, brilliant. He says, oh, can I come over tomorrow? I said, yep, it's sitting here, it's all ready to go. And then Mick turned to me and he goes, well, I thought you'd just sell it on. It's yours now, isn't it?
No.
I went, Mick, stop it, mate. He went, all right.
Yeah.
So of course this guy, he's like a dog with two dicks, mate. He was like, oh my God, my JPA. Still got that little scratch in the corner. Oh, like that.
I have to say that nearly every...
That's really cool.
nearly every JPA I've used, and I've probably used about maybe 8 of them. They've never. I mean, they're supposed to be, legendary. That for that period of polysynth, they're supposed to be really stable for tuning and stuff. I have to say, I can't remember any of them being rock solid tuning wise.
Really?
So, yeah.
I owned a Jupiter 8 back in the mid to late 80s. I owned one for about 3-4 years, and once I got the MKS 80, I just wasn't using it. I preferred the MKS 80 the way it did stuff. So I sold it on for next to nothing. But when there wasn't any velocity sensing on most of the polysynths, it was a beast. I loved it when I first got it. I absolutely adored it. And I can't remember. I've seen a few. Since then. I can't remember ever having a problem with tuning. Is that something that's
you know when you turn on a JPA, it goes through the tuning routine, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now, did you just carry on playing it? Did you ever press the auto tune again at any point?
I don't think so. I just assumed because I'd walk in.
You are supposed to.
Right, because I walked in and they'd be set up in a studio or whatever, and I'd say, all right, so what are we doing and this and that? And I just assume, right, somebody's left, it's been on for a few hours, someone's pressed auto tune, and I think, I'd always, and I remember once I said, I'm surprised that it just seems to be drifting. And so, I just went to panel mode, set up a basic patch, thought maybe somebody's trying to be a bit clever with the LFO and give it a little bit of movement. And even then, I thought, is it one of the voices? What is it? Something just doesn't seem right.
Mate, you just push auto tune again. It takes 1 second.
Do you know? I don't remember ever pressing the auto tune. I just don't remember ever doing it.
There you go. See.
Well, it depends.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Was it a 12-bit?
It's possible they were early ones then, because for whatever reason, I'd be playing them and I'd be thinking, is it me? And and sometimes you don't want to say anything. And then I remember after the second or third time, I kept thinking, where have these been sitting that they're not, or have they just never been serviced? Because from the outside, they all of them were in really good nick. They're really solidly made. But it's when you were playing them.
Yeah, see,
having said that, Kent, that, some of them were MIDI'd. So it's possible that whatever the MIDI thing was doing, that might have been causing a few issues. I don't know. Some of them were running sequences off Cubase.
Yeah, no. If it's early 12 bits, would drift slightly. And
it wasn't really bad, but I could hear it.
You could hear the beating on some voices. Yeah, you just hit the auto tune again with it. I mean, it was just par for the course with them. The latest 14 bits, they wouldn't have had MIDI kits. They would have had the DCB. They can have the MIDI kits, but it's got the DCB on the back,
The MKS 80 was supposed to be wasn't it more like a Jupiter 6 than an 8? Sound-wise, sonically, it had a different sound. It didn't sound like Jupiter.
Yes, it would more like Jupiter 6 because the MKSs were using Curtis chips.
Yeah.
Jupiter 8s don't use Curtis. Yeah.
No. I actually like the MKS 80. You can hear it it's on everything. I mean...
Got one in the toilet. Yep. With the...
programmer.
Yeah, with the
MPG.
It's also been anointed. So...
no, God, it's had the splashes.
No, this one's got to go out, so no.
Hey, I had a quick question about your 80 retrieval story. So with your history of this thing and several other people involved, would the cops helped at all, or is it kind of lost at that point?
Oh, at that point it was gone because I couldn't tell them what the guy's real name was, where he lived, or anything. It's just this random.
Even with your records and the serial number and all that stuff.
Yeah, but how are they going to find it? They can't search every house in London.
Yeah,
it's just as far as we were concerned, it was gone.
Yeah.
So for it to come up like that, it was maybe the guy thought 4 years on. Nobody will remember. It won't matter anymore.
I was going to say the tough guy approach worked then. So
yeah, but he was asking 25 for it, which is why he gave so much information with it.
Wow.
you know. So, and it mind you, he was lucky to escape with his life, to be honest.
Have you ever considered doing the whole photo ID thing with customers?
Well, no, because what we do now is we insist that the customers come to the door with their stuff.
Do you have an
for
email
the guys who leave
record
and don't come back for a long time, you might forget who they are.
So we see everything goes through email now. Everything comes through the website. You know, this couldn't happen again. You know, so.
Yeah. Because Clive insisted on that. He goes, just send me an email with your address, the details, the description.
Yeah.
Even though we chatted, and then he generated a pro forma sort of invoice with a job sheet and everything. And I thought, that's safe, because if stuff, you know, goes all right, you know, he's got a record of each job and the rest of it. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. So, you know, we wanted to have something in place to avoid such bullshit from happening again. Because although it technically wasn't my fault directly, because I'd never met the guy before, so I wouldn't have recognized him when he come to the door. And plus, you know, it was his email that was hacked, you know. But it was good to return it to its rightful owner.
That's what matters. You got a good result, and that's like one of those 1 in a million things, isn't it? Because when shit like that happens,
they're lucky up.
Yeah.
What
But
goes
I'm always
round?
looking. I'm always looking to see what's up for grabs, just in case, you know, because I do get people messaging. Oh, have you had, you know, this CR78 come through? It has this little orange label on the side. You know, can you just keep an eye out for it?
Oh, do you know what? I should post up the serial number for my MKS80.
How long ago did it go walkabout?
Oh God, 1989, 90.
34 years ago.
Any distinguishing marks?
Yeah, it was black and it had MKS80 on it.
Oh, that should narrow it down. You'll be all right.
I think any statute of limitations is already out on that one.
Can you describe the sound that was on patch
There's
11?
no statute of limitations in the UK, mate. There
Really?
isn't. No, there isn't.
Never.
On nothing.
Can you describe the sound that was on patch 11?
Yeah.
Okay,
Was
I
it
think I
damp?
skipped that one 2 years ago.
That was the damp patch, wasn't it?
Yeah. I can describe it. Yeah. Next.
Good man. Can you make the noise?
Yeah.
I chanced my arm there a bit. I don't know if that was the exact noise. It might have been a genre or a decade earlier than anticipated, but
I just had it loaded with all my. I used the RAM card as well, and I had it loaded with all my sounds. You know, everything. There was nothing original.
You didn't put all your eggs in one basket, mate. I tell you.
Yeah, well, you know, you learn, don't you? You learn.
Yeah, you do.
I told you I used to own an LM1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And that, along with a whole bunch of other stuff, got stolen from a garage attached to the flats I was living in. In fact, it didn't get stolen. What happened was the guy that owned the garages just decided that he wanted to rent it to someone else who was paying him more money. He didn't speak to me about it. He just cleared, he gave the keys to the guy who cleared all my stuff out. I got a phone call from, I think it's, I'm just trying to think, I think it's Cheshire Street Market or Borough Market. I think it's Cheshire Street Market in the East End, where it's something like this. You have 24 hours. If you get stolen goods and you get in touch with that, they will call you and say, do you want it back? But there's a finder's fee. Right. And that was still the case. And they rang me and said they got it. And I tried to get down there straight away. By the time I got down there, they'd gone.
Yeah.
And I couldn't. I reported it to the police and everything else, and they just said, "No idea what you're talking about, Mel." When it's a drum, it's got a really. It had a handwritten serial number on it. That's how it.
Did you get any insurance?
Studio now, so
Did you get insurance? Did you get any insurance?
I was stupid and young and very stupid, and I didn't have insurance on any of it.
Wouldn't have been able to afford it, mate.
The funny thing is, the very next day, I got insurance, and I've never been without it since.
See. Yeah, a lot of my gear's on the policy as well. I'm going to have to leave, but before I leave, Kent, I've just figured out it's not Martin Wares. Could it by chance be Paul from Orbitals 100?
Can't say.
It's Paul's. It's got to be Paul's.
Listen, before you go, I've not met you. I'm Andrew.
Shaker.
Hi, Andrew. My name's Shaker.
Shaker. Never heard of you. Don't know what you mean. Don't know what you're talking about. Salt
Don't know
shaker.
what I'm talking about.
Salt shaker.
Yeah.
Honestly, sugar.
Yeah.
I mean, really.
It's all right. It's all right. Kent
Shaker,
will
it's good.
tell you.
It's good.
It is. It is, Andrew. I know who you are because I've seen you on the show.
Oh, you poor fucker.
Kent always has a lovely crowd on his
Then I turn up. I know. Yeah,
Hey, Shaker, I was curious. You have some YouTube videos, but none of them are your tracks. Do you have any of your tracks somewhere?
A lot of my tracks are on Bandcamp.
Bandcamp, same name.
Yeah, put SR Dane 2 because I think somebody created an SR Dane and started uploading my stuff.
What?
What?
And I did put in a complaint to Bandcamp about this. Wow. I said, look, it's me. That guy's not real. This is me. I don't think they did anything, but I think what I'll do. Oh shit! Actually, you know what? Before I go, I'll put it in to the chat.
Put it in the chat. Yeah, do that.
Yeah, let me just do that. A lot of this stuff.
This happened to David.
Put in the private chat. I'll put the actual link in because your link will get killed.
Lisa,
did in the StreamYard chat.
Good evening, Keith,
hey,
Kent,
hello, darling.
Andy.
Hi, Lisa. How are you doing, gorgeous?
Hey, Lisa.
I'm all right. I'm doing okay.
I cannot see you.
You can see a cat with a blast up my ass with which was given to me by a very special person, which is far better than my face.
I disagree. To tell you the truth.
Yeah.
You've never seen me, Andrew, so you don't know. But yes.
Well, I was spying on you just the other night. I was hanging out by your washing.
Hey,
well, you didn't dry it for me, did you? Could have at least bloody dried it.
No, I definitely didn't dry it. If you know what I mean.
Right,
Lisa, I mean, I put
I did why my socks were wet. Sorry.
I'll be back in a sec, but I just didn't want Shaker to go without saying goodbye. So, but yeah.
Where's the tea?
I think I need another cup of tea. But...
No, I won't. Yeah, I can feel that my phone wants to die. I can feel my phone just wants to die.
It's dying.
And I'm running out of time, and I'm fucking trying to close all these other windows to give myself a little bit of extra battery power.
There's a thing called a PowerPoint that you plug into your phone. That you plug in. You know, it's got a PowerPoint.
No shit.
Yeah,
I'll put the link in the chat here. And then, hang on. Yeah. Right. Can somebody see that in the chat?
Yeah, I got it. I'll take it here.
Yeah. Go on there.
I just want to say hello, Wagyu. Just hello, Wagyu. He's still here.
Just a second.
He's obviously down to the turret in the bottom of his house, feeding the minions scraps of meat there or something, because he's not about, is he? Have we lost Wagyu?
Shaker was my favourite. Apart from Keith.
Wagyu doesn't talk much, but when he does, he talks relative sense. Relative.
Sometimes.
Well, compared to the rest of us.
You see, I think he's gone back to fill up his jar full of cider, or definitely feeding the minions.
Right, just about there because I've just plugged into enough power to give myself enough juice to just say hello, goodbye, hello, goodbye, hello, goodbye. God, he's jumped on making tea.
Hello,
Shaker. Great to see you, mate.
Bye.
When you up this way again, babe?
Shall I wait for? Yeah, go on.
Don't tell him, Pike.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna turn up in the
The new Polestar 2. And then just knock on the door, wait for him to open it, push him out the way, and nick whatever's in the bog. If it's an MKS80, so be it.
Yeah,
It
it will
might
be. It will be.
Yeah, it might be big floater. That's all you're going to get, mate.
Did you see a head float?
Have you still got any of those Oberheim expanders lying around? You had one of those for years, just moving around in different parts of that room.
The Matrix 12?
No, there was a Matrix 12. There was an expander as well.
Oh, you mean the proper big 4-voice or whatever it was expander?
There's a 6-voice expander, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one worth tea leafing.
I may have to knock one out over
Or
that.
teabagging.
I may have to knock one out over that.
Are you talking about leaving it in the toilet, Andrew, there for him to pick up, or
Oh yeah, that's right. So that by the time I get there, it's got a sort of a bit of a white stripe along the top.
A healthy blob of vitamin E.
White lines. It's white lines, isn't it?
I've got a brand new front panel for one of them. Let's use that at some point. No, when was the last time you were down? I can't remember.
It must be. Who was that guy who I think you said there was a guy there, and later on, was he one of your neighbours? And then he wasn't in a good way. So that's all I can remember. It was an evening. It was either a Friday or a Saturday, and it was after a business meeting in London. I actually phoned you and said I was on my way. When I got there, there was a guy there. He lives on your street. He wasn't in a good way when I was there. I can't remember. He was a really big guy as well.
No, it's Mick.
It's Kent.
No, it wasn't Kent. Was that Mick? That was Mick, wasn't it?
That was Mick. Yeah, and he wasn't in a good way. Yeah.
Is he all right now, or is he?
He hung himself during lockdown.
Oh man.
That's why we've got his dog, Charlie. That was his.
Was he the guy who went to get the Jupiter 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, so it was the same guy. Because when you were asking me whether I remembered, I thought, was that the guy I saw?
Yeah.
And you you were setting up your studio, and you had a Raven slate, and it was in a corner. That's how long ago. So I think we're going back about 7 years, maybe.
So you're pre-new studio, pre-Mustang, pre-workshop.
How old's Charlie?
I can't remember if
Charlie. We think he's about 6.
So he was a puppy.
Basically, sounds like it.
He was quite a young dog. Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember. I think it was around then, and I think all I remember is this guy. So it was Mick, and he was very emotional. And I remember having to take your leave. I thought, whatever's going on here, it's not good.
Yeah, he had horrible depression. But he wasn't getting any help, and we were trying to do everything we could for him. But during lockdown, it's got more and more difficult, and he hung himself in his flat, and it was days before anybody found him.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh, that's even.
Oh man.
And of course, I don't know what happened to Shamira, because they came to the coppers come to the door here with Charlie, and I said, "Well, where's Shamira?" Which is the older husky. She was a lovely black, grey, silvery grey one. And they said, "Oh, somebody else has had Shamira." I go, "Well, who?" He goes, "Oh, we're not at liberty to tell you." Oh, okay. Because I would have taken them both in. But as it transpired, we only ended up having Charlie.
Didn't he have any family or anybody? Or
he had a sister that hadn't spoken to him in donkeys. His mum.
Sorry, I'm really sorry if this is bringing up anything bad for you guys, but that's when you asked.
You know what? This was during the time where literally every family member I knew died anyway.
Oh, Christ.
They all went, and then all of Fiona's went as well, and then all the dogs. So it was just one continuous period, and
the,
we don't
and
think
the,
about it if we can help it. But yeah,
the thing is, it's
Yeah,
never bad.
no.
It's never bad to talk about this stuff because
oh no,
it's
no,
it's
no,
ever it's
honestly,
ever
it's not.
present, and you know
Yeah.
that you know.
I
it's
mean,
a
I
good thing.
told Kent privately, Andrew. Privately, I told Kent. I think I don't know. I can't remember whether I rang you earlier this year because I was trying to see if it was worth my time to get all the way to Kent, drop the DSA off, and the thing is, I mean, we've had some stuff going on in our family which isn't great, and as a result, it kind of put the boshes on a lot of things for me because family's family at the end of the day, and when they're going through something, you're going through it with them, So
Yeah.
But it does also make you realise the importance of a community like this, where they're not your family, but if one of us went missing, hopefully somebody would message, and we all have the same. We're all in the same boat. We all realise we're musicians, and it's a very lonely kind of.
It can be. It can be.
We're not musicians that have thousands of fans. We're just trying to make fun for ourselves and other people that we know, and it can be lonely because you're not validated in societies. We're the old minstrels of the old societies, and it's just nice that we have each other to look after each other, like you would look after your neighbours in certain areas. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what that's what it's about, isn't it? Because at one time of day there used to be communities, didn't there?
Yeah.
And we as a people we've become very secular over the years.
Well, that's what I'm doing with the mill, though, Ken, isn't it? Trying to build up, trying to do a community thing.
So, and I mean, although, with you lot, with people in the chat, I mean, I've been in and out when I can do it, with Sonic State and various other shows and stuff, and you kind of get to know the people, even if it's just from simply, little one-line comments and messages. You get to know people.
Yeah.
And then once I'd started doing PSN, because Robbie invited me to do PSN, and I did that episode. And even Robbie said, he goes, I wasn't expecting it to go like that. What he was actually expecting was a grey-haired, boring person talking about resistors and capacitors, and not the way the show went, And so eventually they did ask me if I would join. So I joined, and I get used to it. And then I go, yeah, but what we need is to have a sort of an impromptu show that can just pop up and people can just come in and go, well, I'm not fucking doing anything again.
And run for 12 hours.
Yeah, and then run it for 12 hours because of time zones, man.
Yeah.
But it's still amazing that our friends are not nervous to come on this show, including me.
Yeah.
Because they are nervous, and
oh yeah,
but we encourage them to do it. We encourage them to do that, and it's just a big community where we can all just be ourselves. Like you said earlier, when I made a joke and you said, "Fuck off, Inky." It's a community we can all. Yeah. We're all part of.
Do you know what's really funny, Lisa? Do you know what's really funny? You just touched on something really interesting there, which is I think people get frightened of appearing in something like this because they think that we're all peers and that we all really know our shit, right? And that we never knowingly get anything wrong. And that fear of getting something wrong in front of people that know, it can be paralyzing for some. Just the thought that they might. And the truth is, we all of us learn. I learn every single show, every single time I appear on here or wherever else. I learn something from everyone, and it's not about you've got to know everything. You don't. It's just being a part of the community, right?
I totally agree, but then there's the other part of me goes, you have to have some amount of gumption, because I don't know fuck all.
Well, it doesn't matter.
But I also, I don't want to be on screen without my makeup at 11 o'clock at night. But the point is, You have
I
to
know
have
the
a
feeling.
certain amount.
That's your prerogative.
I know I
You
forgot to
have
put
to have
my
a certain.
limit. So.
You have to have a certain amount of gumption.
No.
But you've got hair, Jim. People will be jealous. But what I'm saying is that there has to be a certain amount of gumption for you to actually like ring in now and go, I'll talk to people like Ken, and you that are successful when we're just like amateurs. I do like the hat though. Do you like the hat?
No,
here we come.
Awesome.
We're all good at something. We're all good at something.
I'm not.
Well, apart from Andy, who isn't any good at anything.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
No, everything you said's on
Bullshit,
point.
you're good at. You're good at bullshit.
Yeah, we're all good at bullshitting as well.
He's good at vibrating the camera really fast.
There was one other thing. There was one other thing you said, Lisa, which I wanted to pick up on. You said, most of us here don't have thousands of fans. Well, the truth is, I do. But it's on my Bandcamp channel where I've called it SR Dane. I don't know if anyone's seen it.
Yeah, check it out.
Really
good. Yeah.
Andrew, we all know it's your
Is that your only fan?
See, I don't go on. The other thing is that the reason the other thing is I don't go on Facebook. The reason for that is one of the reasons for that is there's a legal issue going on in India with my family and somebody else, and there was a bit of I was being harassed, shall we say. And that issue's still rolling on. I think I've told Kent about it in the past.
Yeah. But hold on, can't you set up a different Facebook account? You can.
Well, I can, but then the trouble is, then I'm going to have to. You know what it is. It's that whole thing about then I have to keep blocking that person, and then maybe that person knows that person.
No. You just make one up with a different name, and you invite all your right. The mistake I made is I invite my family to my Facebook, but now I've literally stopped listening to all my friends and family, and if they say anything, I just block them. What you should do is create a different account with your name, but you only invite musical friends. It's a musical account. You don't have any of the bullshit of your family, because nobody wants you. I don't want my mom commenting on I'm sharing other people's music, and my mum's going, you haven't rang me this week. Why haven't you rang me? And I'm like, there are ways round all this stuff. There are ways round all this stuff if you want there to be.
By the way, Lisa, I just wanted to say, be careful. It sounds like you've left your lightsaber on. It's like buzzing around in the background. Sounds ace, actually.
Sorry, I'm on a mic. I can go.
It sounded better before. It was like really. It sounded like the original lightsaber. It's cool.
Record it, Jim. Record it. Send it me.
Oh well, it's you'll be able to listen.
Better than robots. It's, cool. It's usually robots. Where's Maggie?
By the way, did you catch our awful rendition of Happy Birthday to Pip the other day?
It wasn't awful. It was beautiful.
It was horrific. It's one of the worst things I've ever heard in my life.
I hit the highest note. I know that. I hit the highest note.
Oh my god. It was. I mean, thank God it glitched out. That kind of saved us, really. It was horrific.
We have a very, very drunk Fiona.
I had no.
Hello, Fiona.
Oh,
hey, Fiona. I love you. You're my best friend.
That camera doesn't know where to look now.
I know.
It's like the rest of us.
Hi, Fifi.
Hey, Fee.
Everybody says hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Bonjour.
I love you all.
Oh, it's Nelly.
Oh, lovely.
For a minute there.
Yes, I do have a hairy ass. Hello,
Andrew, I do remember you, and I'll tell you what I remember. It's weird how the mind works. I remember you were talking about a JD800, and then I mentioned the JD08, and you said it was so many part multi-timbral, and I said, no, it's 6-part, because the JD08's only bi-timbral.
Yeah, because I thought it was only 4-part, didn't I?
Yeah, and it's 6
That's
because
right,
it's
it's
5
6.
and 6. the sixth part is reserved solely for drums. And it's Roland's sort of locked it in on Channel 9. I don't know if you can change it now.
Channel 9.
But for Channel 9's the one. Even on the JB1080, it was. Even on my JB1080, I remember.
Shush, the old days it should be Channel 10 for drums. That was the old school days. Why is it now moved to Channel 9?
Also limited it because that hardware can only do so much.
It's because people can't count up to 10. The youngsters can't count up to 10. That's the problem.
Oh yeah,
that's what it is. Yeah, youngsters today.
Gen Z just needs to be put out to pasture. Go in that field and dig fucking holes in it. Do proper work.
Do you know what? There's something very, very reassuring about being 60 and still being blinded by sweaty moves.
Are you 60?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see what you picked
Blinded.
out? You're not 60, are you?
I don't think they're noobs.
No. Wherever they were.
Might be.
Is that your eyesight value? Rather than 20/20 eyesight, is it 60/60? I'm just one each side. I'm just wondering. You know,
hey, Jim, you can have a biscuit or something from here.
Cheers, Shaker.
Yeah, look, we've got. What have we got here? We've got knives in there. Right.
Oh, nice.
We've got. Oh, what's left of the bourbon creams in there?
Bourbon creams. Bourbon creams.
We've got dark chocolate digestives. Right. Oh, we've got some Marks and Spencer's peanut butter and caramel chunkies.
No, they're horrible.
You're posh as
They're
fuck.
actually quite nice. Thanks.
How are
and we've
you
got
really
some.
fat? Excuse me. How
Because I go to
are
the
you
gym.
really fat?
I go to the gym. Chopped corn rocks.
Yeah, you go to the corner shop that's 5 miles away.
No, I go to the gym. And then we've got these Vitty's Gold, which are actually really good as well.
Ah, they're like a club type thing.
Yeah, but I've got some penguins somewhere else. And
I know.
Oh, what have we got here? Ritter Sport.
Stop showing us your chocolate. You're showing off.
Andrew's got a penguin.
Have you? Is it in the garden or is it in the bathroom?
It's the penguin of death.
The penguin of death.
I'm not the penguin of death.
Oh yeah, but it's counted.
Has he got a joke on his bum though? Has he got a joke on his bum?
Hang on one moment.
Well, Andrew's got the penguin of death. The penguin of death. But Robbie now has
What the hell's
brain
that,
kitten.
Brain kitten.
Look at it. Oh yeah.
Oh God.
Well, honey badger.
Oh God, it's got this sort of weird.
Do you remember when I picked up that CS80?
That's what his testicles look like.
Yeah, my testicle went. Ba-dum. What the hell you got?
Fiona,
Fiona,
don't reach down and tie your left shoelace, whatever you do.
yes, don't reach down and tie your left shoelace, no matter what.
So she does.
Oh, he's showing off. Oh, there we go.
Well done, Fee.
There you go.
Avoided.
Tech geek question.
Hang
Robbie
on,
might be
never
on to answer this.
What?
Never mind that, Shaka. Look.
What's he doing? What's
What
he
the
doing?
fuck? What the fuck?
Oh,
Spider-Man.
The penguin of death. My God! Is that a manifesto on there? I can't. What does it say? It is strangely attractive, staggeringly attractive. It says, and then it says something else. I will kill you.
No, it's not. It's not a joke. It's not rude because everybody knows on a penguin's bum should be a joke. It's too long, Andrew. Now, what's Ian doing with that weird, crazy thing in the?
What is that?
It's
like this weird alien from the 50s.
Cross between an alien and Spider-Man. What is it?
Yeah, oh, Jesus.
Jim, it's like your head thing in the 90s because I saw you on stage.
Oh,
it's literally an insectic thing.
Yeah. It is an outsect head.
Big fan, huh? Yeah.
I'm sorry, Penguin of Death. If you go to kill me, you've got to kill me laughing, and it needs a better joke up your arse. Because it's not. By the time we've read that, we've died of boredom, Andrew. Right, you need a short episode. Sorry, Andrew. Just saying.
Oh, we need David Surchak now with his space helmet. Just to round things off. Where are you, David?
Andrew, if you had that on your headstone, people would read a bit of that and then just move on to to somebody like Dick and Fanny lived here and died. I mean, I'm just saying.
I really won't care at that point, I don't think. So, all good. Hurrah! Hurrah! My headstone might have a lot of it.
Here's a 3D printed Robbie the Robot.
The best ever has to be Spike Milligan. I told you I was ill.
Yeah. I was just talking to Gressett earlier about things like that curry wasn't good. You know what I mean? Things like that you'd have on your episode. And he said about Spike Milligan, things that you just put on your headstone, like, it was good while it lasted, and now I've got just things that you put without your date, you know.
This wasn't how I expected the day to pan out.
Yes. That's a good one. I'm writing these down. I'm writing these down.
Okay, mine will just say Keith who.
and I'll go with a big spray can in Watford.
In Watford.
Poor old Watford.
But he isn't. Do you know what I mean?
A T-Rex skull printed in 3D.
Yeah.
It's got all the sinuses and everything.
Pretty cool detail on that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Amazing.
He's got sinuses.
I wish my sinuses
What do you
were
mean
that
he's
clear.
got sinuses? Is he going to die of some sort of like sinus infection? Is he going to get COVID? Is he 3D printed? Really 3D printed? Let's have a look at him
3D
again.
printed them. Yeah.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Go on, Robbie, have a Yamaha off.
Robbie the Robot. Oops.
A Yamaha off.
Oh, yes. That's a very much so.
I shouldn't think anyone's got any gear switched on FA tonight.
This is the only Yamaha I've got.
Oh,
do you think Wagyu is 3D printed? I think
Rob,
Wagyu
you
is
recently did a review of the Uno synth, the revamp one.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? What did you think of it? Was it really, really, really good? Or?
Yeah, exactly that.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I tell you what, I got the original for 183 quid off Amazon. And I know everybody goes, oh, well, it was a bit mod matrixy, but you can parameter lock 20 plus everything, including the effects, and the effects are banging. And I got it for 180 quid. And yeah, if you're not a synth person, you might find it a bit deep diving to use the LFO, but considering you can parameter lock things, you don't really need the LFO or the mod matrix. It sounds banging. The effects are banging. It's all banging.
Is it banging?
Are you playing the Pro Synth Uno, Robbie, or are you just playing over me, mate?
No, that's the Uno.
That's cool.
That actually
It's
sounds
cool.
even over the crapola. Oh, good
The
old
effects are brilliant.
good old Kraftwerk.
It's a cracking piece of kit.
And you've got an input. I don't know about the one Robbie's got, but you've got an input that you can use the effects and the effects are like absolutely the best effects I've heard, except, you know, they're just brilliant.
I know it's got a really good internal sequencer.
You can parameter lock all of it. You can parameter lock any effects, anything you want. It's got 20 lanes of parameter locks, even on the originals, and
Robbie, did you try to
a banging little sync.
Robbie, did you
Three
like try to
oscillators.
sort of crash it or anything when you were testing it, just to sort of overload it with MIDI? Did you try to crash it or try to get it to hang, like with MIDI data or stuff like that?
Crash it.
I didn't specifically like throw a huge amount of stuff at it because I didn't have a huge amount of time to review it. But
Yeah. But it can handle a lot of things. It doesn't choke.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's. I mean, the filters
I've got
on it are just amazing.
I've got the OG, and I sequence it on the OG, right? And you can put. It claims 20 lanes of automation. You're not going to go up to 20 lanes, and it's step by step. So you can pre-lock effects. You can pre-lock anything you want. So when people are going, well, the modern matrix is a bit hard and the LFOs are a bit. Well, I don't even use that because I am the LFO. I am pre-locking stuff. I get a better LFO if I'm LFOing stuff step by step, and it sounds phenomenal. It sounds. But I'm a big fan of that synth. Really big fan, because you can pre-lock it and you can get the most crazy sounds out of it. It's like an analog 4, but sounds better without the hassle.
Is it actual polyphony or is it paraphonic?
It's paraphonic, but
no, the original is mono.
No, it's paraphonic.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's paraphonic. Uno Plus is paraphonic.
Yeah. The Uno Pro is paraphonic.
Yeah, it's paraphonic. So it's the same
original,
as this.
The
new one.
The original Uno is mono.
Yeah, but that's a different beast. That's just a bass thing. The one that Robbie's got, that is a reiteration of the Uno 6 Pro. They're all paraphonic, and you can step lock anything on them. So the new one has more hands-on features. It doesn't have the keys, but either way, the sound engineering in it is phenomenal. I picked mine up for 183 quid on Amazon.
That is really, really cheap.
Yeah, because I think Amazon knew that the new one was coming. Now there's the difference on on effects if you're going to play it live, but if you're playing it with lots of instruments, the great thing I find about mine is I make a bass sound and I parameter lock stuff, and it gives me a whole idea for a track, because I've made a weird track of 64 steps and I've parameter locked the anything you can imagine. I've parameter locked, and you get into a sound where you go, that's got a bit of a groove, and then you add all the other synths in. It's a really cool piece of kit, all of them. And it's cool because Nick from Sonic State actually asked them back in the day for an interview, to interview the guy from who designed it, rather than the other way round. So instead of can we have an interview with you, Nick liked it so much he asked them, and he loved it. It's a fucking brilliant little piece of kit. I'm glad they're getting on with it, and I like the new iteration. If I had the money, I'd get the new one, but I've just got the other one, so I'm not going to get the new one.
Anyone else got any observations on that?
I gotta go because my battery's literally on dregs.
So I shall see you lot when I see you. Kent, I might pop in the next month or so, but I'll call if I do.
Well done.
All right. Catch you later.
No problem.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. I just want to big up synths that have, in the last 5 years we've got parameter locks and we've got automation. Usually we used to have to rely on LFOs, and now we've got all these parameter locks and we are the LFOs. And I kind of like that development in the whole thing. It's like modular, but I don't have to stick wires in. You know what I mean?
Right, I'm going to head off, guys, and lovely. I will catch you soon. I've got lots to do tomorrow, so speak to you later.
See you later, Andrew.
Good night, Andrew.
Okay.
Okay,
Bye,
mate.
mate.
Turn it up a bit.
Yeah.
Is that inbuilt effects? That delay?
Yeah, it's inbuilt effects.
That delay, that's the inbuilt one.
Yeah, it's cool as fuck. Brilliant.
Is that the one with the membrane keys or the actual keys?
Actual
No.
keys. Well, it's not got keys really.
There was a bigger one that had keys.
Yeah, that was the Unosynth Pro keyboard.
Yeah.
Same engine, but
This is the props.
less.
isn't it?
It's the
But you,
props,
you can
yeah.
you can do the same thing on all of these three machines. It's all the
There's a few
effects are
things
brilliant.
there's a few things on the Pro X that aren't compatible with the original Pro, unfortunately, which means you can't patch share between them. But that's not a massive.
Yeah, there's a new acid filter, isn't there? But basically, you can P-lock effects, and the effects are awesome on this machine. And Robbie, you can put things in, can't you? You can like put things into the effects and bypass the bypass the actual P-lock, so you can just have like effects on another synth.
Yeah.
It's an awesome machine.
You can thank Electron for that. They start all that stuff. So
Innovation.
Electron more so though. And then Teenage Engineering took some of that stuff too for their stuff. All kinds of
Mono
wacky-
station, mate. Same. Yeah, agree. It's a beautiful synth for the money.
Yeah, very good.
That's
It's
also the original.
it is
That's
a
funny.
beautiful synth for the money. If you can get any of them, especially the older ones, cheaper, and you're all synth heads, so you won't have the problem that people go, oh, it's not got enough knobs and dials. If you can, it's a brilliant synth. I personally like the keyboard, the membrane keyboard, because you can literally go up the keyboard, go back, and it'll record it all. So you can do slides really easily. But I mean, the sound engine on it, and what you can do on it is very clever compared to like the Uno drum and the Uno bass. They've come a long way. They're a good software team, aren't they? They're a brilliant software team. And the guy behind it, who's behind all this, he's enthusiastic and brilliant. It's a brilliant little synth for the money.
And if you want to come see it demonstrated, I should be on the IK Multimedia stand at Synthfest UK this year.
Dun, dun, dun.
If I get off in
Cool.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who's going to Synthfest?
Oh yes.
I've got to.
I was going, but I might have to go to Blackpool instead. 3 weeks later, and since I live a long way away, coming all that,
Sure, Jamie
unless
will put you
somebody
up
can
for 3
put me up
weeks.
for 3 weeks, I don't think I'm coming to boat.
Jamie's got room, hasn't he?
In Blackpool, yeah.
I don't think so. He's got too many synths, hasn't he? I'd have to sleep. I'd have to sleep in his garden with a tent.
I'm sure you can
Yeah.
actually probably arrange all the synths to be quite ergonomic, like sort of.
I could sleep on the synths. I'd love them, but I'm not sure he'd like that himself. You know what I mean? I know, I love you.
Oh, and if anyone is going to Synthfest, day after, on the Sunday night, there's a gig at Hagler's Corner in Sheffield with me, Brawny, Hexial, and Sonic Inducer, who's doing a mini UK tour. That should be absolutely epic. It's like, yeah, quality acts.
I still don't know which one I'm going to choose, but I know which one I have to choose. Really. No, I have to.
No,
I've been there.
Lisa, we've voted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's another one that I'm scared to do, that my heart has got to. Yeah, never mind. Let's not discuss. I didn't mean to discuss. Let's carry on.
We'll leave it with you.
What's going on at Synthfest? What's going on in Synthfest? How are we all doing?
We're all going out for a curry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, are we going to do the Turkish again? That was amazing last year.
For that, yeah.
Oh,
I
now
did
see,
feel
I've
slightly cheated that we
decided.
didn't do a curry.
I've decided Manchester curries are better. I'm not coming to Synthfest purely for that factor.
No, we're going to go for Turkish. There's this amazing Turkish restaurant.
Yeah, but I did feel slightly cheated last time that I didn't get the curry that I was promised.
Did you not?
Whilst
yeah,
the Turkish was
yeah,
nice,
yeah.
it was nice,
Yeah.
it was lovely, it was really good.
The Turkish was amazing. Really.
But I think maybe we should.
Well, you'll probably be there the night before.
What
anyway,
you need is a train to Manchester for a curry. That's what you need.
If you want to go for a decent curry, go to Bradford.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, curry mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manchester.
Or Birmingham.
Or Birmingham.
Yeah, Birmingham.
I'm a big fan of either. But yeah.
The place that we go to on the Friday night is pretty good.
Where's
and I
that
don't
then,
mind having
Rob?
curry 2 nights in a row.
The worst thing about moving to Cornwall is I tried all the curry houses for miles. For 12 years, no curry. Iceland was your best bet.
I feel sorry for my brother in Brazil then. It's like, it drives him nuts. He's having to grow all his own chilies and stuff.
Yeah, but hold on. Brazil is... Hold on. He could make his own curry if he's in Brazil. That's a nice place.
Brazil is fairly dire for nice ingredients, to be honest. You know, it's,
no peppers, no.
It's all
no
nuts, isn't
chilies.
It's
Coffee.
yeah,
Nuts and coffee.
generally just beef, and you know their idea of cheese is like not like cheese and stuff like that. So yeah.
It's white powder mixed up.
Yeah.
Well, it depends where he is. I mean, surely they've got some of the best curries in the world.
No. There's some good Japanese out there. But, yeah. No, there's no like curry places and stuff.
I'm sorry, I don't do coconut and lime. That's just beyond my curry flavour. You know what I mean? That's too far Eastern for me. It's got to be tomatoes and
Thai. So I love Thai.
Yeah,
food.
no.
Oh, man.
Don't mention
No, I'm allergic to coconut, so and peanuts.
Right.
So I'm never going to go to
God,
Japan.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
So I'm not going to Japan. Really, am I?
Are you like seriously allergic to peanuts? Like, you know, full on anaphylactic shock if you get even a sort of speck of peanut near you, or?
No, but if I have some, I start itching all over my body.
Right.
So I don't die, but I don't actually like the type. So somewhere in my brain it's gone, you don't like this, and I don't like the taste of it. And what's worse is my dad loves peanut butter. So he gets the peanut butter and he goes, I'm having this on toast, and he'll just shove it under my nose, and I'm like, So, Yeah, no. I'm not a Thai curry person, obviously, because it involves all the things.
Yeah.
However, pina coladas with coconut milk and pineapple, I drank about 15 of and went, "What is this?" And they said, "It's pineapple and coconut." And I went, "The two things I don't like. Give me another one." That's it. You never know. You never know. If you can get a peanut and a chili to work together, I might just like it. Is that Kent playing now? Come on, Kent. Is anyone going to join in with Kent then?
I don't even know what I'm playing, mate.
Get on with it. Stop thinking. Start playing. It's lovely. Come on, Ian. Get your instruments out. That sounds wrong, doesn't it?
It does sound wrong. I boxed most of mine up.
Oh, yeah. But can't you play drums on the box?
She started first time, Ken.
Pardon?
She started first time.
Good man.
Good girl. She's a girl.
Yeah, you're the good man.
You're
She's
the
the
good
good girl.
I'm worried Wagyu is just being eaten by his minions.
He's probably falling asleep.
He's falling asleep. He never sleeps.
He is Google. Not wrong.
He fell asleep on
He's
stream
just
before.
scraping our data. That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
He's picking off insect legs just to make beetle soup for his minions. That's what he's doing.
Well, he must have muted on the other end because he didn't mute StreamYard, but he's not getting the background fan noise he usually has from his server room. So
Let's take the piss out of it just because we can. Oh, that's beautiful.
Is it?
That's, yeah, it's a film starting it. It's in a film.
It's a John Hughes film, straight off.
I never liked that piano sound though. Sorry, Rob.
It's FM though. It's FM. Half of us are not going to like it, is it?
That's true. Where's the bell sound? Oh, it is the bell sound.
That's not the bell sound.
but didn't you hear beat it? That's FM, right?
Ian, he has that as his doorbell. Can you bring it? He's like,
yeah, I'm sure.
That beat it openings FM, people like that.
He's hot.
It's the reason why the UPS men don't actually drop anything off, or ladies. Just don't want to hear his doorbell. I'm just saying that. Who hates the sound of Ring doorbells?
I don't have a doorbell now. The battery fell.
Ring doorbell. I don't know what the sound of a ring doorbell is.
Right, the Ring doorbell's got a very. It's like really like loud, annoying.
Ding dong.
Here's your doorbell.
What is that last one?
I don't bother with my doorbell because nobody ever visits me.
Call him the doorbell.
Can we have some consistency here, please? Come on, Kenton, Robbie.
Do you have it as a 4-note chord or a 3-note one?
3. Well, 3 with a root.
3 with a root.
Honestly, Phil Oakey sat there going like this. Or Jim Cameron Lewis. Anyway. I can't believe she started first time. No.
No, fucking isn't. It is.
That's it. In one. Or a few.
I thought he was going into doing bullseye. In one!
Look at what you could have won.
We have the tumble dryer.
That's the wrong way I'm doing it. It's something.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Yeah. Never. I should never do that.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it now. I think I got it.
There you go.
Now in a completely different key.
Oh, yeah.
Can we have it in B flat, please?
What were you playing that on?
That's Osmos.
Why are you in a different key? Are you just challenging yourself with your Osmos?
No, because I can't play it in the key you did, so I transposed it to C on the 80, and now I'm playing it in C on this.
So why? So this is why the other night you said that that the theme tune was out of tune.
No, I always used to play it on here, on there, or on there. Didn't matter what it was. I was always using the C as the bass note, and now it's in D.
It's not. It's never changed.
Right,
So
okay.
after the show on Friday, we were on for like another 45 minutes because Kent was convinced that I changed the key of the outro music, which I haven't done.
Yeah.
But he's absolutely adamant that I have.
Well, no, hold on. What we need is more practice. We need a private stream where about 5 of us get on all our keys and just jam together and go and scrub what the bloody key is, and we'll just jam together.
I'm
and
quite prepared to
a
humiliate
live
myself
jam
in public. As anybody who saw the Happy
me
Birthday
too.
full knows.
Yeah, we can start on Happy Birthday. Where's the key is? Well, no, everybody. As long as not using Modular, we should be all right.
There was a key.
I was in tune. I don't care what you lot.
Do you remember?
I started in tune and then rapidly I was just like, oh my god, where's everyone else?
Yeah.
The timing issues made it even worse, and then the glitching, and I just died.
You know, the other day when we were talking about that Human League track, and I said, it was a wave station thing, but then we realised that it was actually like 4 years before the wave station existed. I found out what they did the drums on.
All right.
It was all DMX. It was all DMX.
Oh.
Really?
Oh, okay.
So you think that wave station patch was done to imitate that?
Yeah.
Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's 4 years too soon for the wave station. But I did some research,
That
and
makes sense.
Jammer Lewis said it was the DMX. But the problem is, they said we had some chips and we put them in, and they didn't say what chips they were, so it could have been
probably
anything.
different curry sauce, maybe.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So
from Manchester.
Yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, Bradford.
So there you go.
It's been really nice just to like hang out because I've not been on here properly for weeks. So I've just been
You've been a gigging monster.
I've been a bit busy finishing album and gigging and stuff. Literally, I've poured my heart into that album.
While you're on the line,
It's
I
good,
really
actually.
wanted.
It's good,
Oh,
Jim.
sorry.
No, I like it.
Go on, Lisa.
I really, the first track you played the other night.
Yeah, at Sonic State.
I really love that track.
Cool.
I really appreciate the way that you get the second. Are you doing it on the analog 4? You get, and it gets me every time where you get once playing an octave lower and you slowly make it the same note.
I've basically stopped messing around with the arpeggiator sort of octaves.
On the analog 4.
Yeah. Honestly, it's something I discovered by accident and thought, fucking hell, that's just mental.
that gets me every time because I've heard your stuff a lot, but that bit when you do that, and I go, that's fucking brilliant, and it's genius, and it's sweet. You never get sick of that. It's just lovely. Oh, how does he do that? I found out he does that. I'm not thinking about it because it's so lovely. Cool. The way you, as you're altering other stuff, but you alter it from the octave down to the octave up. That first track, is just a winner.
Third track on the album. That's called Upward Spiral.
Can I make a suggestion? You've released your album as an album.
Yeah.
Can you please release that as a single? I know it's a bit. I know. There's a commercial difference in why you want to make it a whole album, but I suggest. You know BBC Newcomers, don't you? There's a new thing called BBC Newcomers, and you can release a track to the BBC. I'll send you the link, right?
Cool.
Yeah. You need to send that to them. That specific track.
An edit of it because most of my stuff's very radio unfriendly.
No, don't do the No, D-Mac wanted to do an edit of his album, and at the end of the day, what's the point? Release that track as a track and upload it to BBC Newcomers.
Right.
I know it's against. I think you work for ITV.
Is that like a new thing, like BBC introducing?
No.
Or?
Yeah, it's BBC introducing thing.
All right, cool.
So just. If you just release that, just give them that track, mate. Sorry, don't mean to teach grandmother to suck eggs, but I'll send you the link in a bit.
Cool. Yeah.
Release that track to them, and if they don't play it, well, fuck the BBC.
Well, I've had my press officer doing stuff, and it has gone to BBC.
Your press officer.
The album has. Yeah. Seriously, thanks, sorry.
But no, just upload that to BBC Newcomers, and they do listen to all of them, and you should get like Gioli, my mate on Hardware Jams. He got a whole interview on the Northwest thing because he did glitch music. So
yeah, I was on Radio Derby the other week talking about EMOM as well, so I could always go back on.
But cool. Maybe you could get it on the Manchester crew as well, because that's a good crew to go on. Yeah. Just saying, I love that track. I love that track.
Cool. I'm really pleased.
It's it's really, really clever.
I mean, it
gets me every time you do it.
It's all on like Spotify and Apple Music and every streaming service there is.
Yeah, but it's not like when YouTube. I see you do it live. So, I'm a musician. Cool. I'm not going to buy other music. I'm too poor to buy your music, right? I'm going to be honest.
Yeah,
but when you play it live,
for nothing, I think so.
Well, when you play it live, every time when you play it first, third, because you haven't played it first all the time. You played it in between your sets, and I go, "That's the track.
I mean,
that is a track."
The album itself is basically a live recording. It's 2-track stereo, and it's pretty much 2 takes edited together. And
as a good one, as we should do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But it's kind of like I've taken the best bits of 2 takes, and it's come out better than it has any right to be honest. I'm really pleased with it.
No, because practice makes perfect, and you're good at this, and you know what I mean.
Yeah,
but that
I'm really pleased you like it. I like that one as well.
No, it's fucking special, and I think you should send it everywhere as a single track, and then lure them into the album. I think it's proper magic, that track. You know the one I mean, don't you? You know the one you started the on.
Yeah, yeah, I know the one.
And I've heard it between, in the middle, and end of your sets, and every time I go, that's the business. That's the dogs. That's the dogs.
Nice.
So you know.
Thanks, Lisa.
Go for it, mate.
Yeah, it's called Upward Spiral. That one.
Okay. Okay. Well, if it's on it and a single, I might even be able to afford it if I don't eat the baked beans tomorrow. Okay.
It'll be on YouTube for free, so you can have a listen there. You know.
Well, I've listened to it. I've heard it. I know what it's. I could have probably recall it by memory by now, my friend.
Obviously, it's still on all the live shows.
Let's be honest. A lot of us musical folk just listen to each other's stuff, but may not buy it because we're all buying bullshit.
Well, you know, we all like this stuff, don't we? And it's like,
we want that. We want our friends to buy stuff, but they're all buying stuff, and we're hoping that the other, you know, the other community, the real public might just latch on to what that one track is. And I think if they're going to latch on that track, in my opinion,
is people like completely different tracks off the album as well. It's so that's what connects with you. Other people really like the 4th track. In fact, more people like the 4th track as well, which is like the
I'll listen to that.
Yeah. Which is like the more sort of euphoric kind of thing. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I could get that as a non-musician. That I can get that they latch onto it, but as a musician, I go, that's clever. It just has that elating thing when you bring the second oscillator to the level of the first. You know, like when it just and all the glitchiness of it.
Yeah. I mean, so much of what I've done is just been by accident. I've nudged a knob and gone, fucking hell, what the fuck was that? You know, and gone, that's amazing. Can I do it again? And
that's the beauty of hardware, though, isn't it? It's not thinking about it. It's just going, oh my god, this I just did this.
And having physical accidents with the equipment as well, you know, it's like just nudging something and going completely off.
It'd suck if you had an encoder glitch and you couldn't recreate that.
Yeah, exactly. So,
yeah.
That's where a lot of it
I plugged an XL launch controller into the MPC, and I was just pissing about, and I mapped things that you can hit a button and it reverses like drum samples. So it's like a chaos pad, but then you can. It's just things like that where you're having fun and you're going, yeah, that's fun. That sounds like fun. I'm having that, you know. But Jim, that's a winner in my opinion. Just release them both and send them both into the Newcomb. I'll send you the link.
Cool.
All right.
Cheers, Inky. Thanks, Lisa.
So Robbie, that Pro X, does it have velocity on those little key bed as well as pressure, or just velocity?
No, there's no velocity or.
Oh really? No. Oh.
No, they've ditched the keyboard in favour of proper proper step sequencer.
That'd suit me because.
Oh, that little guy's a step sequencer, not a key. I thought it was a micro keyboard like on the QYs.
There is a 1-octave set of buttons so that you can input the notes into the steps.
That works perfectly for me as well.
Yeah, but there's no actual keyboard.
You can't add the expression.
What on the Uno synth?
On the Pro X.
I'm going to call it the Prox.
I wish they had the keyboard like the QI has, where you
No, but you can do that on the original. You can step sequence anything on the original. You press a step and you wiggle the knob.
Andy was asking about velocity and after.
I'm talking performance, capturing the performance, not just notes.
If you plug the keyboard in,
you can do that. You can do that on the
Pro
original.
X. And not,
you can do it on the Pro.
Even on the Pro, without the keyboard, you can't do velocity and aftertouch.
Okay.
It's just not.
Oh, hold on the Uno Synth Pro.
And the Uno Synth Pro without the keyboard, not without the physical keyboard, but with the touch keyboard, you can't play in velocity and aftertouch.
No, but you can. Everybody's got a key step, so you can just do that.
I'm just talking about as a standalone. It'd be nice to have it, but I understand why they didn't do it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But you can get the bigger one with the Vitar keyboard if you have the space, and you can do that. The only reason I didn't get that for 80 quid more is because I didn't have the space. But I've got a. Yeah, you can. You can.
That's why Yamaha has their clever moments. The QI 100, you have not only a polyphonic keyboard, but it's velocity, which is awesome for recording your performance. So.
Yeah,
so it's key step.
One play, ELZ, I don't know. The new Sonicware Play, the ELZ1, the new version of that's got velocity on its little tablet keyboards. Yeah. What are you doing?
I keep getting sensor 41 error on the Osmos repeatedly.
Really?
Yeah, normally if you smack key 41, it clears up, but it hasn't done it this time for some reason.
This is have you rebooted multiple times, or is that just?
No, I've just given it a reset, and it seems to have cured that. So,
I did notice the first time I turned it on when I first got it. I think I had put like something on top of the keys, not knowing about the calibration mode, and I did see a weird error. I go, oh shit, you got to be careful with this thing.
Yeah, no, I got one key sensor that's, I don't know, it's probably not sitting in its little cage properly. I'll open it up and pull it out and put it straight.
You have to go bang on it a little bit, see if it resets.
Yeah, you hit the key bit, but it hasn't been doing it now, so I'm just going, oh, what the hell's going on with that?
I would still like one.
They're really nice.
Yeah, they are nice. They're very nice.
Yeah.
I'm really beginning to enjoy it as a bug, not a coder.
And you can do quite a bit with the panel. You can actually edit quite a bit.
Yeah. Although I did have a look at that editor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Have you been controlling any soft synths with it?
Yes, with varying degrees of success. Sometimes you get them work in Contact, for instance, straight out the box, and other ones you need to fettle them. But yeah, it's doing it all right. It's okay. It's just that I just want them to work with the sample libraries, but of course I can't. I'm asking it to do something it can't do, basically. But they are the sounds I would really, really like to get, or any articulation on. So we have to rely on the physical modeling to catch up.
Has anyone added any kind of pseudo MPE to sample libraries at all, or not really?
I think it's got something to do with the language that MPE speaks, and the sample libraries are going, well, we have to have a sample for that. We didn't make a sample for that.
But UVI Synth Anatomy 4 has got MPE support.
Yeah, which means it's it's figured out to work with it. But if you call up something like Albion, it's not going to. You can't access those particular things you want to access because it's not like CCs where you can assign them. The MPE's like a set code, and if the other end,
it's a hack, really, isn't it?
Well, yeah,
the whole thing's a hack.
Well, it needs some sort of a wrap that can very quickly interpret what the MPE is doing and then convert it to some sort of CC that makes sense to whatever you're playing. It may come yet, but
because really old gear, there's that guy, the German guy, who always plays on his carpets. He did a great Rolly demo with the Matrix 1000 and got MPE like playback on that with multiple tracks.
You're just obsessed with carpets, mate, aren't you?
No, I mean, I don't know the guy's name. He does videos in German.
Yeah.
And he does good videos, but he's kind of a weird dude on his like Persian rugs.
He did that thing for Dave, didn't he, for GeForce?
Oh, he did? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Long hair.
Yep.
Sits Indian style.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one. I'll figure out his name.
But he does a great Rolly demo, hooking it to the Matrix 1000 and getting MPE-like response with something that never even knew about MPE, because of the way he set it up.
Let's find his name.
Was it Ralph? Someone? Was he a Ralph?
I forgot.
No.
If you just search Rolly Matrix 1000, you'll find him on YouTube.
Okay, fair enough. I can understand that. What the fuck is that one?
So even the old hardware can be tricked into it. So
first rule of using a door: name your tracks. Don't have them contact 1, contact 2, contact 3, contact 4.
No, we all do that. It's sort of like version 1, version 2.
Yeah. Which one is it?
Version 34, where number 4 was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Final Master. That's a good one, isn't it?
Final.
Final Mix 2, Final Mix 3. Yeah.
Which is never the final master because you go back. That was shit. I need to go back to version 3 or 4.
I never used that word.
No.
When mastering my album, I was just like, no,
what
don't go there.
Ty was in Blood last week, where they sent him this final take on this show he's doing, and he's written the music for it, and they go, yeah, cool, and off it goes. And he goes, brilliant, right? Starts working on the next bit, and then he gets the video come through and go, oh no, we've re-edited it, and now everything does not align with it in anywhere. He now has to completely write that whole thing again.
That is music film. That you are the last in the chain, and the bastards who are directing it have no regard for your music.
You're also
they are always going to go, oh, by the way, we just rejigged it all. And can you just, because they have no concept of what you've done.
But I've also,
it's a bit like you say, can you just redo all the fucking vocals and takes and just redo the whole film, but they don't have an idea that you've done the music to that, and that's exactly what they're asking you to do. So could you just shift this here? Not in Ty's world. No, it's not that easy.
Andy, that name, the guy's name is Marius Light.
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah.
Marius. Yeah. As in, like the potato.
No, that's Marius.
Oh, that's Marius. Okay.
As in Andrew Brooks asking people.
Yes, you go.
He has that habit when he's had a couple.
That one's in. Why is that one in the centre then?
Right, guys, I'm now got 2 cats attacking me on my legs, so I think I've got to go. They're all just. It's like 2 Black Panthers. One is. Oh my God, I've got to go. They're getting out of hand. The ones on the computer. The ones that. Jeepers, fuck. Just the idiot one is now on this. Get down! Right, I've got to go.
Stop rubbing catnip on your pants. So.
I haven't. I've fed them fish in the other room, and they're still like.
Yeah, they want more fish.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Always more fish. There's a comedy thing there, isn't it? Right, I've got to go because It's literally,
All right,
I've never owned a zoo, but I'm now owner of a zoo. I've got to go. Kent, I now know how you feel, but I can't train the cats like you do the dogs. Okay?
Yeah, just add the weight of a husky to that. Keith knows what I'm talking about.
Let me ask you for a bit. Get him in shape, won't it?
Yeah.
Big dog in town. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. Okay. Yeah, I better go before I get mauled. Lovely to speak to you all. But it's sad my news died somewhere. But love you all. Great to speak to you all. And Jim,
Bye, Lisa.
remember what I said about the track? I'll send you it. Good night, Ian. Good night, Ken.
Good night. Take care.
Good night, Keith. Good night, Robbie.
Good night, Lisa.
Good night, Andy. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
What was that?
It sounds like Ken. Is it Ken? Ken.
I got
Got a hairball there, Kent?
Yeah,
that's
sounds
like
like
me with
it.
a mouthful of bluebell hair. Oh, honestly, Robot Hoover. Oh, it's amazing. It's changed my life.
Yeah, but are you going to get one of those robot litter igloos?
It's a little bit pricier.
Yeah.
No. I think I'd probably put up with the shit and get some.
You could do with one, Rob, because they live in the house, don't they?
Well, we're currently investigating a, for want of a better phrase, a catio. Just an outside.
Enclosure.
Cat run, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because.
What's that? Wire fence, electrified, and stuff like that. Try and keep them in.
They're not cheap.
Cat prison.
Nah.
Yeah, we found one that is kind of it's metal, but it's a mesh, and it's got a little door, and you can walk in, you can put the cats in, you can put cat treat, you can put anything in there.
Do they wear little orange uniforms as they walk around looking mean?
Walk around it, yeah.
It's a Guantanamo catio, yeah.
Yeah. But that's like £650. I mean, it's about the size of a really small garden shed. I know.
Decent synth for that.
I know. Tell me about it.
For that money, you could get a above ground pool.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And drown them in it.
So, but the thing is, this last few days, what with the heat and everything, we've just thought we've got to open windows because at the moment all we can do is put them on the little vent latch thing, and close the curtains and stop the sun shining through. And it's just and Milo sits there when we go outside. Because the other one doesn't complain, but Milo will sit there. And he'll just he cries. I mean, it's not just a cat meowing. He's if he could do tears, there would be tears.
Yeah.
And he does that thing on the glass. He goes like this, like this.
Can you get a local chicken coop builder to build you one with the roof?
Well, that's the sort of thing, but I don't know anyone that can do that.
Well, they're pretty easy to make. Just buy some wood and some chicken wire. And
I'm no good.
Yeah, we're thinking of making up some frames to put in the windows that just would surround and chicken wire, so we can open. Because Nelly will just go, "I'm just popping out for a minute."
Yeah.
And maybe sometime.
Yeah.
Straight out the fucking window.
But we can't. We've not been able. Actually, today, what we did today is we shut the kitchen and the living room doors, and then opened the back. We got French doors on the back of the living room.
Very good, Asio had Escape from Alcatraz.
Oh man, we stayed up.
It was lovely to actually be able to walk inside and outside from in the back garden because we had dinner outside today, and it was. So we've got to, the thing is, by the time we sort of rustle up the cash and find out which one we want, it's going to be time to keep the windows closed anyway because the weather will have changed. But at least for next year, we'll know.
You'd be better off hiring a joiner.
Yeah.
You would actually.
Yeah, a joiner would knock that up in no time.
Yeah.
Trying to think of
and they wouldn't charge you much for that.
You wouldn't charge you
Honestly.
600 quid. That's
The
for
beauty
sure.
of this system, the one that we've looked at and we've kind of decided on, but not paid for, is that it's modular. But you can add bits to it, or you can do things. It's not just a
Take that
single
design,
structure.
give it to a joiner.
Yeah. So
and get it for like at least half the price.
we shall see, but something has got to be done.
Yeah.
I mean, not just for our comfort, but for him as well.
Create.
He just needs to get out and just mess around. That's create,
Oh,
he just needs to be outside. Although he won't be satisfied because he wants to go hunting, because that's what he was always doing before. He's a hunter. So we shall see.
Yeah, well.
And we'll cost a fortune. Saw pictures of time.
Have you ever thought of getting in Project IGI for the PlayStation 5?
Yeah.
Oh,
did I tell you I've got a steering wheel now?
well, well done.
Yeah.
You'll be.
you can turn the car now.
Competent
Well done.
opponent
Amazing.
now.
I've got the wheel and the pedals, Logitech G29, and
Good man.
tested it out today. Well, I said it all works fine. I plugged it all in, and I selected my first race, and I put my foot down, and I go straight into the barrier, and I can't move. It doesn't matter how much time I spent. I'm stuck in the barrier. It won't let me away. It took me about 5 minutes to realise that there's actually a power supply for the wheel.
Yeah. Also, there's a switch.
No, the switch was all right.
The switch was all right already.
Yeah, it was just the power supply. As soon as I plugged it in, the wheel goes.
Yeah, it has to
yeah.
calibrate. Yeah.
That's it. Because I was looking for calibration settings. I thought, maybe I haven't calibrated it. But anyway.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that today. We've got to start our season soon.
But it was all very Heath Robinson because I had a little telephone table.
Stop it now.
Is he writing his own now? Is he?
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Stuck the wheel on a little telephone table that I've got that I use as a little side table, but the pedals were like right underneath it, so I was like, my legs were sort of up against my chest. So I was just testing it all out, but it all works fine. So I just need to get one of those little stands so I can sit on the sofa and then just.
Yeah.
So
I think I've got one from Argos for about 30 quid.
Yeah, the ones I'm looking at on Amazon are about 80 to 90 or something.
It's probably fold they've gone up because I bought my.
You should get a joiner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you say that, but when I was looking into it a while back, there was a guy on eBay that was making them out of just planks of wood. But he still wasn't cheap. But
yeah,
I'm liking the microcosm, Jim.
You what? Sorry, you like it?
I'm liking the microcosm.
Yeah,
it's great.
Really
fun.
nice in black as well, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks great actually.
It's
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, no,
excellent.
Yeah, I'm liking, and I'm getting into the poly and tracker as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
So basically, that microcosm I used for one sound that's in the second track on my album.
Really?
That was it. That's all I used it for. And I was just like, "Oh, that's cool." And then I didn't do anything else with it.
I want to use it live. So I'm doing a couple of EMOMs. I'm doing Hull and then York in November.
Wicked.
So I want to use it on that. So,
I was presuming you're still living in the area.
Yeah, well,
25 again,
I'll come back up.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to come up once a month anyway to see my mum. So I'll just come up and stay with some friends or sleep on a park bench or something. Yeah.
I've got a new synth coming in, only temporarily. But
what is it?
I thought you weren't allowed to say anything about that.
No, I can. No, I can say. Yeah.
Oh, go on then.
Yeah. Synclavier Regen.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, they're going to send it to me, hopefully this week, and then I'm taking it back to them because they're going to be at Synthfest.
Right.
So they're going to need. They have two at Synthfest, so they're going to send me one, and then I'll bring it up.
God, Synthfest is really soon, isn't it?
Yeah.
I need to book some accommodation.
Just under 4 weeks away. Yeah.
Excellent.
Novotel. Everyone stays at the Novotel.
No, I was going to stay at that. Well, I might do, but how much is Novotel then?
I don't know. I don't pay for it.
Yeah, you see. Where I stayed was 50 quid a night, which I thought was pretty reasonable.
What was the place that I was going to stay at? I think that Manny's actually staying at.
Novotel.
Have a look in, because I could do with a Saturday night up there and not come back on a Sunday.
I've stayed in the Jury's Inn there before. That was pretty good.
It's all down to price.
Novotel.
Are you that far away, Jim, or is it just the late night?
Me, I mean, I would normally drive anyway, and I probably will, because I'm going to be, up there the next night with all my gear anyway.
The Rutland.
Yeah.
Is it the Rutland?
Yeah,
The Rutland. You've talked about the Rutland before, Rob.
I was gonna stay at the Rutland myself.
Then you didn't, did you?
And then I didn't, because I was offered alternative accommodation.
Mm.
Do you know the thing that really pissed me off was there used to be
shoot up
a bunch of Airbnb apartments, literally 2 minutes from the Octagon Centre.
Mm.
And I stayed in there previous times, and now they only do long-term lets. But they're brilliant because they had this private car park it was secure with a gate and everything. And it was a proper apartment, kitchen, living room, and bedroom, and everything. And it was like 70 a night or something like that. Really
Well,
good.
I
It was
looked.
2 minutes away.
I looked when the tickets come out, and I bought one, and I don't think it was less than £90 for one night.
Yeah.
How much is the Novotel?
Well, I'm trying to get to you. Well, for tonight, for tonight, it's 144 quid. But I'm trying to find it for the 7th, and it won't tell me. I've selected. Oh no, the date's unavailable for the 7th. So it's obviously full. I can't remember where I stayed last year.
It's good only because when you get back after the evening's shenanigans, everyone congregates in the bar, and Gaz is usually centre of entertainment.
I can imagine.
Hilarious. He told us. You've heard his story about when he changed his name to something that was just long and ridiculous. I forget what it was now, but it's this amazing story. And he gets pulled by the police, and he gives them his details, and then the police can't believe his name, but they're pissing themselves. They're pissing themselves laughing so much they let him off. But that's essentially the story. But Gaz tells it in such this beautiful, poetic way, with all of the enthusiasm that Gaz can muster, and we all sat there in this. Everyone's around listening to this amazing story. But no, it's good. Very good.
Yeah, I remember Gaz telling me that when he was here. Who was he here with? Oh, he was here with Shaker and Richard Hilton. And they stayed the day here. I remember him telling that story.
It's fun.
Mind you, that's back when he didn't have a beard.
Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, when he was clean shaven. And looked like Rod Gilbert.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when I first met him, he was less hirsute than he is now.
I don't know. I don't think Gaz has ever been on the pub, has he?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
He was there Friday night. The Islamic State email. Brilliant.
Who's building the shed?
I love this thing. I can't tell you how much I actually love this. I want a blue box now to go with the black box. Because that looks very good. I could actually make a lot of use of that.
feed that man?
Oh. This thing's still going. Yeah, look at that.
That's interesting.
Got my tickets for Stop Making Sense in IMAX on Tuesday night. Should be a lot of fun. Just watched American Utopia, David Byrne thing.
Yeah.
That's really good. Really, really good. Yeah, I'm taking my daughter. She wants to go and see Talking Heads. So something went right somewhere.
When I used to work at the video store, that original Stop Making Sense was on heavy rotation. We played it all the time.
It's a great film.
I gotta say, I just noticed Kent's label on the screen. It's a bit of a non sequitur, but it reminds me there was a black porn movie I saw years ago where the woman goes, "My ass is whoa the fuck out." Perfect, Kent.
Yep. That's certainly how I felt yesterday. Oh, man.
I have the sample somewhere. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, this should be good.
No. I think the other one was, "Can I taste your juice?"
Oh.
Sooner or later we get onto Andy's strange porn viewing habits.
No, I heard it on a comedy show actually. These guys played comedy clips, and I said that can't be real. And someone said, "No, here's the link," and I go, "Oh shit, that is real." So, go to the satellite radio. They play all kinds of stuff.
No.
What are you trying to play?
Okay, so.
It's my favourite 4 chords, and I've forgotten them.
Is it the 4 chord song?
Yes, it's the 4 chord song. Oh my god. I can't remember. Yeah.
It's Inception.
Yeah. It's my favourite 4 chords.
They are rather good.
I just like them. I just like the way they work. Every time I sit down to play them, I can never remember them.
It's going to start getting a bit Spinal Tap like soon, isn't it?
Piano.
Oh god.
Another piano.
I think adrenaline's finally wearing off. Got a week tomorrow.
You got a day off tomorrow?
No.
You say?
No, I've got work. That's normal.
I've got a Jupiter 6. I wonder if I've got an axe anywhere. It has an unfortunate accident.
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 See what you did there.
Yeah, okay. That'll be an easier way of remembering it. Whatever instrument that was. Wooden thing with wool stringy stuff on it. I can't remember.
Oh, I'm definitely going to call it a night.
Well,
yeah, I mean, it's
be a good name for it.
It's a night.
It's a night.
Right.
Good gracious. It's
I'm
very
going then. Before Jim says he's going. So
No, I'm going. I'm going.
I'm going.
No. Fight.
All right. Take
Good
care,
night,
everyone.
chaps.
Good night.
See you, everybody.
See you later.
Bye.
Take care.
Bye. Bye.
Celebrate.
They didn't even fight over who's going. They just both left.
They just left at the same time. Is Wagyu still there, or is it?
He is, because he's not muted. So he must have muted on his other end.
He's falling asleep.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He probably fell asleep with the other thing muted. Because normally you get the sound of his server room that he lives in. All the fans going.
You mean Google HQ?
Pretty much. He's got to have a lot of shit in there. Well, I like his avatar. He's got a little Waldorf Q there.
What's going on, camera? No. Oh, bollocks to you in poor languages. Enough already.
Ken, I found the source of those samples, so I'll upload them next time.
Oh, please do.
My ass is wore the fuck out.
So off camera, Andy gets his DVD collection out again.
Yes.
No, it's. I found the link on Reddit. These guys posted a link to it. So
I'm sure I linked these in my Google account.
trust me, my porn watching is pretty boring. This is just funny stuff.
Oh, okay. Sounds like Dire Straits. Yeah, I'm being influenced by that GS1. That's what that is. See if I can remember it. Hang on.
Go ahead.
Oh, you wank.
Too low.
Yeah, you guys different keys.
Yes, I know it's too low. If I was to play it in the correct key.
Is it that I'm playing it in the correct key?
Yes, you are playing it in the correct key. I never play things in the correct key.
It's amazing how many covers play the wrong key of stuff.
Too much faffing with blank notes.
I mean, are they pretty simple chords?
I can't.
Yeah, it sounds pretty simple. Bring, bring, bring.
Oh, that's fucking simpler.
That's true, half God, half beast. But a lot of times people are just playing it, and I think they just hear it wrong because I don't know, it's weird. Because even without a singer, you just hear weird versions of stuff.
Fuck me. Is it? Hang on a minute.
playing Human by Human League. Lady Aptitude.
It's adding that C sharp, isn't it?
Oh, back to bells.
Didn't take long.
Yeah. As the witching hour approaches, it's back to bells.
Yeah. I'll leave it to you. You can play it.
Your camera's wigging out again, Kent.
It loves wigging out, mate.
It's like,
It adores it.
It's like going Kent or hands, Kent or hands, Kent or hands.
Yeah.
It's going to say the wrong chords. The wrong chords again.
Yeah, again. I love expression pedals.
Yeah. Well, you got to hook one to your Osmos. It helps a lot.
Yeah.
You want to keep your hands on those keys. In fact, I barely use that little lever thing.
Oops. Yes, I know. I don't get on with the lever. I keep forgetting it's there.
It's there to be necessary for folks who need it, but you don't need it with the pedal. You got almost all the expression you got with the keys and all your articulations and the damn pedal, and you're perfect.
Yeah. I do like those strings. I must admit.
And if you get a C15, then you got to have like 3 or 4 pedals hooked up to it.
Yeah, I've actually ordered myself one of those lovely little audio expression pedals for this Osmos. So it should be interesting. Although I'm finding the wiggle limiting in what you can do with it, but I think I just need more practice, really.
Well, and of course you can dial in that sensitivity. So
yeah, it's a little on the sort of like, ooh, don't move me too much side of things, to be honest.
With some patches, they really went nuts. So
yeah, it wants to be dialed back a bit to be more subtle, and it doesn't have to demonstrate it anymore. If you know what I mean?
You get that.
Yeah, yeah, because sometimes it just goes
like an angry cat.
Yeah, it goes out a whole semitone. It's like, okay, back it up a bit there, girl. A bit too much. So
cool.
It looks like the second batch of Osmos has arrived. There seems to be loads of photographs come up on Facebook last.
Oh, really?
24 hours.
Oh, that's cool.
Entitled saying, "Oh, look what's just arrived," etc.
Yeah.
So batch 2 must be out there. So I've got to wait a week before they can post my finger drum. So it should be, yeah.
Your finger drum?
All right. Well, I got to bow out too. I got to do a few things. So it's good hanging out with you guys.
As always, mate.
Put a little chat note in here. I'm going to probably try and catch Comet Nishimura either tonight or tomorrow morning, super early before it disappears into the sun.
Oh.
From our point of view. So hopefully it has a 435-year period.
Oh.
So you're never going to see it again, basically.
So there's no photos of it then?
No, people have been shooting it. I just thought it was already gone, but one of my friends did a shot of it last night near sunset, and clouds were here and stuff, so it's kind of dodgy. But he got it, and it looked pretty cool. So,
okay.
I'm gonna go check it out because I haven't looked at a comet in a while, and this is a special one because Halley's only 89 years or something like that, but this is 435 years or whatever. Jesus Christ, that's a long period.
Hollow coach, isn't it?
Yeah. And the cool thing about this one is this guy, with all the near Earth asteroids panic and oh my God, we're gonna have another planet killer coming. We need to know they're coming. Great. What are you gonna do when you know they're coming? We can't stop them. We just know it's coming, right?
Of course we can. We just send Bruce fucking Willis up
Yeah,
there
exactly.
with a nuclear bomb.
And it breaks into more fragments, and we all get killed from small fragments. So.
Yeah.
But all those devices are now finding comets already. So all the amateur comet thing is trashed because now the computers are finding them. They're not named after people anymore. But this guy got his own named because somehow they missed it, which is special. Because I knew a guy who used to find like 3 or 4 comets every so many years, had all been named after him, and even he doesn't get them anymore because the damn machines have taken over.
Yeah.
So
they'll probably think, do you know what? It's worthwhile saving. We just won't say anything.
Well, I mean, yeah, because even when they had started tracking them at a slower level many years ago, it's like, oh, that one already passed. That would have maybe nailed us pretty badly, but it's already gone. So we just
let's not worry about that one.
Right. It's pretty funny though.
Well, the thing is, the Earth is flat, so it'll miss us anyway.
Yeah, it's going to graze us, right?
It'll bounce off like a tennis racket.
Yeah. That's why I love that one meme about the DX7 on the moon, the shadow on the moon or whatever it was.
Mm.
Did you see that one? There's a meme.
No, I didn't see that
a couple
one.
months ago. And it, that's if the Earth were flat, that's what you would see. You would see a nice, linear shadow on the moon. You wouldn't see curvature, but anyway.
Yeah, well.
What are you gonna do?
What the hell has facts and science got to do with anything?
Oh yeah, exactly. Like the whole moon landing fake shit we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
Wackos and disrespectful goofballs. So anyway.
Yeah.
I'll catch you guys later.
All right, dear.
See ya.
See you later, buds. And then there were 3.
Well, effectively 2.
Effectively 2, I suppose, yeah.
You think he's dead, do you?
No, he's probably been held hostage.
Dear.
He has a cheese and mayo sub being held to his head.
Oh, he's probably fallen asleep.
Yeah. Well, isn't he the sensible one?
Oh, yeah, cool. I can't, honestly, there's no point me going to bed because I'm just going to lie there like a hot, sweaty mess.
What's that look like exactly?
Like this, but with no clothes on.
Oh, okay. Oh! Sorry, I just got that image.
Yeah, sorry.
Strangely aroused.
You are.
What was you said to tie? What was you said to tie? It was something about it's perfectly acceptable to be.
Oh,
stiff was whatever it was, wasn't it? Oh mate.
Yeah, I can't remember what it was now.
Something.
Oh my word!
Oh, here we go. I did that one, right? On the seaboard? I wouldn't have thought so. No. Put it on there. You gotta love it, mate.
It is.
What was it? There's some of that. Oh, Can't play it, but hey, it sounds great.
Good. Yeah.
Actually, I find the Osmos keyboard a little hard to play.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Right.
If you see what I mean. I think I just need more practice at it, I suppose. But yeah, and there always seems to be a lag from the Osmos. There seems to be a lag to the computer as opposed to the other machines. Weirdly, so sometimes I suspect the computer, to be honest, rather than the keyboard. I love the way it puts in that very quick portamento when you do a big jump and stuff like that. It's just right. Yeah. You know? And like I said, I've listened to many, many, many solo violins in my time. But that one, the way it just sounds straight out of the box like that. I'll tell you how good it sounds. I don't put reverb on it.
Yeah.
That's how good it sounds.
Yeah.
To try and mask how bad it actually sounds. Like some of them do, you know. Back in the old Rompler days, I mean, some of those solo violins were like, oh, really? This is why I could never figure out what Vangelis was up to with all those fucking Romplers. Why, man? Why? You do a big piece, but it just sounds like it was done, 25 years before he was writing it. I don't know. Mind you, I suppose coming from luscious analog heaven, I mean, everything just went a bit weird after that. Well, yeah, and there's the immediacy of it. He can do more at once, and he can do the pieces live. But was it? Oh no, I'm not going to play that again. No, I'm not going down that road. We having a violin off. The devil went down to Texas. Yeah. That's interesting. I was a different one, that's why. Twat. Yeah, we're both having a fiddle. Can't think of it.
Oh, dear. Oh.
Oh, there's no. Too low. Nope. Imagine a street performer doing it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Would be that baby. Yes, that's it.
Oh, this week on the South Bank Show. My name's Melvin Bragg. Oh, show my age,
The next bit I can't do. So we'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
What about the bit in China that's got the violin? What?
Yes, drink a bottle of wine.
That's it, yeah.
Yes. Wow, it's gone out of my head. South Wank Show, yeah. Do the big ones. Do the big ones. Big ones. Get lots of them. You got one. I got many. Now, another 100 or so.
Are we hearing that direct, or is it what we're hearing coming out of your speakers being picked up by a microphone?
It shouldn't be. There's no speakers in here. Well, there is, but they're not on.
Oh.
Why? What have you got?
No, it just sounds. Night. No.
Yeah, it's similar, isn't it?
It's very, yeah.
But to be honest, we really don't know. Yeah. Nothing on that. I hear it in mono. Really?
It doesn't sound right.
Really?
Right. What are you using there?
I'm using articulate strings.
No, I ain't got that.
Sorry, aperture ensemble strings on contact. And it's going to the Focusrite stereoed. Huh?
All right, let me just load this up.
Interesting. Let's make sure. Let's have a look at the Focusrite mixer on the thing. Shows it in stereo. Let's see if there's got any weird settings knocking around here. Loop back, blah blah blah. I don't know if that. Does it make any difference?
No, it sounds worse.
Worse.
It's just like it's almost. It's like wowing and fluttering and shit.
Really?
Yeah. It's not just me, is it? I don't know.
I don't know. Let's have a look.
Apparently I sound fine.
Oh, okay. That's
bring the cellos to the yard.
Take that off. And you. Now. About now.
Awful.
Awful.
It's like it's crackling. It's
Really?
It's just not good.
Because that's not loud at all or anything like that.
No, it is quiet, but it's just.
Something like. Oh, hang on a minute. What's going on here?
Pardon me. Doesn't sound good.
I do not know. There's nothing is different.
So that's me.
Yeah.
Nice. But
it's weird because here it sounds it's quiet, yeah, but it's clear. Your end, it's all.
Yeah, it's just like the volume's all over the place. I just hang on a minute. Let me just check some things here.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's do that. Right, try again. Just do it now. Try again. There you go. That's better. You had your echo cancellation and your noise reduction on.
When did that go on?
I don't know.
I don't turn. Oh, do you know what? Is this since this bloody update?
What update?
There's a lot of new features now in StreamYard.
Not recently. There hasn't been.
I didn't turn them on because I know that always fucks things up.
Yeah. Have you got
It's still in
stereo
mono.
audio turned on? Yeah, so go. So in the bottom of your StreamYard screen.
Hang on a second.
Go to settings.
Let's see what's going on here.
Because I've
Which is stereo audio is fucking turned up as well. And do you know what? Let me turn up my mic a bit. Is that better?
Yeah.
Does the mic sound better now?
Oh.
Hello? One,
Yeah,
two,
good.
three.
No,
Hello, one,
just-
two, three, four.
there was a little bit of crackling there, but I think it was just temporary.
Let me pull it down a sec, just in case. How about that? Is that
Yeah,
any
you
good?
sound fine. Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Right, now, let's see what my strings sound like.
Go on then. There you go. Oh no. There's crackling. It sounds much better, but now there's crackling in there.
What kind of crackling? What, good crackling? Or not good crackling?
No. In all your audio now, there's faint crackles there, a bit like.
You are fucking kidding me.
No.
Well, I can't restart it, can I? Can't. That's a bitch.
There's definitely something going on with your clocks.
Let me examine clocks. 48 kills. Everything else seems pretty normal. Everything seems pretty normal here.
Can you drop everything to 44?
I can drop everything to 44.1. One moment, please. Right, all the Focusrite is now on 44.
Play some strings. No, it's still there. It's not as much, but it is still there.
Are we? No, because before, if you changed the sample rate, it used to clear it. We're not back to that again. Well, that is very versatile. Interesting. I can't see anything else.
Your cracker's back.
Well, I reinstalled the operating system last time and it cleared it. There's nothing messed around on loopback, is there? Let's have a look at loopback. What are you at, loopback? What are you doing? Pull it down. And 20 channels seem to be
Crackling's there again.
operating. Sound pass-through device, blah 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 blah. Monitors are off so we don't get the echo. Hang on a minute, let's put this. Is that wise? Let me try something. Hang on a sec. No, hang on. Ah, there we go. It's back again.
Okay, play some strings. Sounds good so far.
Really?
Oh, hang on. Go on. No.
No.
You have to make. It's basically whenever you're making a noise, you know, whenever there's level, that's when it's happening.
Yeah, but it's not turned up. Oh, hang on.
I don't think it's distortion or anything.
No, let me have a look.
It's
Here.
digital.
I know that gets a bit heated. Let's have a look at.
Still there.
still there?
Yeah, just give it some welly on the strings. Yeah, it's still there. Still there.
Interesting. I wonder if I should try resetting the Focusrite or something. The thing is, I don't know what I'm doing. No, let's have a look, see if I can have a look. Have a look here. Talkback source. Don't know. Yeah, that all seems to be pretty straightforward. Okay, that's okay. Everything looks exactly the same as it did before. Very odd. So look over here in a sec. Okay, it's back again. Any difference? Crackling at all?
Yeah.
I don't know. So it's not the same problem, but
It's
just
not Daleki, it's just crackling.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, I can't leave here, can I? I can't leap out and restart the computer.
Yeah, you
Or
can.
can I?
Yeah, because I'm technically an admin, aren't I?
Okay, right. Well, let me drop out
Okay.
and then restart and see what happens. Yeah.
Go for it. And there he is.
Here I am.
Oh, he's still there.
Yep. I'm still finding resetting. Here we go. Leave this site. Yeah.
And he's gone. Oh. Well, I don't know what to fill this dead air with, really. Ask me a question. Ask me anything. There you go. Let's do a pub AMA. Pardon me. I have no idea what his problem is, though. It's bugging the hell out of me. Oy, 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 oy. Oh, blimey. Time for bed, said Backbus.
Okay.
Okay.
Restarted computer. God, I tell you what, these studios are fast, aren't they?
Yeah.
Right. Crackling at all?
Not at the moment. Play me some strings. Give me a few chords. Sounds good so far. Oh, no, it's back. Yeah, it's definitely back.
Okay. All right. Fair dues. It's not picking up on the mic so much, or
No, it is. Yeah, it's all of your audio is as soon as you make a sound, it's crackling.
it crackles.
Yeah.
It's not exactly overly toasty in here tonight. So it's not, ridiculously hot gear or anything. I do not know. No idea what could be causing it.
Yeah, very odd. But I just wondered, because you'd got your echo cancellation turned on, that was probably filtering it out. So it's probably been doing it for a while.
Oh, okay.
But that would have filtered it out. So look, actually, let me just. So if I put your echo cancellation. Actually, I'll tell you what. I'll put your reduced mic background noise on.
Yeah.
Give me some chords. Give me some chords. And it's got rid of that. Yeah, you can barely hear it. All right, so let me turn that off and put echo cancellation on. Right. Try now. So putting the echo cancellation on makes the strings sound like shit, but does get rid of the clicking.
Oh, that's a nice trade-off.
Not really.
No. Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know I'm sure I've asked this, but have you got another audio interface there?
Got one there. Yeah.
Which is?
The Revelator IO24. Which stands for 2 and not 24. Weird. Oh, Steve reckons the camera quality isn't wonderful either. Turn stereo back off again in SteamYard.
Only you can do that.
Oh, can I? No, let's have a look. So I'll probably go to a menu. So look. So you turned on reduce mic background noise.
Yeah, and then we couldn't hear the strings at all.
Okay, well that's weird because it isn't turned on here.
Yeah, no, I turned it off again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then same with you.
Right, so at the moment nothing's turned on.
Nothing's turned on.
Right, including stereo.
Including stereo, and you're still crackling.
And still crackling. Yeah. That's stereo, and it's still crackling.
Yeah.
What about now? Is it still crackling? Or is it improved?
Give me some noise. So far, sounds good.
Well, that is automatically adjust mic volume, which is rather weird. All right, look. Let me give you another burst of Dunkirk and tell me if you hear it crackling.
Okay. Keep going. Every time I turned automatically adjust mic volume off in StreamYard, the crackling started.
Like a bugger.
And when I turned it on, it stopped.
Why are they related? But that's okay then, isn't it?
Alright, so the one thing we want to try is have you call me on, I don't know, Messenger, and set your input on Messenger as the same input you've got selected here, and see if it does it outside of StreamYard. But we can do that another day.
Oh, okay.
But just to establish if it's StreamYard that's making the crackling. So if I look at my settings, my audio, right, so let me turn my adjust mic volume off. Now I can't play chords like Kent can play chords.
Now, is this because I've gone back to Chrome?
I don't know, I'm using Chrome.
Yeah, but I mean on this particular system with this, particular gear, when it was on Firefox, I wasn't getting any crackling for anything.
Okay.
I don't know. It'd be too easy to just point a finger at the browser, but the browser has other benefits for all the obvious reasons.
Right, let me so are you getting any crackling from me when I'm talking or anything like that at all?
No,
right,
not at all. No. Don't think anybody else is either.
So if I play something.
No, fine.
No, nothing.
No.
Let's try and find a paddy type sound here.
Getting some distortion crackles every now and again. But normally when you're playing, it's fine. Right, there's a crackle there. More so at the moment.
Okay.
Quite crackly.
Was it really?
Yeah, that was quite crackly.
Okay, so crackles?
No, not that I heard.
So I'm wondering, I'm thinking this is absolutely a StreamYard thing. And without the automatic mic adjustment, it's probably overloading something.
Well, this is why I think it might be what goes out, because I'm not hearing any crackles here, and it is going through everything to my ears.
I don't hear any crackles from my stuff, but I hear it from your stuff, but only when we've got the automatic mic adjustment turned off. So
Okay.
I think we need to make sure that we always use automatic mic levels.
That was fine.
That was fine. Okay, and if I do another big ham-fisted chord now.
couple of crackles just before you played the chord.
Maybe that's just me switching over.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm just going to leave that turned on. It's a stereo audio on, automatically adjust mic volume on. And I'm going to reach out to StreamYard and raise that as a...
Okay. Well, look, if I was to... Oh, God, push it this to levels that I'm more akin to.
Hmm.
Right. So we've got...
I'm now going to turn automatic mic adjustment off. There it is. There's the crackling. So keep playing, keep playing. Now it's back on again. That's it. That's it. If I'm doing it and you're doing it, if you're getting crackles from me and people, then it's StreamYard's automatic voice volume adjustment on the microphone has to be on.
How weird, they're not connected. Officially, they're not connected to each other, are they?
Well,
and do you know what?
What's happening? What's
I've
happening
just
with our
accidentally leaked part of my track.
Nobody noticed.
For
Nobody
David.
noticed.
No, it's hardly anybody watching. They're all looking the other way.
So what's happening is your audio and my audio is going to StreamYard, and then StreamYard are then spitting that out to us and also to YouTube. All of those mic settings, those volume settings, are happening on StreamYard server. Not locally. They're not local.
Oh yeah. Okay. So when it says adjust mic volume, it means generally the volume, perhaps.
Yeah. So the whole point of the automatically adjust mic volume setting, so I am told by StreamYard, is balancing. So if everybody has that turned on, StreamYard's system at their end will balance everyone so they're all about the same. That's the idea. Whether it works or not, I mean, I couldn't say without doing some sort of testing, but that's what it's there for. Now, sometimes people come in and they're a bit quiet. So I've been, certainly on PSN, I've gone in and switched off the automatic and boosted them.
Yeah.
But I guess what we should be doing is having them turn that feature on and then just giving us a good level.
Yeah, the birthday song, that would explain a lot as well, yeah.
Yeah, because we were all singing. Attempts thereof,
and it was literally sounded like it was like losing internet connection at points.
So there must be some sort of load balancing at their end. And if you've got 8 or 9, 10 feeds all giving hot levels, if the automatic stuff isn't on, it's going to go, oh shit, and cack its pants. So
well, I tell you one thing it doesn't support is 196k.
Oh, what? StreamYard?
Yeah, because I put it at 196k and he went, yeah, okay. I'm going, fuck, I'm not hearing a thing.
So I reckon that it is exclusively a StreamYard thing.
Right.
And that you should, so settings should always be echo cancellation off, noise reduction off, stereo on, automatic adjustment on.
Got you.
And that should be it.
Understood.
I believe.
Okay.
I believe.
Yes. No, I didn't realise it was all coming out monoed and wobbly and shite.
Well, this is why I said, are we listening to it through your
Yeah,
microphone?
because the last couple of times, haven't you? You've been saying about your microphone sounds like you're underwater, and then I go up close to it like that, and then and you go, no, that's better. Cool.
Yeah, it's very odd. Very, very odd. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, so it wouldn't really matter which web browser I used. Good. I'm glad it's not the web browser because obviously things work much better in Chrome. Like that tabs thing, for instance.
Yeah,
it doesn't show up in Firefox.
No.
No, it doesn't. You can open another window, stuff. No, nothing shows up. And this is why before, when you were talking me through things and going, right, now click on the little bloody blah, I'm going, what little bloody blah? With the thing in the corner, I go, there isn't one.
Right.
Yeah, so Firefox is no.
I gave up on Firefox, God knows, ages ago.
I think we even tried Opera. I think actually Opera was okay. It's just that
I really like Opera.
Yeah, it's just that at that time the crackling was continuing, but that was the OS, and we were just blaming everything else.
Yeah. The only reason I sort of went back to Chrome, because I left Chrome behind because it was really my machine was grinding to a halt, and I knew it wasn't anything that I was running, and I knew it wasn't the machine. And then I googled it. I searched for it. I don't think I used Google. And apparently at that time the version of Google that was there, the updater, the Google Chrome updater, which sits in the background, runs continuously, and every now and again polls the Google servers and says, is there an update? And they come back and say yes or no. Right. Apparently, if you were to run that piece of code, that application, through a stringent antivirus detector, it would show up as malware.
Oh, okay.
Because the nature of the code, it's essentially it's working like a piece of malware. And I read this website from an experienced coder, and they said, "This is what if you're experiencing all these problems," and I was. This is why. As soon as I removed Chrome, went in and made sure that all the files were removed, everything was perfect. Had no issues whatsoever. So I spent a few days kind of researching browsers, and it kept coming back. Opera is what you want because it's Chromium based. But it's cleaner. So
God knows.
I downloaded Opera. I fell in love with it straight away because it got all these extra little things that but it was incredibly familiar because it's Chrome based. It's basically it's Chromium, but it had all these nice little extras. Like, for example, if you're watching a YouTube video and then maybe you need to click on another tab or something, you click on the other tab and your video that you're watching will automatically pop out and just drop in the right hand corner of your screen. So you can still watch your little video there in its own little thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
like
it was all
too.
these little things.
Yeah.
And there was other stuff as well that was just, oh, that's cool. That's really good.
Yeah.
And so I switched over everything. So because I have Opera on here, I have Opera on my work PC, my Windows PC, and all my laptops. So I switched everything over to Opera, and there was a piece of software, although we don't use it anymore. Software, it's cloud based, so it was an animation tool that I was using at work, and I could only access it through Chrome because it didn't recognize Opera as a valid browser. So I raised a ticket with them and said, whenever I try to access your website through Opera, it says that it's not supported. And they said, oh, that's a Chromium browser, isn't it? I said, yes. And they came back and said, well, that should technically work because it's the same as Chrome. We'll look into it and we'll try and get it on, so that it doesn't fuck up. But
incoming.
That didn't happen, and so I was getting fed up of opening 2 different browsers and things. And there were other little things that the ease of Chrome. I missed it, so I thought, well, I'll give it another go. Yeah. And I'll install it and see what it's like. And I put it all in and restored everything back over. And it's been absolutely fine ever since. Although Opera now is on version 100 and something and is super fucking cool.
Yeah.
It is. So I've
got Opera on the.
I've got both
big
of them
girl. Yeah, I got Opera. No, I took Opera. Well, actually, I haven't put Opera on since I redid the OS again, because it found Chrome working and didn't bother proceeding any further in case I screwed something up. Because by then I was so twitchy about it, because we tried everything for days trying to get rid of the Dalek, and then it was like every 2 hours having to go to 41 and then back to 48, and it cured it for a while.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, and it was doing that no matter what browser I was using. I don't know why. So I think it still had something to do with the way loopback was sitting on the system because of these various security measures at the beginning when you load the OS, and there was things actually there was something you had to go reboot the computer and go into the security section and turn things on, otherwise loopback wouldn't even install. I was going, sorry, you can't install that. So like, what the fuck? What are you on about? So
I said I've put. I never got rid of Opera. I just stopped making it my default. And since it's gone to this new version, and since I don't use this software anymore because we binned it off because it was so fucking expensive, there's no reason why I can't go back to Opera across the board.
Yeah, there always seems to be lots of updates for Opera.
Yeah, they are pretty hot on keeping up to date with stuff.
I mean, you get updates for Firefox, but once you put them on, there doesn't seem to, nothing seems to have changed. It's all backgroundy security stuff. Yet, it's probably just updating some new kind of hacking going on somewhere. But there's no fundamental change to the operating system, the browser, as there has been with Opera, which seems to have
I've never got on
good
with
features added.
Safari. Safari's always been a bit of a dog for me.
Oh, mate, the problems I have with Safari on the iPad, would you believe? It locks up repeatedly in Facebook and stuff like that. So, but I'm so used to using it, I just put up with it.
Well, I've always used Safari on my iPhone. I don't have an iPad. Well, I have a very old one, but I've always used Safari on the phone. And it's been nothing short of perfect, really. I can open a page up on Safari on my iPhone, and then if I'm near my computer, I'll get a little thing come up and say, "Oh, do you want to open this in Chrome?" And so I click on that, and it just everything goes over from the phone to that. So from Safari to Chrome and back again.
Steve brings up a good point in the chat there. It's funnily enough, I am trusting it enough. I put Cubase on. I think it was probably beginning of last week. I put Cubase on and started building it again and building it up. But I'm really having trouble facing up to having to download all this stuff and re-register the billions of instruments and software libraries that are sitting on it.
Yeah.
And I wasn't quite sure whether I wanted to chunk up the drive with it too much anyway, because I got terrible. Well, I know that I couldn't put it all on the Mac anyway, because the Mac is. What's the size of the drive on the Mac?
All depends.
I'm trying to remember. We bought the 3K one, so
probably 512 or a gig.
No, it is a gig of whatnot stuff, and then I can't remember. There's quite a bit on there, but the rest of it will do with extended drive, which will be fine. But I've got, I think, just a shade under 18 terabyte of sample libraries and shit, and create no music whatsoever fucking ever. What's that tell you?
That's your worse than me.
Yeah, I think I'm worse than everybody. I think I'm probably the worst ever.
The worst of the worst.
Should use me as a benchmark, and how far down are they from me? Because I'm up there as the most useless twat going when it comes to buying instruments and then not using them. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I just a word I wanted to come back and say. I lost my internet connection earlier. I didn't want to leave like a usually
like
polite. Yeah, I
Where'd
know.
you go? Where'd you go?
So what did I miss?
Oh, nothing really.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the new dancing was quite good, but you can probably get that in catch up.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, it was like a snake fest. It really was. Yeah, basically.
Oh.
Sponsored by
Range
Rover.
The Range Rover.
Yeah. Boom.
So the other day when someone said, "Is that Ty with a wig?" Then Ty came in, and he said, "Why is everybody wearing a wig?" And I thought, I hope no one showed that picture. Oy.
No, it's actually Andrew Longhurst, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Bit of pussy.
Yeah.
There's also the picture from it was spaghetti cat. That always makes me laugh. So there's a cat with a bowl of spaghetti in front of it.
Oh yeah, I think I know.
That made me laugh for some reason. I don't know why. It's just stupid.
Right. Well, nothing personal, Jeff, but I need to.
Yeah, it's late.
Well, we were winding up, weren't we?
Yeah, I just
in the morning.
Yeah.
Wanted to say goodbye to Wagyu as well.
Well, he's not there.
Well, good luck.
He's not. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
He's connected, but
yeah, I think he left the planet about 3 hours ago.
Oh, okay.
He had to go and clock in at Google.
Should we just leave it running? just a picture of Wagyu's. Okay. Hello.
Is that a sled?
Anybody out there?
Anybody there?
All right then. Well,
all right, guys.
good night.
Well, hopefully, we will do another one soon. So hopefully your internet will be working.
Yeah.
To its fullest of capacities.
Yeah. Damn thing.
Yeah. Well, just think of me having to work on this fucking Jupiter 6 tomorrow.
Oh yeah. But it's my favorite Jupiter, so please be gentle with it.
Yeah, this one wouldn't be. I tell you what, if you own this one, you'd be thinking about throwing it against the wall. See if it's cooked yet.
Okay.
All right, guys.
All right.
See you soon.
See you.
Take care.
Look after yourselves. Take care, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night.